Hōrō-sha, The Wanderer, by CSCH Man 20. Naruto felt the warmth of the sun on his face as he admired the mesmerizing shades of green before him. The lush trees danced gracefully with the soft breeze blowing in from the south. The crystal sky extended far into the distance, rimmed with a black outline. He observed the ominous dark shadows in the horizon that told of rain and fateful findings. He was close, he thought. He would probably reach his destination by tomorrow evening, and then he would once again enjoy the comforts of civilization. Naruto stretched his arms to relieve the tense and tired muscles that were results from long travel. After his stretch, Naruto slowly continued his trek along the dirt path he had been following for well over a month, now his thoughts focusing on the events that had transpired in his village over a month ago. He recalled stepping into the Hokage office that eventful morning when Kakashi had summoned him. The Rokudaime Hokage had seemed to be exhausted then. Throughout the majority of that conversation, Naruto remembered wondering if he was going to be that tired when his time came. "I have a mission for you," he announced as soon as Naruto had approached his desk. "Huh? It will be considered S-class, but not because of difficulty. More due to how long it will take you." He shifted some papers and waited for the blonde's response. Normally Naruto would have been ecstatic at the prospect of the word S-class, but at the time he was quite taken aback by the brevity of his situation. Kakashi-sensei, this is a little sudden, yeah?" The dull glimmer in his mentor's eyes that day still left Naruto reeling. "Do you not think you're capable of such a mission?" "Well, no. But you haven't even explained." "You'll be traveling across the nations," Kakashi added with no semblance of concern for cutting the young man off. "It's about time for you to get ready to become Hokage. I certainly can't train you myself, so might as well let the world do it for the both of us." Naruto didn't have time to dwell on the fact that Kakashi had basically promised him the title right then and there. "Do I really have to go that far?" Kakashi looked up from his papers. "Are you underestimating the weight that comes with the position?" "No, of course not, but..." "Good, then there's no issue. Because as you understand, you were probably strong enough to become Hokage 4 years ago, but strength isn't the only indicator." "I never said," Naruto started. Even looking back, the blonde still felt irritated at his old teacher's interruptions. "You're inexperienced, Naruto. And young, very young. Your father was even older when he put on the hat, so this is going to be a long mission indeed." Naruto frowned and folded his arms. "Where exactly will I go?" Kakashi leaned into his chair. "The destination doesn't matter. Everyone will recognize you anyways. You'll be welcomed anywhere. You just need to be open to what the world has to show you." "Okay. But you still haven't told me why." "It doesn't matter why, Naruto. I'm sure you'll figure it out yourself once the mission is complete." His eyes locked onto his former student. "And I do expect you to complete it." Apprehension and annoyance was not a good combination, and Naruto recalled both at that moment. "This still sounds really vague." "Hopefully that will be the least of your problems," Kakashi added as he turned back to his papers. "You have much to learn, and I'm sure everything will sort itself out. It's not like another war will break out anytime soon." "And what happens when I complete it?" "If the mission is successful, then you become Hokage," said Kakashi. Suddenly all the apprehension in him disappeared. "Wait, really? Just like that?" "Of course." Kakashi returned all his attention back to him. "That's why I hope you understand the importance of this mission. Now then, when can you be ready?" The excitement in him was too much then. He wanted to start immediately. The irony of time being the ultimate obstacle to his goal was lost to him, and his impulses were taking over. "Today." "No, wait, I'll need to pack up and say goodbye to everybody first tomorrow." Kakashi chuckled. Naruto didn't realize how much he was going to miss that sound. "I think you can spare a few more days, yes? For the sake of the whole village, I think they'll need some time to cope with your departure. Go on and prepare, you got all the time in the world." Naruto ran out of the office shortly after Kakashi had said that, an eager grin plastered on his face. Unbeknownst to the war hero, the Hokage kept the main reason for the mission to himself for now. He would tell him when he was ready. The more Naruto thought about leaving as the day of his departure came closer, the more he became restless about actually leaving the village. He became detached from the village in many ways in recent years. He hadn't felt a challenge in years, and while he enjoyed not having to worry about his loved ones getting hurt, he felt hollow. Naruto wanted to have adventures again. He was a young man full of potential and energy, and until he became the Hokage, he did not really see a reason to be in the village. Naruto greatly admired all his friends and felt physical pain when he knew he could do nothing for them, but they would be fine even if he left them for a while. He would find something during his adventures that would give him cause to feel a part of the life he wanted, he was sure of it. The night before Naruto was to leave the village, he went to speak with his longtime friend Sakura. Sasuke still had not returned even once since he had left to investigate the origins and knowledge about Kaguya, leaving the smitten pink-haired Kunoichi all alone. Naruto had given up his pursuit of trying to win her affections for him some time ago. It was not an easy decision for him to have made, but he knew it was crucial for him to protect his heart. The young woman loved his best friend with all her heart, and he had concluded the sooner he realized that the easier the transition would be for him. Naruto found Sakura standing over her balcony that night, staring thoughtfully at the village lights below her. Naruto silently jumped up to the balcony where she was located and sat on the ledge next to her, looking over the village. Sakura gazed at him from the corner of her eye and smiled softly. Naruto didn't like the sorrow behind that smile. It was a sliver of melancholy thrust into the porcelain he had known so intimately. It made him feel powerless, as if nothing he could do would aid it. "I'm guessing this means you're leaving soon?" she asked. Naruto looked down at the artificial lights that almost mirrored the stars shining above in the dark sky. He sighed slowly. His breath was low and his words flowed into the open air. "Yeah. Tomorrow morning." Sakura nodded and rested her head on the ledge in front of her. She had to say farewell to another person close to her, and he was aware that must have been terrible for her. Naruto knew he was taking the mission to help himself, but he secretly hoped he would come across Sasuke during his travels. If he did, he promised himself he would tell his friend to go back to Sakura. The girl had been waiting for years for her love already, and she couldn't wait much longer. Naruto had tried to be there for her as much as possible, but often he felt he was simply distracting her from it all. She deserved better. Naruto's own love life after the war had been virtually non-existent. There were many women who were captivated by the handsome blonde, but he had always politely refused their advances. At first, he had been completely clueless to all of them considering his old habits, but he had grown substantially in the last couple years and had learned how to handle their affections appropriately. Somehow this seemed to only increase the drive of the women's resolve and turned into almost a competition to see who would win over the war hero first. Hinata Hyuga had gotten closer than anyone else and had managed to score a few dates with the powerful fighter. She had eventually confessed her feelings to him, but in the end her love was left unrequited. The reason for Naruto's refusals were not because of prudish intentions. At first it was because of Sakura and his feelings for her, but eventually it was his uncertainty towards love that affected him. He hadn't met a woman yet that could entice him or make him want to pursue after her. Whenever he was asked to explain what he meant, he found it to be rather difficult. His usual response would be, "I just haven't found the right person yet." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either, because it wasn't the most accurate description of what he actually felt. Naruto was pulled from his pensive thoughts when he heard Sakura sobbing next to him. His eyes widened with surprise at seeing her in such a broken state. It was at times like this Naruto felt like he didn't really know Sakura at all. She always seemed so distant and lost to him, as if his words would only be met with emptiness. Naruto had concluded he just was not the man to do it. It had saddened him to decide that, but he knew it was for the best. Despite all of this, Naruto put his arm around her and she quickly embraced him. They had each other in that moment, and that felt like it was enough. When Sakura had stopped crying, she had looked up at him with ruddy, tired eyes. "Come back soon, okay?" Her whispers were dull and muffled under the pale stars. Naruto smiled softly and brushed a hand against her tear-stained face gently. "Okay," he whispered back. Naruto left a few minutes after that. That was the last time he had seen her. The next day, Naruto said goodbye to everyone else. Every single person in Konoha had gathered at the village gates to express their gratitude for their hero and share their farewells to him. They showered him with gifts and praise as he passed all of them to reach the gate that day. Young women cried and the men shouted with pride at knowing him. If there had been anything that would have given him pause to wonder if he should have left, it was the sight of all his friends in the state of reluctance. They all stood there next to the village gate with mixed expressions. Shikamaru tried to act cool and disinterested about his leaving, but Naruto knew he was having a difficult time. Rock Lee was bawling uncontrollably that day until Naruto told him he would be much stronger when he returned, which had caused the taijutsu master to become overly driven for the next year or so. Ino gave her regards to Naruto and didn't seem to be particularly bothered about his leaving, at least outwardly. Sai was strangely anxious about Naruto's journey, but with a few kind words from the young hero he appeared to be in a better mood. Choji gave Naruto a pat on the back and told him to come back stronger than ever. Tenten said to make Neji proud and to remember who his friends were. Kiba gave him a thumbs up and mentioned he would relinquish the title of Hokage to Naruto when he returned. Naruto grinned at that gesture from his friend. Yamato presented the basic pleasantries and fist-bumped Naruto. Konohamaru said he would be far stronger when Naruto returned and wanted to spar as soon as he got back. When the awkward moment came to speak to Hinata, Naruto had brushed aside his negative feelings and wished her well. The gentle Hinata accepted his friendly words and bowed respectfully to her former love. Tsunade, on the other hand, was a lot less subtle. She almost squeezed the life out of Naruto and begged him not to leave. Kakashi pried her off of him, and even then she was still noticeably upset. Kakashi provided Naruto with a map of the surrounding nations, and where he recommended he should go first. Amigakure had been quiet as of late. They hadn't heard from the shinobi in that area for quite some time, and he wanted Naruto to investigate the problem if there was one. He told Naruto that he had notified all of the other Kage about his mission and that they would greatly welcome his company whenever he arrived. He handed Naruto a small scroll that stated his mission and approval to enter any allied nation and the surrounding nations with the Hokage's official signature. The Hokage ordered Naruto to send a report as often as possible during his mission via a messenger toad. Remember, Kakashi reminded him before he left, there's no rush. Take your time with this. You can truly come back whenever you want, however, I expect you to be ready to be Hokage if you do. For the entirety of his journey, Naruto never forgot the staidness behind his master's words nor the intensity in his sable eyes. If you come back and you're not ready, you can forget about becoming Hokage. Naruto swallowed and felt his resolve burning. You got it, Kakashi-sensei. I'll be ready. Naruto remembered that day being sunny and bright, a perfect day to travel. Garbed in black traveling clothes and a brown hooded traveling cloak, Naruto took his first step past the village gate. Naruto strapped his large satchel around his shoulder. It was filled with money rations, clothes, scrolls, and other necessary items. He waved to his friends when he began his peregrination, and the whole village had waved back and shouted their farewells to the hero until his figure disappeared beyond the western horizon. That had been 40 days ago, Naruto realized with cold discernment. He decided to take Kakashi's advice and took his time in reaching Amigakure. For an average shinobi that went max speed, they could reach Aim from Konoha within 3 days. For Naruto, with the help of Kurama, he could probably reach the village in a few hours. Obviously, Naruto didn't want to move that fast, so he maintained a slow and steady pace every day. He would walk for about 8 hours a day, then find a cozy meadow or tree to rest for the night. He passed the occasional inn or village every now and then, and he would usually stay there for a few days. Sometimes, if the village was particularly comfortable or friendly, he would stay for a number of days until he felt it was best to move on. Needless to say, every village was sad to see him leave. Naruto was currently close to the western border of Hi-no-Kuni, and the country where Aim was located was near. Naruto could feel the density around him, and the humidity increased every step he took. He could feel his bandaged right prosthetic tighten slightly, something that usually occurred right before it rained. The rain clouds that had originally seemed so far away before were now almost directly over him. Naruto pulled up his hood and smiled as it started to sprinkle on him. He had learned to appreciate the rain in recent years, especially because it reminded him of Nagato. Even though Naruto had his hood up, some raindrops fell upon his face, clear delicate beads dripped from his long bangs. He allowed his spiky blonde hair grow out recently, and it was now slightly longer than his father's had been. He had also grown substantially in height and physique. He maintained a lean yet muscular frame that had earned more than a few stares from the opposite gender. The sun had left his vision about an hour ago and the night was quickly approaching. The rain became a downpour within minutes and Naruto scanned the area for some place to spend the night. It was early summer so the rain wasn't freezing, but Naruto surmised he didn't want to be soaked to the bone all night. He found a large hollowed-out tree that was still dry on the inside off the side of the dirt path. He crouched down and huddled his body into it. The dead tree was warm and pleasant and the blonde had no trouble sleeping that night. Naruto drifted off to the sound of millions of raindrops bouncing against the leaves of the forest around him and he couldn't conceive of a more peaceful melody to fall asleep to. Amagakure was usually poorly categorized as a village, but the truth was it was more like a city than a small town. Konoha was far bigger, but it didn't contain the large metal buildings that AIM proudly possessed. It almost always rained in AIM and all the water converged into the massive lake surrounding the village. The lake was the village's means of protection and provided a sense of isolation as well. Travelers and merchants wishing to reach AIM would usually take a ferry or boat to get across. In the past, travelers would have to go through a plethora of screenings and questions to visit the village, but nowadays it was much more lenient. There was a small docking facility on the outskirts of the lake that welcomed, screened, and shipped newcomers to AIM. In the early morning hours, a hooded figure approached the customs building and the shinobi on duty greeted him in a bored tone. "Welcome to customs," the AIM nin announced with disinterest. The hooded man unveiled himself and smiled at the ninja. Naruto's grin was broad and his electric blue eyes sparkled brilliantly in the morning rain. Naruto may have mellowed out excessively over the last couple of years, but he was still his cheery positive self. "Hello! I would like to visit AIM if that's all right." The AIM nin's eyes practically bugged out at seeing Naruto's face. Naruto shouldn't have been surprised, but he did help save the entire world and all of humanity, so it was easy for him to see why he was recognized so quickly all the time. The AIM nin started stumbling over his words as he tried to address Naruto. "Uzumaki-san. Of course you may be allowed to visit." The ninja was unsure of where to put his hands all of a sudden and settled with saluting Naruto. Naruto gave him a curious expression but flashed him another smile. "Great! I'll be going then." Naruto's voice rang merrily as he strolled towards the surface of the lake. The shinobi peeked his head out the window with surprise. "Where are you going?" "The dock is that way," the AIM nin yelled as he pointed to the right of where Naruto was heading. Naruto just waved and hollered back. "It's fine. I don't need a boat. I can walk." The shinobi just stared in marveled awe as he saw Naruto casually cruise on top of the water. Ninja had done it before, of course, but the way the hero carried himself provoked a sense of respect. The AIM nin slowly came to realize he may have met the strongest shinobi in the entire world and he didn't even go through the proper security checks with the hero. He should probably notify his officers about the meeting he just had, he thought to himself as he ran off in search of his captain. Naruto didn't really recognize the fact he was walking on water when he did it. It had become second nature to him years ago and was as simple as walking on land. He could easily skate across the water if he wanted to, but again, no rush. He loved taking his time now. After living most of his life always hurrying and never stopping to ponder, Naruto had learned to savor every precious moment he was given. Naruto ventured farther out, and when he was about halfway across the lake, a high-ranking AIM nin slowly emerged from the murky liquid below. The war hero didn't falter at the sight of the random shinobi because he had sensed his presence ever since the ninja had plunged into the lake several minutes ago. He didn't detect any danger nor ill intent from the officer, so there was no need to be on guard. When the officer broke the surface in front of him, Naruto bowed respectfully to the man. The mental voice of Sakura's ravings about his lack of etiquette was a great reminder to keep his manners in check. "Good morning," Naruto stated cheerfully. Over the last few years or so, Shikamaru had been helping Naruto with observing people's habits and subtle consistencies to get a read on their mental condition. He had followed his friend around the village and learned from facial expressions of people and how they carried themselves. Shikamaru told him that most individuals, including shinobi, gave away much more information through their body language, tone of voice, eye contact, hand movements, and posture than they ever did through their words. The officer currently in front of him was stoic and slightly on edge. Naruto could tell the shinobi was confused and apprehensive about him being there. His face was stern and gave away nothing, but there was another feeling the officer was showcasing through the soft convulsions of his hand sphere. Naruto smiled as wide as possible so he didn't increase the man's fright. He knew his smile was excellent at setting people at ease. It seemed to work because the shaking halted when the officer spoke back. "Good morning, please state your name and business." The officer had a matter-of-fact tone with no faltering in his words. He clearly already knew his name, but Naruto decided to play along. "Naruto Uzumaki," he stated. "I am presently on a mission by the Rokudaime Hokage. Please read this." Naruto pulled the scroll Kakashi had given to him from an inside pocket in his cloak. The officer calmly grasped the scroll and quickly scanned its contents. When he finished reading it, the Aim handed it back to Naruto and cleared his throat. "Everything seems to be in order." The officer bowed. "We are honored to welcome the hero of the 4th Shinobi World War, Naruto Uzumaki, to our peaceful village. Please stay as long as you like." Naruto bowed back again and rubbed the back of his neck modestly when he stood upright. "Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I have a quick question to ask before you." Naruto wasn't sure if he liked the slight emphasis in the officer's voice when he had said peaceful. "Of course." The officer appeared to be at ease, but there was a rigidness about him that spoke of darker secrets. Naruto tried to make the matter seem minor to his interests. "Is everything well in your village? Konoha hasn't been receiving updates or reports from AIM in quite some time." Naruto's suspicions became definite when the man rolled gently back on his heels at the question. It was subtle, but it didn't escape his eye. The officer was nervous at answering him. Naruto was certain of that. "Everything is superb, Uzumaki-san." Naruto noticed the gentle twitch of the man's hands at his subtle lie. "This guy has really got to control his hands," Naruto thought to himself. "It has been so serene and quiet here that we have had no need to report anything whatsoever. I hope that is a formidable excuse, Uzumaki-san. If you would like, I will personally start writing a monthly update to Konoha. However, it will most assuredly be filled with uneventful instances and dull resource lists." Naruto nodded and accepted the man's falsehood. He would need to investigate what was really going on himself. That was fine. He liked that more anyways. He thanked the man and meandered around him with calm grace. As Naruto was walking away, the officer said one last thing: "I hope you run into the other future Kage that is staying with us too." Naruto paused for a second at the cryptic statement but then continued his sojourn towards AIM in silence. For the rest of the way across the lake, Naruto contemplated the officer's words. Another future Kage? Did that mean there was a shinobi from one of the other nations on a similar mission as him? Naruto would have to find out. His thoughts stopped when he was a few yards from the end of the lake. Naruto looked down at the ripples forming around his feet. His master and godfather Jiraiya had fallen in this lake. That was what Fukasaku the elder Toad Sage had told him. Naruto still greatly missed his old master and smiled sadly down at the place where Jiraiya had been slain. He stopped to give a quick prayer on his behalf before he stepped out of the water and onto dry land. Naruto had never visited Amagakure before and was utterly astounded by the giant skyscrapers that towered above him. He attempted to keep to the shadows as much as possible to not draw any more attention to his recognizable features. Blonde hair would easily contrast with the stormy dark colors of the city, so he kept his hood up. He could have performed a henge, but Naruto didn't want to alert any of the higher-level shinobi in the area. Naruto carefully inspected all his surroundings and tried to assess the area as thoroughly as possible. The citizens he encountered seemed to be cheerful and calm for the most part. Shop owners yelled and joked off the side of the streets, and the village bustled merrily. Aside from the constant rain, it felt like any other village. He would need to stay here for a while longer to find the source of the anxiety the officer had possessed during Naruto's questioning. After an hour of traversing through the village, Naruto noticed a small restaurant at the corner of one of the larger buildings. He decided on satiating his growing hunger and taking a much-needed break. Naruto stepped into the bar and dropped his hood. Luckily, there was hardly anyone attendant in the little restaurant this morning. Naruto observed a few strangers eating a late breakfast and a lone hooded figure sitting at the bar counter. Naruto casually sat down at the bar next to the hooded patron and relaxed his tired leg muscles as he beckoned over a server. The server came over and took his order. Naruto asked for some tea and a steaming bowl of ramen. It had been much too long since he had enjoyed his favorite dish. He was beyond ecstatic when he saw that it was a choice on their front menu. After the server wrote down his order and departed, Naruto looked to his left and observed the stranger next to him. He realized they were drinking some sake out of a small cup and widened his eyes marginally in disbelief. "A little early for alcohol, isn't it?" Naruto inquired with a sardonic tone. The hooded figure must have noticed him for the first time because they shifted slightly and mumbled something. The light pitch of their voice told Naruto that it was a young woman underneath the cowl. "Not if you can handle it," she retorted. The woman's chide carried a hint of aggression, but it was mostly comprised of effrontery. At that moment, the woman unveiled her hood and gazed up at Naruto with a playful glint in her eye. The glint quickly disappeared once pure surprise replaced it. Her mouth gaped open and her pink pupil-less eyes widened greatly. "Naruto Uzumaki?" Naruto looked at her quizzically. There was only person he had met in his past that had those mesmerizing eyes. She had grown her hair out since the last time he had seen her and her Iwa headband had been discarded. "Kuratsuchi?" Naruto blinked in hesitation then smiled brightly. "Whoa! It's been a while, huh?" Kuratsuchi closed her mouth and felt her face get hot in embarrassment. She was talking to the hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War and had lost her well-known composure for a second. She was also amazed by how much Naruto had grown in the last 4 years. His face was more pronounced and masculine. The rest of his body had filled in as well, and he was nothing short of a strong, handsome man now. Kuratsuchi took a deep breath and tried to collect herself. She was not going to lose her pride by speaking to a pretty face, but she still wanted to have a little fun. "It certainly has Uzumaki. And why have I been blessed with your presence in AIM this morning?" she asked calmly. Naruto was unsure as to why, but he found the small smirk on Kuratsuchi's mouth to be quite delightful. He fastened his cerulean eyes to hers and attempted to mirror her expression. "I just happened to be passing by. And I believe I'm the one who has been truly blessed this lovely morning, young lady." Naruto was thoroughly enjoying himself, and he could tell Kuratsuchi was too. They were fighting a battle of wits trying to obtain information that neither were willing to give up easily. It was a shinobi thing. She didn't waver at his charm. "We're rather far from Konoha, aren't we? It's a little odd to see someone of your status skulking about." She kept her voice loose with a ring of ardor laced within. "Yeah, it's odd, but I wouldn't call it skulking. I prefer checking out. Also, if I recall correctly, Iwa is only a few days away too." Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes slightly but kept the smirk. Their nations were allies and she knew there was no reason to be so cautious, but she was enamored by the wit of the man before her. If her memory was accurate, she was certain it was a recent development for him. She brought her hand up to her face and rested it on the side of her cheek, showing off her freshly polished fingernails. "For a man that should have passed the Hokage, I wonder as to why you have left your village hero." She kept a precise flair to her inflection that she was rather proud of. Naruto couldn't help but grin at that subtle jab she gave. He decided to be a bit more direct in his approach. Fishing for information was turning out to be much more enjoyable this time around for him. "Funny you should say that, considering you should be the Tsuchikage by now." He was hoping that would break her mask, but it didn't. Kuratsuchi's smirk merely got bigger. Kuratsuchi didn't expect him to come back with a stronger retort. She wasn't sure if she should give him something to play with or to be more ambiguous. She settled on adding more to the conversation. "It just so happens that I'm on an S-ranked mission, hero. My grandfather is going to give me the title of the Yondaime Tsuchikage when I return. She was startled when Naruto's smile vanished and his eyebrows rose in awe. This peculiar man was demonstrating a formidable range of emotions, and Kuratsuchi was uncertain as to what she felt about that. She certainly didn't anticipate him to be that surprised. Naruto had never participated in such playful banter before and was amazed at his own words, but now he was even more astounded. The sheer coincidence was baffling. That's remarkable, Kuratsuchi. Kakashi assigned me the same mission. Naruto dropped his intentional charm and possessed nothing but pure amazement on his features. Kuratsuchi's facade seemed to fall as well at his proclamation. She blinked and remained silent for a few seconds. After the pause, she smirked again. Let me guess, the Hokage wanted you to investigate Amigakura's silence too? Naruto caught on and grinned cheerfully. Yes. I take it they haven't reported to Iwa either? He asked, already knowing the answer. They haven't. Her smirk was small, but it held such a heavy amount of pulchritude to it that Naruto was having difficulty focusing on his words. I see. You don't happen to have any leads? Naruto's eyes were not so distracted to neglect the fact that the server had just placed his order of ramen in front of him. Kuratsuchi stood up out of her chair and flashed another playful smile at him. Naruto would be lying if he said he didn't appreciate the sparkle in her rosy eyes. I don't believe I do, I'm afraid. Now, if you'll excuse me. She turned to leave. Naruto wanted to follow her. He told himself that such reasoning was because he wanted to know more about Aim's predicament, however he was horrible at convincing himself of anything other than the truth. Instead, rather than part with his delectable ramen, he tried to appeal to her. Perhaps you'd like to accompany me for a casual date then? Kuratsuchi's eyes flashed innocence as she tilted her head at him. Why, I thought we were already on one. The smile she gave him should have melted his bones away. It would have if she had made use of her lava release. At that point, he would have welcomed such a reaction. Maybe next time you'll be more aware of that fact. Goodbye, hero. With that, she was gone. Naruto looked back at the spot where she had departed and couldn't seem to wipe the large grin off his face. He ate his anticipated meal in silence and then asked the server where the nearest inn was. As Naruto was crossing the drowned street towards the small inn a few minutes later, he reflected on the gorgeous woman he just encountered as the heavy rain fell upon his strong frame. Naruto rarely talked like that, and it was slightly unsettling how he acted towards the Iwakunoichi. He was not ashamed of his words, but he was wary of them. Naruto remembered Kuratsuchi had appeared to look like a boy with her hair and figure 4 years ago, but today she was very much a woman in his eyes. Her features had filled in, and Naruto recalled she was wearing red nail polish. Her beyond shoulder-length haircut and her laughing salmon-colored eyes enthralled the young blonde. He liked the way she smirked and exchanged verbal sword-play with him. He wanted to speak with her more. During the war, he had seen her fight and knew a few basic details about her, but he knew even her grandfather better than her, and that fact perturbed him. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto barely recalled walking up to the innkeeper, paying for a room, and climbing up the stairs to reach his temporary lodging. He finally noticed he was standing in front of his room and swayed his head to shake away his daze. He stepped into his room and closed the door. The accommodation was furnished with a small coffee table, a hardwood desk and chair, a twin-size bed, a small restroom and a dresser. Naruto shook his somewhat damp hair and fished a scroll from his satchel before dropping it to the ground gently. He threw his cloak aside and sat down at the hardwood desk. Naruto opened the scroll, which was blank, and began writing a message to Kakashi. The scroll gave a general report of the last few days and spoke of small details concerning mundane yet meaningful events. In the last paragraph, Naruto mentioned his suspicions concerning Aim's status and how he would continue his investigations promptly. He also added the confrontation with Kuratsuchi and asked if the Hokage had known any information about her peculiar mission. He signed the scroll at the bottom and summoned a messenger toad to bring the message to Kakashi. After the toad vanished in a poof of white smoke, Naruto leaned back in his chair and pondered more about the beautiful young woman he had confronted that day. It was still midday, but Naruto felt surprisingly fatigued already. He rested his eyes for a moment and decided he would not mind seeing a certain pair of soft pink eyes again in the near future. The rain battered against the glass of the window and the dissonant noise disturbed the tranquil quality of the quiet room. Naruto awoke to the sound of the rain and he recalled falling asleep to it as well. It certainly does rain a lot around here, he thought as he took his bearings. Sometime during the night Naruto must have fallen onto his bed because he was currently sprawled upon it still garbed in his travel clothes. He sat up and examined the window next to his bed. It was colored silver by the fresh raindrops and was slightly paled by the late morning light. He was fairly certain he had slept for a whole 24 hours. He didn't know he had been so tired and chuckled inwardly at himself. After Naruto showered and was fully dressed, he went to the innkeeper at the front desk and paid to stay for a few extra days. The innkeeper looked up at him suspiciously. She was a frail old woman who seemed to be rather prudent in her methods. "You look oddly familiar, young man," she said as she peered up at him over her cloudy eyeglasses. Naruto rubbed the nape of his neck and smiled sheepishly. "Yeah, I get that a lot." Naruto lifted his hood up and covered his head to conceal himself from anyone else who might find him familiar. As he shuffled through the flooded streets, he pondered what should be the next step in his investigation. He needed to find some more intel about what was happening in AIM. He surmised he would most likely be not receiving any additional information from any of the high-leveled shinobi in the village concerning the events of yesterday morning. Perhaps he would have better luck with someone of a lower rank. Fortunately for him, he found his target a few minutes later, a lanky genin traversing through the streets alone. The genin seemed to have a lackadaisical attitude about him as he swung his arms about in a careless motion. Naruto trotted behind him, allowing his steps to be a little too loud in hope of the genin taking notice of him. The genin turned around and looked with conjecture at the blonde. As he got within an arm's reach of the lad, Naruto noticed the orange sash around the boy's left arm. Naruto's grin was massive and genuine at seeing his favorite color. He had changed his wardrobe to black to ensure his mission's security, but he had missed his old clothes greatly. He promised himself if he found a suitable article of clothing that was orange during his journey, he certainly wouldn't neglect the chance. "Good morning." The genin seemed to be slightly nervous at speaking to the tall blonde man in front of him, but he didn't seem to recognize who he was. Naruto had discarded his headband and left it back in Konoha, so unless a person recognized him outrightly, they would be unable to affiliate him with his village. Nevertheless, his strong features and impressive physique tended to intimidate people. The genin was no exception. "Good morning, citizen." The boy's greeting was laced with anxiety. Naruto tried his best to be polite, but he didn't want to dance around his investigation. "If you don't mind, I was wondering if you could help me? Has there been anything odd happening in this village lately?" The genin immediately began to shake and fidgeted with his fingers uncontrollably. "Oh, so you're a foreigner? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about." Small beads of sweat started to form around his pale face. Naruto blinked and quirked an eyebrow. He wasn't trying to frighten the poor boy. He simply wanted to obtain information. Naruto decided honesty might be the best approach with the young genin. He dropped his standard conduct and spoke with his much more preferred manner. "Look, I'm actually a very strong shinobi from Konoha." He kept his tone low. "I'm worried about the people of this village, and if you know anything about what is going on around here, then please tell me so I can help them." The genin seemed to calm down at Naruto's gentle words and looked around the immediate area. There was also a childish-like innocence in the blonde's blue eyes that resonated within the youth of the boy, something he hadn't seen from anyone before. "Okay, but not here." The genin looked down a closed-off alley. "Follow me." Naruto followed the young boy until they were safe from prying eyes and ears. The alley was dank and humid but drier than the street. Naruto leaned against one of the walls and gazed intently at the genin, waiting for his explanation. "Ever since our angel died years ago," he began, "we've had a lot of men come in and try to be our village leader. At first, we had a few of our jonin step up and try to lead, but many were too inexperienced to watch after an entire village. Finally, one of our strongest shinobi, Suji, decided to take over, and things were fine for a little while." The genin struggled to continue. We were just fine until he came along, a gang leader named Noritaka. He's far stronger than our leader and could have easily defeated him, but instead of just killing him, he's using him. He works behind the scenes and tells Tsuji what to do. If our leader doesn't listen, Noritaka says he will massacre the entire village. The genin clenched his fists and started to shake again in resentment. The worst thing is that he's perfectly capable of doing just that. His gang is massive and strong. He wants to build AIM up until it's strong enough to be a threat to even the shinobi union. For this reason, he's forced parents to make their children become ninja. I've never wanted to be a ninja. I don't like fighting, but he forced me to do it. If you disagree with him or don't do what he tells you, he gets rid of you. The genin started to weep. He's a murderer and a horrible man. I've even heard rumors about how he does even more terrible things to the civilians here. Worse things. Things he does in the night to women. Naruto felt a cold shudder run through his spine at the boy's words. This never would have happened if Lord Pain or God's angel were still around. Naruto sighed. He remembered Nagato and Konan as well and missed them greatly. He knew if they were still alive today, then they never would have let any of this happen. But they weren't here, he was. The genin straightened himself and tried to wipe his flushed, tear-stained face. I shouldn't be crying, but I don't understand. Our angel said that we would always be protected by Naruto Uzumaki, the man that freed Lord Pain. The same man that saved the world years ago. But he hasn't saved us. Why? He buried his head into his small hands. Naruto closed his eyes for a second and was contemplative. If he had known beforehand, then maybe he could have done something. No, that wasn't fair. It wasn't his fault horrible circumstances occurred to good people. The lack of acting purely based off ignorance couldn't be used to condemn a person. What really mattered was what a person did in the present. They couldn't change the past. It hurt a person to fix their eyes on the past for too long. So Naruto opened his eyes and stood upright. Tell me, have you ever seen Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto asked the boy. The genin lifted his eyes from his wet palms. No, I saw a picture once, but I don't really remember. His eyes widened when he gazed up into Naruto's ocean blue eyes. It may have been gray and stormy that day, but the genin always remembered seeing those eyes shine with brilliant radiance. In that moment, the boy realized the hero was here and he forgot his sense of hopelessness. The war hero had an interesting way of doing that to people. Naruto leaned over and put his hand on the boy's head. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, he announced with dynamism. I'm sorry it's taken so long. I promise I'll protect all of you. The young boy's eyes were filled with pure awe as Naruto made the strongest yet simplest declaration he had ever heard. Now where is this Noritaka? The boy was speechless for a few seconds, but he quickly summoned his wits. He lives in Lord Pain's old building, the tallest tower in the city. You should find him there. The genin was still slightly dazed by Naruto's demeanor. Naruto nodded and turned his back on the genin. He took a few steps forward and without looking back he gave his promise, I'll take care of it. With that, Naruto slowly marched down the alleyway. The genin stared at his back as he left. Something crossed the boy's mind as he saw the hero leave. It was not a careless thought nor an unrealistic one. The genin simply realized what a protector was. Many years later he would tell others about what he saw that day. He would say he saw a man who took responsibility and thought of others before himself. He would say he saw a hero. Noritaka was by no means a foolish man. He was proud to say he was as shrewd and as cunning as his late father had been. Those who had known his father well agreed with him because they knew if he was anything like him at all, then it was best to concede with the man. They also knew Noritaka's temper was as short as his height. Of course, it was wise to not mention that in his presence. His father had passed away 3 years ago due to a deadly virus. After that, Noritaka had become the gang leader. For some time, Noritaka's gang had moved and robbed like common bandits in the wilderness until they had stumbled upon AIM. At the time, the village's shinobi forces were small and weak, while their leader Tsuji was still unfamiliar with his new role. Noritaka took advantage of this and overwhelmed the young jonin. The man was by no means weak either, in fact he was quite sufficient in Kenjutsu and Earth Release. Unfortunately for Tsuji, Noritaka was better. Instead of simply killing Tsuji, however, after he had defeated him, Noritaka concluded to lead the village in the shadows. He told Tsuji what to do, but to an outside viewer it would appear Tsuji was making all of the decisions. Most of the citizens had quickly figured out Noritaka was behind all the village dilemmas, but they were dealt with if they spoke up. As a result, no one said a word about Noritaka on fear of death or worse. All of Noritaka's men were skilled fighters and greatly outnumbered the aim mean. Noritaka quickly put most of his men who were efficient enough with chakra into the aim shinobi ranks to make sure there were no uprisings. As a result, almost all the shinobi officers were Noritaka's subordinates. It was easier to control the masses that way and was a great start to reaching his goals. Noritaka's men were aware of his hobbies and usually didn't speak about it in front of him. He would take women from the village at night and bring them into his chambers. Sometimes the guards would have to clean up after their leader and would find some of the women dead. Even if they weren't dead, many times they begged to be. Noritaka's chambers were located high above the village in the tallest tower adjacent to Tsuji's dwelling for good measure. That morning Noritaka was greatly troubled and had been trying to eat his breakfast when one of his men entered the room. It was one of his officers and he bowed to Noritaka with great admiration. Noritaka looked up at him with irritation set in his beady eyes. He was a short and stocky man. He had tied his balding dark hair back in a short ponytail and was currently wearing a green kimono. "What is it?" he asked, annoyed. The officer stood up and kept his face as emotionless as possible. "We have located Naruto Uzumaki. He was seen leaving his inn earlier this morning. Unfortunately, we quickly lost sight of him and are unable to locate his current whereabouts." Noritaka threw a half-filled bowl of miso at the officer, who suddenly dodged it and winced away from his leader. "Are you fucking joking?" Noritaka roared. The officer was noticeably startled by his leader's actions. His usual sallow face was visibly red. "You said you located him, but then you lost him? If you don't know where he is now, then why even bother telling me, you piece of shit?" The officer quickly bowed to apologize, but he still had more news to give. "Please forgive me, Noritaka-sama," the officer begged, "but the Tsuchikage's granddaughter Kuratsuchi is here to see you again." Noritaka's demeanor instantly changed at that announcement. "Well, send her in." A large grin formed along his thick lips. The officer bowed one last time and left the room. Noritaka shifted in his seat and prepared himself mentally for his unexpected visitor. Despite his current good fortune, he had been on edge almost all yesterday. He received the report stating Naruto Uzumaki, the hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War, was temporarily residing in Amigakure. Noritaka had had enough to worry about when Kuratsuchi came to the village a week ago. Now he had to be cautious of one of the strongest men to ever live. Noritaka had no idea that by not sending reports to the Union, they would send Naruto Uzumaki and Kuratsuchi over. Was AIM really that big of a deal? He certainly didn't think so, but he had to remain calm. As long as he gave the Union what they wanted and he kept his existence as hidden as possible, he'd be fine. Of course, as soon as he heard the lovely Kuratsuchi was staying in his village, he had invited her up to his chambers. She had been stoic and stone cold to his advances, but he knew he would win in the end. She was strong, but Noritaka was positive he and his men could overpower her without suffering considerable losses. As long as Uzumaki didn't come into the picture and he kept Kuratsuchi close, he would thrive in the shadows. Kuratsuchi glided into the room as Noritaka was deep in thought. She stood in front of him wearing a long red dress underneath a black travel cloak. Her vibrant pink eyes stared coldly at him. He wanted so badly to see those eyes look at him with fear and submission. Soon, he told himself. Very soon. "Kuratsuchi, my dear!" he vociferated with a large oily grin as he stood up. She was easily a head taller than he was. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" I thought we already settled everything. She scowled. I ran into Naruto Uzumaki yesterday, she said with malice etched into her voice. Guess what he told me? Noritaka blinked and shrugged, hoping to feign ignorance. She didn't seem to care whether he knew or not. He said that you haven't been sending reports to Konoha either. She leaned forward so her eyes were level with his and gave him an intimidating glare. Why is that, Noritaka? He swallowed down a nervous lump in his throat and collected himself. When Kuratsuchi had entered the village a week ago, she had immediately began asking questions to all his officers. She proved herself to be an extremely audacious and intrusive kunoichi. It hadn't taken her long to find out Noritaka was the true leader of the village, and she had questioned his intentions and methods of leadership. He provided everything she demanded until she was supposedly satisfied. But she still didn't leave, and Noritaka was having a hard time wondering if that was a benefit to him or not. Now that Uzumaki was around, he felt it wasn't the former. Of course, that makes sense, doesn't it? He tried to etch a sincere and calm smile onto his features. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow. You're all part of the Shinobi Union, aren't you? I would only need to send one report to one of you and then you would all have it, correct? And the reason I wasn't sending any reports before was because you didn't think you had to, considering you're not actually part of the Shinobi Union? Yeah, I know. She crossed her arms and exhaled slowly. She still didn't seem satisfied. Precisely, replied Noritaka. So I'm having difficulty trying to see what the problem is? Noritaka feigned his best version of an innocent expression. Kuratsuchi felt embarrassed, and that furthered her ire. She hadn't analyzed any of that. The Shinobi Union was less than a year old, and it was easy to forget about their policies considering it was still relatively new. However, the fact that Noritaka knew about the regulations better than her when he claimed he wanted no part in it raised her suspicions. She didn't trust the man and had good reason to think so. She had heard the rumors about the missing women around the village. She had no direct proof yet, and until she found it, she wasn't leaving AIM anytime soon. Fine then. I'm still not done with you yet though, so you better not slither away behind my back, all right? Noritaka expressed a fulsome grin. Where would I go, my dear? Please, if you require anything else from me, don't hesitate to ask. Kuratsuchi gave a huff, rolled her eyes, and swiftly left the room without another word. Once she was gone, Noritaka exhaled with great potency. He felt like he was holding his breath the entire time he was under that intense coral-colored gaze. He wouldn't stand for such blatant defiance and disrespect. The Iwani needed to be taught proper discipline. Yes, she was easily a Kage-level shinobi, but he had ways to work around that. Noritaka called for one of his guards he knew was in the area. His guard knelt before him, silently waiting for his orders. Noritaka spoke with crisp composure. Our guest has overstayed her welcome. Get the 8 strongest together. I recommend you strike when she is resting. Do it tonight. I would like you to bring her back alive, but if you have to kill her. The guard bowed. He performed a shunshin out of the room and left Noritaka to his thoughts. He stood up and looked out one of his windows upon the rainy village below. He grinned at the prospect of controlling more than just the small village and couldn't wait to have a pleading Kuratsuchi in his hands. Naruto felt the rain drop upon his exposed skin as he maneuvered through the busy streets towards the tallest tower of the village. The rain around him was cool, but his blood felt hot. The information the genin had given Naruto was slowly enraging the blonde with every step he took. He thought he had already handled all the evil in the world. Many of his friends and allies had died trying to bring about this era of peace, and the fact that there were still monsters out there infuriated him. He was not about to let other people suffer, especially if there was something he could do to help. As he swiftly turned a street corner, Naruto saw a flash of red pass him and turned his head to examine it. The source of the vivid color also turned their head. Naruto and Kuratsuchi fastened their gazes to each other, and both pairs of eyes widened in bewilderment. Suddenly Naruto felt his rage subside when her rosy eyes bore into his. They both had stopped in motion, and for a few seconds there was nothing but the sound of the rain falling around them. Naruto noticed a hint of aggression in Kuratsuchi's expression, but he quickly deduced it wasn't directed at him. She must have just finished speaking with someone who really irritated her. Naruto wanted to say something similar to what he had said the day before, something witty or charming. She beat him to it. "Where are you going, Hiro?" she asked brusquely. Naruto was slightly startled by her straightforward question, but he also detected there was no bitterness in her tone. To the leader of this village, he replied. "I've got to talk to him." He didn't need to be secretive with her and wasn't proficient at doing so anyways. He wanted to speak with her more and greatly enjoyed her presence, but his sense of duty outweighed his feelings at that moment. He was about to turn around and head towards his destination when, to his astonishment, he felt a strong grip on his bandaged arm that held him back. He looked over at Kuratsuchi to analyze her expression. There was a trace of concern buried in her face, and any lingering thoughts of justice left his mind at the wondrous sight. Naruto could have easily freed himself from her grasp, but he certainly didn't want to not with a look like that. "Please don't go," she mumbled over the noise of water splashing around them. Naruto was speechless. Her eyes were downcast and he detected an odd emotion in them. Was she actually worried about him? She surely knew how strong he was and how he could take care of himself, so it couldn't be a question of prowess. Naruto was seriously confused. This was different from the confident and evasive woman that he had met yesterday. "Why?" he asked. Kuratsuchi squeezed his arm gently and she tried to not consider his eyes. She didn't want him to confront Noritaka. She knew that if the two met, Naruto would immediately apprehend the man and punish him for his transgressions. He could detect the evil intent in men, and it wouldn't be difficult for the blonde to see the corruption in Noritaka's heart. If he did all that without inexcusable proof, Noritaka would be able to squeak by and Naruto would have to suffer the political ramifications of his actions. For a man wanting to be the next Hokage, it was best his reputation remained positive. Of course, her logic was clearly flawed. The residents of AIM were acutely aware of Noritaka's habits and would have easily stood behind the war hero if such a situation called for it. But she didn't consider this in that moment. Her mind was too addled with other problems, other worries of shades and visions. The one other reason Kuratsuchi didn't want Naruto to run in there was because of her sense of responsibility. She knew he could take care of himself, but Noritaka's gang was massive and were extremely unfair in their fighting styles. Despite her better reasoning, Kuratsuchi was in fact worried about him. She couldn't say that though. She cleared her throat and attempted to think of a tactic to distract him just for tonight. Her face heated up at the idea that crossed her mind, but she was certain it would work. "Because I would like you to accompany me for dinner," she finally said. She couldn't dissipate the obvious blush showing on her face. Naruto had been surprised a lot in these last few moments, but the amazement evident in his eyes was far greater this time around. He was so shocked by the declaration that he said nothing for several seconds. He forgot all about his recent mission in that moment. Kuratsuchi released her grip on his arm and looked uncomfortable at his silence. This action broke him out of his stupor. "Of course," he answered. Why in the world was he agreeing to such a horribly timed date? Many years later, Naruto would look back in reflection at this meeting where he learned something rather miraculous about females. When they wanted something bad enough, they typically got their way. The blonde needed to save the village, but a beautiful woman was requesting his company. He blinked. Where would you like to go?" Kuratsuchi looked across the street at a ramen stand and she pointed to it. "What about there?" She saw a wide grin form around Naruto's face. Maybe one quick meal couldn't hurt, he thought. He nodded happily and the two shinobi strolled side by side to the small stand. They passed under the stand's banners and took their seats at the counter. After announcing their orders to the ramen chef, he retreated to the back and they were left alone. Naruto was still slightly dazed by Kuratsuchi's invitation to dinner and was having trouble deciding what to say to her. He looked over at her with the corner of his eye. She was looking straight ahead and appeared to be unsettled about their current situation. Naruto was unsure about her intentions and he didn't like the sense of uneasiness growing between the two of them with every passing second. He cleared his throat loudly to get her attention. Kuratsuchi gazed at him inquisitively. "How's your grandfather?" he asked. He wasn't an expert at small talk, so he tried to ask about things he was genuinely interested in. He liked Inoki and hadn't seen the old man in a few years. His question was sincere even if it was relatively trivial. Kuratsuchi didn't seem to be bothered by his poor attempt to start a conversation. "His back is still awful, but he's as strong as ever. That old man isn't going to die anytime soon." Naruto observed the amused glint in her eye when she spoke about the sandaime Tsuchikage. He liked talking about loved ones with other people in a positive manner. It was something he could easily relate with. She kept her gaze fixed on him. "How's that Hokage of yours doing?" Naruto grinned happily at the thought of his sensei. "He's great. Super busy but still very healthy. Konoha is fantastic and they're really enjoying the peacetime. The shinobi union has been really helping the economy now that all of the shinobi are working together." Kuratsuchi nodded and looked up at the chef who had set down the 2 orders of ramen in front of them. They thanked the chef, said grace, and began to eat their dinner. They ate in relative silence for some time with a few questions and answers strewn about between the two of them. "How did you know that I had a deep love for ramen?" Naruto asked after the conversation ebbed into a more carefree tone. Despite his enjoyment over the pleasant meal, the apparent danger of the village was still in the back of his mind. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened a tad at the question, but then a gleeful smile formed around her delicate lips. "I didn't. It was just a rough guess." Plus, a twinkle shined through her rosy eyes. "I like it too." This was a woman after his own heart. After the discussion reached the surface, Naruto began to realize he loved the way Kuratsuchi would speak her mind on occasion without thinking. It reminded him of himself sometimes. That trait had been especially problematic for him at a younger age, but it was one of the things people admired about him. After their bowls were emptied and the ramen chef was paid, the 2 shinobi left the ramen stand. Naruto looked around the rainy environment and noticed it was already past dusk. He was losing time, there were lives on the line. But his selfishness, not an eccentricity he particularly considered, stopped him when Kuratsuchi gave him a small smile. He decided on handling Noritaka after escorting Kuratsuchi back to her quarters. She had agreed to his proposal and the two of them set a slow pace towards her inn. Along the way, Naruto turned his head and looked at her. He felt like he still barely knew her, and that bothered him. Their conversations had been simple and light, and he wanted to change that. With the sound of their feet splashing into puddles and the muddied water forming around them, Naruto asked, "Why do you want to be the Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi?" She didn't seem to be startled by the question, but she did take some time to respond. Eventually, her eyes glazed over. "I remember what you told Obito Uchiha during the war, along with every other member of the Shinobi Alliance, about how Hokage is not only the strongest shinobi in the village, but also the one who cares the most. They are the one who is willing to go with their comrades into the unknown." I realized then that was what I wanted to be too. She looked up at him and a sincere warm smile enveloped her face. "Basically, you inspired me, Naruto." Naruto felt the impact of that smile and it was mesmerizing. "I'm glad," he remarked. "That's a wonderful reason. I think you're going to make a great Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi." Kuratsuchi turned her face away from him, hoping to hide her creeping blush. She thanked him as they reached the entrance to the inn she was staying at. She gazed up at him once again and bowed slightly. "Thanks for accompanying me to dinner and escorting me here." She kept her tone polite but didn't see a need to cover up her gratitude for his company. She had forgotten all about her initial reason for inviting him. Naruto grinned. "You're welcome, Kuratsuchi. Let me know if you need me for anything else. Have a good night." He made his way down the road and waved to her. Kuratsuchi gave a small wave back as she retired for the night. Night hero. Naruto had a large smile on his face as he stepped through the rain. His mood was bouncy and he felt exuberant. He was in such an elated state that he almost didn't notice a small dog on the side of the street. The messenger dog barked at Naruto and he looked down to realize it was one of Kakashi's summons. There was a small scroll in its mouth, and after he reached down and took the scroll, the dog vanished in a cloud of smoke. Naruto found a nearby awning to read without getting the scroll wet and opened the message to read its contents. Dear Naruto, your report seems pretty standard and I appreciate the information. Keep up the good work. I'm glad to hear that you made it to Amigakure. The intelligence you provided about your suspicions regarding the village should be further investigated. As for the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, I had no idea she was on a similar mission. The Union failed to enlighten me on that fact. They also should have told me they already sent Kuratsuchi to investigate AIM. Sorry about that. We're still trying to perfect our communication methods. Apparently Inoki is just as shrewd and calculating as you would expect him to be. I had been hoping I was the only one to suggest a great plan, but I guess that old man thought of the same thing. Originality isn't my strong suit, I guess. Report back when you can. Sincerely, Kakashi Hatake. Rokudaime Hokage. Naruto smiled at the Hokage's professional yet personal writing. After he was finished reading, he put the scroll into his satchel. He was about to head back to his inn when he felt something odd. He detected a presence above him. He concealed himself underneath the awning and waited for the person to move. It seemed they didn't know he was there and moved over to the building next to him. Naruto silently jumped up to the top of the building and hid behind some wooden crates. Crouching a few feet in front of him was a masked shinobi covered all in black. They had a wireless radio attached to their ear and were speaking to someone over it. Naruto listened in on their conversation. The target has been dropped off, the shinobi stated over the radio. The Konoha nin walked her back to the inn. He's gone now. She has retired to her bedroom. Once she has fallen asleep, we will proceed with the plan. Naruto narrowed his eyes and balled his fists. It was clear who they were after and he wasn't going to let their mission be successful. He noticed the AIM symbol on the shinobi's headband. Naruto needed to locate the other shinobi that were surely in the vicinity. He sat down and tried not to move. He let the cool rain douse him as he felt the natural energy pass and circulate throughout the air. Even in this urban area there was plenty to work with. After less than a minute of not moving, Naruto opened his yellow eyes to reveal the toad-like irises underneath. He hastily detected there were 7 more shinobi around the area. Each were scattered in different locations but were still relatively close to him. He quietly created 7 clones, masking their presence with careful precision. He gave each one a minute amount of chakra. He was confident it wouldn't take much. The clones swiftly dispersed off to their respective targets. Once the clones were in position behind each of their targets among the surrounding buildings, they waited for the original Naruto to give the mental order. With the beat of falling rain there to keep his head level, Naruto concentrated and gave the order. Regrettably, one of the clones hit a small can when approaching its target and alerted the nearby shinobi. The AIM nin yelled over their radio and the assassins were alarmed by the clone's presence. The shinobi near the original Naruto quickly turned around only to see a small Rasengan being pushed into his chest. The AIM nin fell off the side of the building completely incapacitated. Naruto felt 4 of his clones' memories hit him consecutively. Those 4 had managed to knock out their targets while the other 3 were having trouble. Naruto performed a shunshin over to the nearest one and saw his clone sparring with one of the assassins. Naruto had trained his clones to be far sturdier than they were in the past. They could take a punch or two despite his careful fabrication of the last ones and were proven to be great replicas of the original. The clone distracted the AIM nin long enough for the original Naruto to throw a nature-enhanced punch into his skull. The shinobi flew into a pile of wooden crates and slipped into an unconscious state. Naruto suddenly felt the memories of the other 2 clones hit him and he turned his back to find the last 2 AIM shinobi standing behind him. Of course he had already sensed them. Perhaps he thought to himself he should have applied more chakra to his clones. Well, it's not like he was in trouble after all. These guys were not to be underestimated, but his confidence was having a hard time staying still. Naruto ran through the different scenarios and tactics he could use on the two of them, but before he could execute any of them, both shinobi fell to the ground dead with a kunai lodged into each of the opponent's necks. He looked over to gaze upon a soaked Kuratsuchi dressed in an ornate red nightgown. "You make way too much noise, hero," she chided with playful intent. She motioned to her wet nightwear. "Also, you owe me a new nightgown." Naruto shook his head in disbelief and began to laugh. He should have been questioning how he hadn't even noticed her, but instead he was enamored by that smirk she was displaying. This girl was something else, he mused as he reflected on the cheerful glint in Kuratsuchi's pink eyes. The rain cleaved through the silky night. The water, painted sable by the darkness, splashed against the quiet village. The civilians were used to such weather and had grown accustomed to the sound of water trickling on their home, washing away what it could. Rain was all they had ever known, and they loved and loathed its existence equally. Their leaders were either wondrous deities or despicable tyrants, and they only prayed that when a new one appeared from the rain, they would be the former. The people of Amagakure could only hope for peace and had decided long ago they would take whatever was given to them. They had deemed the reality of their situation was better to cope with than change, hoping to accept the false peace over the real thing. On a particular night that would later decide the foreseeable future of AIM, 2 foreign shinobi were on a mission to change that very dynamic. "Wow, you really messed this guy up," Kuratsuchi commented as they observed the giant spiral wound in the AIM nin's abdomen. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. He thought he had done a sufficient job holding back, but he still left the shinobi severely injured. Thankfully, he was still alive. Kuratsuchi crouched down and pulled off the shinobi's mask to reveal a man's visage. Kuratsuchi splashed a can full of rainwater on the unconscious man's face. He sputtered and groaned out of his stupor. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked up to see a pair of fiery pink eyes glaring down at him. He opened his mouth to yell, but Kuratsuchi covered it with her hand and spoke with a chilling inflection. "If the next words out of your mouth aren't about the name and location of the one who sent you, I'm going to reach down into that wound and tear out your fucking intestines." The man widened his dark eyes in bewilderment. Naruto also appeared to be baffled by Kuratsuchi's intimidation methods. The AIM nin was trembling with extreme fear and began to stutter uncontrollably. Sorry. And Noritaka. He sent me." "Thought so," Kuratsuchi said nonchalantly as she stood up and turned her back to the man. Naruto raised an eyebrow in her direction and she looked up at him coolly. "Let's go, hero." As the kunoichi ventured farther out, Naruto paused and looked over at the man. He was still shaking and whimpering. With pity for him, Naruto concluded he was no longer a threat and followed after the retreating form of Kuratsuchi. Shoko's family had lived in Amagakure for generations. There had been numerous leaders who had made various promises throughout the years about how they would change the quality of the village. It was always the same thing, just more empty promises. The angel and Lord Pain had gotten closer than anyone else. Tsuji was a great and compassionate leader, but he was never allowed to thrive. Noritaka had come and changed that. Shoko was used to it by now. Misfortune was as constant in the village as the rain was. Shoko hated the rain. She wanted to know what the sun felt like again. Sunshine in AIM was extremely rare. It seemed that the occurrence of sunshine was parallel with the presence of a good leader. It was just another disappointment. Shoko's husband had passed away over a year ago due to a virus, so now it was only her and her daughter. Her daughter Megumi was a beautiful and kind young lady. The sheer amount of suitors Shoko had to manage on a daily basis were baffling. Shoko loved Megumi. She knew that no matter who the leader was or what horrible atrocities occurred in the world, as long as Megumi was with her, Shoko could endure. Shoko had never wanted any of this to happen. She had only done what she thought was right. The shinobi had come to her house that night and told her Noritaka, their great village leader, required her daughter. Shoko had pleaded against it and begged them to reconsider. In the end, the only way they would be appeased was if someone took her daughter's place. So she agreed to go with them to Noritaka if they left Megumi unharmed. She had never been more reluctant. The two guards practically dragged her through the flooded streets. The rain doused Shoko's hair and she wanted to scream because of her unfortunate circumstances. She only wanted to be with Megumi and not in the rain. The rain only seemed to bring suffering and misery. Shoko had heard the saying around the village that stated the rain cleansed all the pain and worry people had, but she didn't believe that. Her past had never attested to that, and it certainly didn't now. Rain didn't clean anything, it was only a symbol for the sorrow. It had rained when her husband died, it rained when her parents died, it was raining now, it was raining in her heart, it was always raining in Shoko's life. She wondered what the sun would bring if she could see it. It must have been better than this. When they were only a block from the tower, one of the shinobi carrying Shoko looked at the other with lecherous intent in his eye. Should we warm her up before we give her to him? The Aimnin asked his partner with a sickening grin. The other ninja mirrored his grin and agreed. Shoko felt fear grip her soul and chill her conscience. The shinobi pushed her against a wall and she yelped sharply from the pain. The man slapped her and began ripping off her dress. The rain descended upon her exposed skin and the shinobi held down her legs while the other one began undoing his pants. She wanted to fight back and struggle, but she didn't see the point anymore. Bad events always happened in her life, it was just how life was. Shoko looked straight above her as the rain tried to make her forget. The rain kept falling. Suddenly a giant blue ball of spinning chakra flew straight into the Aimnin standing up and he was immediately thrown several meters away into the opposite wall. A large cavity was formed in the concrete from the strong impact. The other shinobi who was crouched holding down Shoko's legs jumped up in a startled manner. He grabbed a kunai from his pouch and positioned himself into a combat stance. He couldn't see the attacker. He looked around his location with a panicked expression, his eyes darting back and forth with desperation. For a few moments there was nothing. Then in one swift moment a tall figure charged the man and incapacitated him with a solid punch to the jaw. Shoko fell into a seated position with her back against the wall and looked up to witness her liberator. Shoko's eyes widened at the sight of an extremely attractive blonde man she immediately recognized. The war hero Naruto Uzumaki smiled down at her with his messy wet hair hanging loosely across his brow. He reached out his hand and she grabbed it with disbelief. He pulled her up to a standing position and she wondered why she didn't feel the rain anymore. It was still falling, she was certain of that, but she seemed to have forgotten about it. Naruto asked if she was all right and she simply nodded. Shoko heard a feminine voice call from the end of the street and Naruto looked over in that direction. Shoko saw a dark-haired woman gesturing for him to hurry up. He smiled sheepishly at Shoko. Sorry about that. I got to go. Take care. He disappeared into the curtain of the night. Shoko stood and stared into the rain for quite some time. The rain kept falling and she decided it wasn't that bad after all. The hero had barely spoken to her, but just his mere presence had given her the sunshine she had always craved. She had always thought the rain was her enemy and that no good ever came from it, but at that moment Shoko realized the rain had its own redeeming qualities. Maybe she could learn to enjoy it. Sunshine was overrated anyways. Noritaka was growing impatient. Where was his woman? He had asked for the gorgeous young woman who lived with her mother earlier that day and had been waiting for what seemed like hours. Noritaka wanted to let out all of his recent pent-up frustration and now there was nothing to release it out on. He grabbed his katana and marched down the hall adjacent to his room. Noritaka banged against the door at the end of the hall. A tall, broad-shouldered young man opened the door and looked down at Noritaka. The amount of contempt in the young man's eyes was palpable. Noritaka frowned and pushed the man back farther into the room. Suji! Noritaka yelled. Spar with me! Without saying anything, Suji stepped over to a small chest and took out his sword from it. He then nodded to Noritaka and left the room. Noritaka made a disgruntled noise with his mouth and followed after the young man. They traveled a few floors down via a wooden staircase until they came to a large room inlaid with tatami mats. Tsuji stood in place on the far side of the room and took his fighting stance without a single word to his opponent. He raised his sword in front of him and appeared to be calm. Noritaka growled and took his unique fighting stance where he held the blade of the katana parallel to his face with the sharp edge aimed upwards. Before either man moved, Tsuji was already infusing earth-natured chakra into his sword, making it more durable. Once he had a suitable amount of chakra in his blade, Tsuji dashed forward and swung his sword for Noritaka's chest. Noritaka parried the attack and launched his fist heavily into Tsuji's stomach. Tsuji backed away wincing and Noritaka jumped towards him swinging at his feet. Tsuji attempted to dodge the attack, but the front of his legs were slashed, albeit not deeply. Tsuji felt the stinging pain in his legs and tried to ignore it. Before Tsuji could move, Noritaka moved behind him with extreme speed and cut into his opponent's back. Tsuji fell to the mats with his back bleeding profusely and Noritaka stood over him with a disappointed expression. "That was quicker than last time," Tsuji, Noritaka said languidly. "The gap is getting larger between us, it seems." Tsuji loathed the smile that formed on Noritaka's lips. Tragic. Noritaka sheathed his sword and tied it to his waist. He stepped away from his defeated opponent and headed for the direction of the exit. Before Noritaka exited the room, a large shockwave reverberated throughout the building and caused the small man to fall to his knees. Noritaka looked around incredulously and pondered where the source of such an explosion came from. With Tsuji completely forgotten, Noritaka left the room and went back to the long flight of wooden stairs. He peered down to see if there was any evidence of what was causing the sudden commotion in his tower. He saw one of his guards running desperately up the stairs, and when he saw Noritaka, a wave of relief crossed over his features. "Noritaka-sama," the guard shouted from below, "we have intruders." Noritaka frowned and called down to him. "Who are they?" The guard's frightened eyes made Noritaka uneasy, his voice dropping. "Our two guests." All of a sudden the stairs started to creak and snap as another shockwave far stronger than the earlier one vibrated through the wood. Vital stress points were broken in the stairs and the entire construct began to fall apart. Noritaka infused chakra into his feet and hands and hung to the concrete wall as the wooden stairs were destroyed. The guard he had been conversing with was not so lucky. A wooden beam had struck his head and dazed him enough to fall with the rubble around him. After the stairs were reduced to a messy pile of wood and the dust settled, Noritaka climbed up to the entryway he had entered from only moments ago. He glanced down at the wooden pile hundreds of feet below. There was a protracted, eerie moment of cracking wood and jumbled debris rising from the destruction below. Noritaka's beady eyes scanned the wreckage for the cause of such misfortune. His expression of scrutiny turned into sheer terror when a flash of yellow appeared out of thin air before him. In a split second, Noritaka was able to discern the flash as a large, powerful figure. The second after he recalled seeing his adversary's eyes, they were blue. The figure was suspended in the air for a moment and quickly swung his leg directly into Noritaka's neck with such extreme force that the small man was sent flying off into the room behind him, breaking into several solid walls. Naruto dropped onto the ledge and stepped into the room. He noticed the bleeding form of an Aimeen next to him and walked over to investigate him. Naruto asked Kurama to give the poor man some chakra to heal him and the tailed beast obliged. As the red chakra began to heal Tsuji, Naruto turned his attention to the giant hole in the wall on the far side of the room. Naruto stood in place until he saw Noritaka emerge from the rubble. The small man was covered in scrapes and bruises. He coughed when he came into view. Noritaka glowered at Naruto and reached for his katana that was still sheathed and strapped to his side. He drew the blade and took his stance. Naruto stared at him with stoic composure. Noritaka grinded his teeth in fury. "I don't care how strong you are, Uzumaki. I'll fucking key." Noritaka had never witnessed such speed before when it practically seemed that the blonde shinobi several meters in front of him had teleported to only a meter to his right. Noritaka was unable to finish his sentence because his enemy had thrown a punch into his cheek and he was once again flown across the room and into the contiguous wall. He fell to the ground in a heap and struggled to get to his feet. Naruto stood with the same stoic expression and spoke to the man. A great fighter should acknowledge his opponent's strength, Naruto stated simply. Noritaka clenched his fists and finally rose to his feet. You think you're just the shit, don't you? This is my village and... No. Naruto's interjection was strong and tenacious. This is not your village to control. It never was. You're no leader. You've never shown any reason to deserve that title. Noritaka was shaking with anger. And you know what a leader is, Uzumaki? He asked with venom in his voice. Naruto nodded and tilted his head slightly. Yes, not because I am one, but because of the great ones I've seen. Naruto smirked gently and lowered his eyelids. A leader shows compassion and continually works for those he leads. He paves the road for them to walk on and ventures out on that road with them. Naruto frowned and pointed an accusing finger at Noritaka. You're not a leader. You're scum. Noritaka felt like his teeth would break from how much pressure he was forcing upon them. He screamed in fury and ran towards Naruto. The blonde remained still as his opponent forgot himself. Noritaka yelled, "You're fucking dead, you piece!" When he was a few feet from him, a flash of red rushed at him and threw him to the ground. Kuratsuchi stood over Noritaka with a kunai, and the pale man stared with raised eyebrows at her. She looked at him with disgust. "Shut the hell up," she uttered. In one motion she sliced into Noritaka's throat and silenced him forever. Naruto looked at her inquisitively and Kuratsuchi shrugged at him as she stood up from her opponent's corpse. "Sorry, I took so long," she said with no actual apologetic tone in her voice whatsoever. He really did have an army. She observed the 2 giant holes in the surrounding walls and smirked sardonically at Naruto. "I'm surprised you didn't kill him in one hit." Her rosy eyes glistened in the dim lighting. "I know you could have." Naruto gave her a wry smile. "I didn't want to kill him." He didn't say anything else and made his way to a healing Tsuji. Naruto nodded to him with concern lacing his countenance. "You okay?" Tsuji sat up and bowed slightly to Naruto. "Thank you. I wish I could have taken care of him myself, but I wasn't str." Naruto cut him off, shaking his head. "Didn't you hear what I just told him? Strength has nothing to do with it." Tsuji looked at Naruto with awe. "Just pave the way." Naruto handed him a scroll and gestured to Kuratsuchi. She acknowledged him and they quickly vanished from the room in 2 separate clouds of smoke. Tsuji looked down at the scroll in his hand and opened it. It was a formal invitation to join the Shinobi Union. Tsuji lowered the scroll and thought about what Naruto told him. He knew the war hero was right and he felt his determination grow with every passing second. He would be a great leader for Amigakure and would help the citizens rebuild what they had lost. Tsuji saw light that day when he met Naruto Uzumaki and he was not going to ignore it. "I'm glad I can finally leave this reign," Kuratsuchi exclaimed as the 2 shinobi marched across the large lake that surrounded AIM. Naruto halted in place. Ripples formed gently from where he stood and intermingled with the wrinkles caused by the many raindrops around them. "I'm going to Sunagakure." Naruto made his declaration while directly facing Kuratsuchi. He couldn't ask her to come with him. But he wanted her to. He wanted to say many things to her, but the more he thought about what he was going to say, the more he found opportunities to be rejected. Despite all of this, he still enjoyed being around her. Kuratsuchi sighed and didn't look him in the eye. "I'm going to Tetsu no Kuni." They sensed the tense atmosphere then and neither party knew how to handle it. "I need to go to Union headquarters." She gazed at Naruto from the corner of her eye. He was staring at her with a somber expression. Her heart sank slightly at seeing him make that face. She didn't want to leave him either. She took a deep breath and decided to give in. "But I think we should meet up later." She could feel her face get hot at her suggestion. Naruto's eyes filled with hope and he grinned cheerfully. "I'll see you in 3 weeks then?" Kuratsuchi nodded and imitated his grin. Okay, I'll meet you in Kusagakure. She turned north, but before she took another step, she looked back at him. Take care, hero. With that, they went their separate ways. As Naruto made his way southwest, he wondered if he would miss the rain. It had a certain charm about it that spoke of tranquility and life's abundant nature, but without Kuratsuchi it lacked something somehow. Naruto tried to pinpoint what exactly that something was. It might have been her strong and unfaltering attitude that made the rain more dynamic. Or it could have been the way her smile flashed with the rain droplets. He was not really sure, but he definitely knew it was better when she was around. The sun would be out when Naruto would leave the country, and he surmised even that might not be as grand without her. Blankets of snow covered the fir trees, and the small path was only made apparent by the subtle gaps between them. The hazy cloudy sky hung over the world, tenderly promising that more snow would come despite the fact that it was considered summer in most parts of the world. She marveled in the beauty surrounding her. She would frequently stop to hear the natural silence of the snow-covered environment, even though she had been in a rush most of the last few days. When she did that, it seemed that time stopped and she was able to fully cherish the moment she had been given. She felt alone in that moment, but it was a more solitary moment than destitute. She was not a person that minded being a part of solitude as long as the intervals were not too long. Her feet crunched into the snow with every step she took as she began to climb up a small incline. The horizon was blocked by the hill and she was unable to physically tell what was on the other side. However, because she was familiar with the path, she did actually have an inkling of what was beyond the incline. When she had reached the apex of the hill, she smiled down on the recognizable sight before her. The giant overhanging mountains known as the Three Wolves stood fiercely in the bleak environment. Kuratsuchi had been traveling for roughly 3 days now since she had last left Amigakure. She had entered Tetsu no Kuni earlier that day and had arrived a day early. The monthly shinobi union meeting was scheduled to begin tomorrow, and she had trouble trying to pinpoint why she had rushed her way here. It certainly was not for worry of being late to the meeting, so what was it? Why did she have an anxious feeling gnawing at her the entire journey? There were times when she was completely uncertain, but then there were other instances, moments right before she drifted off to sleep for the night, where she had seen glimpses of ocean blue shades, golden sunsets, and warm smiles. She often directly thought of the blonde shinobi she had left back in AIM. She had to admit he was a man of good character and was certainly strong. Kuratsuchi would be lying if she said she was not attracted to the man. A true man knew what to do and did it accordingly. Naruto Uzumaki was a man, and that thought enticed her. Kuratsuchi was not a teenager anymore and knew she had to do something about her feelings for the blonde, but she was not really certain of what to do. She was hesitant of making the first move despite her audacious personality. Even if she did something, how would he respond? Would he be interested? The man could probably have any girl he wanted, but she was fairly certain he was currently single. Still, it was not wise to assume too much. She decided she would ask him next time they met. In spite of all these thoughts, she knew one of them was certain: she yearned to see Naruto again. As she neared the entrance, her gaze drifted to the setting sun. It was just able to peek out between the clouds as it vanished beneath the horizon. The clouds surrounding it were thin enough to change from a lifeless gray to a mixture of pinks and golds. Kuratsuchi stopped for a moment to fully appreciate the beauty of the sunset she was witnessing. Tetsu no Kuni was not known for its beautiful sunsets, but Kuratsuchi concluded that anywhere was surely capable of such beauty. Lately, Kuratsuchi reflected on the fact that whenever she saw the refinement of the world, it was lacking something. Perhaps not the beauty itself, but the experience of it. The fact that she was viewing it alone, and the realization that it could be so much better if someone was there to appreciate it with her. But not just anybody, no, it had to be someone truly special, someone that understood it like she did. She wanted a partner to enjoy truth and beauty with her. The kunoichi sighed and surmised that she would have what she craved eventually. She faced the entrance to the headquarters that had been built into one of the 3 mountains. 2 samurai guards dressed in their silvery metallic armor recognized her and stood in formation. They gestured formally to her and allowed her to pass silently. She opened the tall wooden doors herself with apparent ease and stepped in. A large recognizable foyer opened up before Kuratsuchi, and she made her way through it, passing more stationary samurai along the way. Finally, Kuratsuchi entered a medium-sized room with a thick round table stationed in the center. Sitting at the opposite side of the table was the head representative and chief organizer of the Shinobi Union, Shikamaru Nara. The reserved man was the only one present in the room and had a glass of water situated on the table next to him. He appeared to be taking a nap when Kuratsuchi walked in, but he quickly opened his eyes when he detected her presence. Kuratsuchi smirked at him and maintained eye contact when his eyes opened. Shikamaru stared at her blankly. "You're early," he said. Kuratsuchi withheld a sarcastic reply and took her seat across from him. She nodded politely and scanned the room. "I'm the only one who is, I take it?" Her question lingered for a soft moment in the air as Shikamaru closed his eyes once again. "Yep, Chojuro should be here tonight. Temari is finishing up a mission and will be here tomorrow. Mifune is naturally here in the building, but I believe he is resting and I have no idea where Omoi is." A small smirk formed on his lips for a second. "Of course, I never really do." Shikamaru appeared to be perturbed by his explanation and laid his head back. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes and pondered how a man could appear to be so lazy. She knew that most of the time it was kind of an act he put on, especially now that he was older and wiser. She enjoyed seeing his mask break when someone mentioned something of great interest to him. His eyes would dart to the source and would widen ever so slightly. His posture would straighten and his attention would focus on that specific person. Kuratsuchi was aware of when it was all happening and could detect the subtle intricacies within a scant second. She opened her mouth and said the name that always broke the mask. "I ran into Naruto Uzumaki in AIM," she announced with a sly smile creasing her lips. Just as she predicted, Shikamaru's attention was directed upon her instantly. He did not ask any questions because they both knew she was going to continue without them. Still, the temptation of making him squirm almost made her relent. "He's fine. We eliminated the problem in AIM. I'll give you the full report tomorrow." Based on Shikamaru's delicate eye movements, Kuratsuchi realized the Konoha Nin did not really care about any of that. She sighed and kept her smirk. "He left for Suna. He probably wants to meet with the Kazekage." At that moment, Kuratsuchi remembered an important fact. He gave a scroll to the leader of AIM that invited their village to the Union. Her eyes narrowed slightly in thought. How did he get that? Shikamaru folded his arms behind his head and leaned back in his chair. "No idea. The Hokage probably gave him those invitations without my knowledge. It doesn't matter, I was going to invite AIM to the Union anyways." He shrugged with reserved amusement present in his expression. "Naruto simply saved us some time." Without fully realizing it, Kuratsuchi had a small wistful smile on her lips when she thought of the blonde hero. Shikamaru noticed it out of the corner of his eye. "We can talk more about this at the meeting tomorrow," he said, closing his eyes again. "Your usual chambers are already prepared for you. See you tomorrow." Kuratsuchi knew there was nothing left to say, so she silently left her seat and made her way to her prepared room. Her room was a few levels above the meeting room and she had to maneuver through more motionless samurai and twisty corridors to get to it. When she opened the door to her chambers, she walked inside and stopped in front of the giant window on the opposite side of the room. She took a moment to stare out upon the white landscape through her glass portal. Downy flakes started to fall before her eyes and settle against the crystal window. The dark, quiet night had come and the gentle snow with it. For a soft second, Kuratsuchi noticed a break in the clouds and the pale light of a single cold star shone through. She smiled at the star's beauty before it was once again enveloped by the clouds. Kuratsuchi wondered what Naruto was thinking at that moment and what environment he was presently located. Whenever she thought of the blonde, her thoughts turned to colorful images of emotion and memory. She painted these images on the stark canvas the current snowy landscape presented to her, and she marveled at the beautiful picture she created. Kuratsuchi was fixated on the blonde, and she was sure it correlated with the loneliness in her heart. Loneliness was not an exclusive feeling, thus she knew she was not special for having it, but she still pondered the elements of it. Loneliness was not the only emotion she mulled over. She also wondered about love. If what she felt for Naruto was love, then was merely asking him about it the right course of action? She was not the first woman to ask such a question, she was aware of that much, but it was still difficult to answer. After thinking about it when she rested her head on her pillow for a few moments, she concluded it was probably difficult for a reason and she should worry about it later. On that note, she decided to drift away and rest her weary body. As the snow traveled its weighty course outside the window and Kuratsuchi closed her alluring eyes, she hoped a certain smile would appear again in her dreams. The desert wind did not bring the cool air Naruto desperately craved. Instead, it brought more unwelcome heat, and he realized why the summers of Kaze no Kuni were considered extremely dangerous. If it was not for Isabu's chakra constantly creating water for him and circulating the same chakra through Naruto's body, then he would have been dehydrated long ago. Even though it was setting in the horizon, the sun still burned savagely on his hooded figure as he stepped through the yellow sand dunes. He had been traveling through the desert sands for 3 days already, and he knew he would probably reach Sumigakure later that evening. He had initially thought of moving during the night and sleeping through the days, but because of Isabu's chakra and the fact that there were more hours in the day during this time of year, he had decided against it. He also wanted to reach Suna as soon as possible. Despite the grueling heat, Naruto still relished the current beauty surrounding him. His warm smile accentuated his ocean blue eyes as they observed the golden sunset ahead of him with the feeling of the smooth texture of the sand in the exposed openings of his sandals. Naruto had been marching along the major trade route between Aim and Suna, so he would occasionally pass by fellow travelers, merchants and caravans daily. Naruto had noticed fairly quickly that none of these people traveled alone due to the heat. Because of this, most of the other migrants either exchanged shocked glances in his direction or directly questioned him. The latter method usually resulted in awkward answers or unwanted attention from his revealed identity. The thought of seeing the Kazekage drove him to take one step after another and made him ignore the excessive heat. Naruto had endured years of rigorous training, but journeying through the sinking sands and the intense heat of the desert greatly humbled him. While the trek was arduous, it was by no means the most onerous activity Naruto had ever undertaken. His conclusion was it would be considered unwise to underestimate the elements regardless of his vast strength. He wondered how Gaara did it. Naruto smiled at the thought of his great friend. It had been a couple years since he last saw the redhead due to the busy schedule of being a Kage. Gaara had always been there for him in the past and he was anxious to see him again. Gaara frequently told Naruto he had saved the redhead from his own demise and he was his first true friend. Naruto would tell him he did nothing out of the ordinary, which was a true statement. Gaara always liked that answer. Despite Naruto's excitement to see his old friend, there had been another figure on Naruto's mind of late. Naruto's thoughts the past few days lingered affectionately on the kunoichi he had encountered. He yearned for her smile, her eyes, her tone, her very presence. He enjoyed the fiery spirit she had within her and he wanted to stir the fire more. Her rosy eyes and pale skin caressed his dreams and kissed his soul when he laid down in the soft inky sand. Naruto was no fool. He knew why he thought these ideas and he wanted them to grow. He wanted his hope to move and strengthen with every whisper of sentiment he added. He needed to see her again and broaden his illustration of what he felt about Kuratsuchi. Patience was a virtue Naruto had acquired over the last few years, but it certainly did not come naturally to the hero. Virtues were premonitions that Naruto was currently learning because he knew a great leader was built by them. But the fibers and inner workings of his mind were being twisted and pulled by this woman. He constantly restrained himself from bringing Kurama out and racing for Tetsu no Kuni with all haste. Whenever Naruto felt impatient, he pondered what Shikamaru once told him a couple years back when they were playing an evening match of shogi. Don't let your wants control your needs, the spiky-haired Jonin had told him after Naruto had made a brash yet foolish move. Naruto did not need to see Kuratsuchi at this given moment and he kept repeating that fact over and over in his mind until he was supposed to believe it. So far, he was having a hard time convincing himself. The half-moon's silvery glow peeked out of the north dunes after the sun's brilliance receded into the west. The hot desert cooled exponentially and the breeze drifting over the sandy hills was finally refreshing. The stars began to appear and their pale light resembled snowflakes upon a black canvas. Naruto looked up and admired the beauty of nature's vivid painting as he slowly roamed towards his destination. He pondered on the vastness of the universe above him. Naruto knew he was one of the strongest men alive, but the greatness of the stars reminded him of his insignificance. He was small, but he had changed other lives during his time on the earth, and that held significance, he told himself. If anything, however, the stars humbled the war hero. Naruto was so enraptured by the stars and his thoughts of existence that he did not notice the dark rocky walls of Suna in the distance when they first came into view. It was only after a few more minutes until he tilted his head down and saw the familiar landmark. When Naruto drew closer to the cliffs and the cleft that served as the entrance to the hidden village was visible, he sensed a Sunanin watching him from a nearby hillock. Naruto stopped in his tracks and unveiled his hood. The shinobi broadened his eyes in surprise because of his initial thought of himself being carefully concealed. The shock continued when the realization of the person standing before him was the war hero Naruto Uzumaki. The shinobi guard stood up nervously and marched towards Naruto with a rigid posture. Naruto stood in place and attempted to reveal no malcontent in his features. The shinobi immediately performed a bow to Naruto when he was close enough. Naruto nodded and smiled gently at the disciplined guard. Naruto did not really enjoy civilities or manners, but he understood the significance of them. The glow from the moon in the distance illuminated the shinobi's features, and Naruto did not need to squint to notice them. The man appeared to be nervous standing before him, and he had issues looking Naruto in the eye. The man shifted his feet and stammered in his speech when he addressed the war hero. "Welcome, Uzumaki-san. Forgive me, I was not informed you were visiting, otherwise I would have called Gaara-sama." Naruto shook his head and brought up his hand to demonstrate his placid manner on the subject. "Please, there is nothing to forgive. If you'll allow me to enter the village, I will meet with the Kazekage promptly." The Sunanin gulped and gave a face that portrayed his realization of the ignorance he had revealed. He then stepped aside and gestured towards the cleft in the high rocky walls, which was the only entrance and exit to the village. The man offered to escort him, but Naruto said he knew the way, and with that he stepped into the sand and ventured into the cleft. The narrow passageway between the steep cliffs ran straight through and created a sense of dark safety around those who passed within its natural walls. Naruto traveled through the cleft steadily and uneventfully. Naruto noticed that as he was crossing through there were silent sentinels on top of the cliffs staring down at him. They must have been notified of his presence by the Sunanin from earlier because they did nothing but gaze at him as he strolled through. When Naruto reached the other side of the cleft, he surveyed the large village before him. Sunagakure was entirely situated within a fortified valley surrounded by the large cliffs that Naruto had seen from afar. Unlike Konoha, Suna was a centralized village with the Kage office building lying in the exact center of the urban area. An arrangement of open paths and roads aligning in a circle at various degrees each led directly to the spherical-shaped Kazekage office building. Naruto knew that was where his old friend was probably located, so he made his way down the main path that connected the cleft to the center of the village. During the summer, most of the village's inhabitants did not venture out into the streets until the cool evening began. The village was bustling, filled with lights and citizens as Naruto made his way to the office building. Naruto tried to lower his hood so he did not cause an upheaval, but the word must have broken out that the famous war hero Naruto Uzumaki was visiting Suna to see the Kazekage, because it was not long before Naruto was surrounded by a massive entourage of onlookers and fans. The crowd surrounding Naruto grew significantly within a short amount of time. People were yelling, shouting, and cheering at the young blonde as he quickly discarded his now useless hood and waved at his admirers. Many of these people were shinobi that had fought alongside Naruto 4 years ago, and he remembered all of them. He thanked them all gracefully, and they all responded with great earnest at his humility. With the whole village realizing Naruto was visiting, he surmised he was not going to see Gaara anytime soon. Fortunately, the redhead had decided to intervene. After a few minutes of handshakes, congratulatory messages, claps, grins, and sheepish neck rubs, a huge rift started to form through the large crowd. People squirmed and gathered in alarm at the slow progression of shifting sand. At first glance, it appeared the sandy path was splitting down the middle, but once Naruto saw a familiar face shine at the end of the rift, the hero knew what was happening. Gaara had used his sand to separate the crowd so he could reach Naruto. He had been careful at using his chakra so he did not hurt any of the bystanders with the creation of the path. When the citizens of Suna realized it was their Kazekage responsible for the rift, they regained their composure and became silent. As Gaara strolled to him, Naruto could not help but give his old friend a dazzling grin that brought about a childlike appearance. The usually stoic Gaara smiled softly at Naruto when they were within an arm's reach of each other. Naruto took in his friend's older self. Gaara had shortened his hair since they last met and combed it neatly to the side to reveal his tattoo of the kanji meaning love, giving the redhead a professional, sophisticated look. While Naruto appeared more earthy and rugged in his youth, Gaara had cleaned himself up. Naruto thought the style suited his friend nicely. Gaara motioned and addressed his subordinates and citizens with a calm wave. "Uzumaki-san will have plenty of time to meet with all of you tomorrow," Gaara declared with a dignified voice. "Please allow him to rest and go back to your business, everyone." There was a great murmur of disappointment as the onlookers reluctantly obeyed their leader and returned to their matters. Naruto nodded his thanks to Gaara as the Kazekage motioned for him to follow him to his office. As the duo walked side by side along the sandy path, Naruto glanced at his friend and smiled gratefully. "You're always getting me out of trouble." The blonde's light joke sounded refreshing in the moonlit night. Gaara remained stoic in his response, but his tone carried an edge of liveliness. "Which is probably why you're not Hokage yet." Gaara's stoic expression was replaced by a light-hearted smile when Naruto laughed heartily at his jab. When the pair reached the office building, they passed two perplexed Sunanin standing guard at the entrance and climbed up to the upper levels of the construction. They arrived at Gaara's office and entered through the heavy wooden doors leading into the room. Sitting at the far end of Gaara's desk was a young woman with short brown hair and kind reflecting eyes. She was quite pretty, wearing a short pencil skirt that accentuated her feminine frame. Naruto remembered her from when he had rescued Gaara from the Akatsuki and waved politely in her direction. The woman nodded in amiable fashion and stood up from her seat. She strutted over to Gaara and bowed respectfully to him. Naruto also noticed a slight glint in her eyes when she bowed. It was not one of professionalism. A myriad of thoughts rushed through his mind as he deciphered the meaning of that glint. The woman gave a cordial smile and fastened her eyes upon Gaara's. "I finished and edited that report for you, Gaara-sama. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Gaara also carried a professional and composed demeanor when he replied to her. Naruto could not help but think it was a tad forced. "No, thank you. You are free to leave for the night, Matsuri." The woman bowed one last time before leaving the room. As she was retreating, Naruto noted the delicate way her hips swayed and the quick glance Gaara took to notice it as well. Once she was gone and the doors were securely closed, Naruto flashed his friend an astute grin. He had figured out the meaning. "She seems nice," Naruto observed, implication dripping from his voice. For a careful second, Naruto saw a quick flush of heat rush into Gaara's face and the Kazekage promptly cleared his throat. "Matsuri is a very capable assistant and I greatly admire her rectitude, Naruto-san." Naruto could only wonder what the vivacious brunette was capable of and kept his grin fixed. "I'm sure you do, Gaara." Naruto tilted his head gently and creased his brow by a small margin. "Also, you know, I hate formalities between friends." Gaara smiled sincerely at his friend. They both had been through a great series of chaotic and exorbitant events, and they had loved every second of it because they knew it had all changed them for the better. Gaara did not have to reserve or quell himself in front of Naruto, and there were very few people on the earth that could do that to the redhead. Gaara was able to become the Kazekage because of the truth Naruto had declared to him during the Chunin exams all those years ago. Gaara was able to become his true self around Naruto because that was always what Naruto was, his true self. That admirable quality was what drew people to the blonde and was the reason why the 5 great shinobi countries had worked together during the war. All of the Kage respected and admired Gaara for his integrity and character, but Gaara would not have been that way without Naruto. In Gaara's eyes, he owed the blonde hero everything, but he knew Naruto would hate it if he felt like he was owed something. Gaara loved his friend and would stand with him through anything. He knew Naruto felt the same and that was all he could ever ask for. Gaara moved behind his desk that was ordained with the kanji 4 wind and sat down in his seat. Very well, Gaara agreed. Now Kakashi informed me of your mission a month or two ago and I'm glad to say that you're welcome to stay here in Suna for as long as you like. Naruto smiled and sat down in a guest chair directly across from the Kazekage's desk. Fantastic, I could use some relaxation. We should also do some training while I'm here. Or maybe even a spar. Naruto brightened at the possibility of sparring with his powerful friend. Gaara smiled but then frowned gently at the proposition. I can't. I'm afraid Suna is currently having major issues with bandits at a nearby oasis. Naruto's expression turned solemn at the Kazekage's explanation. I've sent numerous teams of elite shinobi but only few have returned with grisly reports. It seems these are not mere bandits. Kankuro and Temari have been extremely busy with other missions so I can't call on them. Naruto could see the stress and frustration behind Gaara's dark-rimmed eyes. I'm almost at the point of going myself, but I don't want to leave the village unguarded. Naruto stared in deep contemplation at what Gaara was saying and knew his friend would never directly ask him to do anything. Gaara was not even implying that Naruto should do something. The leader was only being vulnerable with him. But he would never sit aside when his friends needed help. After a short pause, Naruto said this, "You know what I'm going to say, don't you?" Gaara sighed and nodded reflectively. At least wait until tomorrow, okay? His tone almost had an edge of desperation laced within it. Naruto chuckled and agreed. They discussed terms and whether Naruto should go with a team or not to eliminate the threat. Gaara knew what Naruto was capable of, but he still did not want to take any chances. Naruto insisted he could take care of it himself. In the end, they compromised on him bringing along one elite shinobi. After that, the pair of skilled fighters conversed about what had been going on in their lives. They talked about what had happened since they last met, about memories of old adventures and their goals for the future. At one point, Gaara inquired about Naruto's relationship status. This was something that Naruto would have normally brushed aside and moved on to more fruitful conversation, but this time he was not so sure. Naruto's recent feelings for Kuratsuchi gave him pause and prevented him from giving his usual response. It was this pause that made Gaara genuinely curious and made him lean forward in his chair in slight bewilderment. Naruto was not known for having romantic feelings for people. Of course he was capable of romance, but he was not regarded for it by his own admission. Gaara repeated a question he had asked earlier, "Are you seeing anybody, Naruto?" This time Naruto looked straight into Gaara's eyes with resolve and answered, "No," but Naruto paused again and realized he had to tell somebody, and Gaara was beyond trustworthy, so he decided to admit it. It could only benefit him, he surmised. "I am interested in someone. Actually, more than just interested." Naruto had a puzzled but assured expression when he had announced that. Gaara leaned back and gazed at his friend pensively. Who? By nature, Gaara was not a nosy person, but he would be lying if he said he was not curious about his best friend's life. Naruto knew Gaara was not trying to pry and only asked because he was willing to help him with his predicament. Kuratsuchi, Anoki's granddaughter, the blonde admitted. Gaara was not expecting that. The redhead was certainly not an expressive man, but he was unable to hide his surprise at Naruto's confession. Naruto did not seem perturbed by Gaara's shock and only waited patiently for his response. Gaara's awe evaporated quickly and turned into relaxed excitement. I see. She's the current Iwa representative for the union, so I'm not surprised that you ran into her. However, I am curious. Naruto's long tresses shifted gently when he raised his eyebrows lightly. Gaara was not going to ask the usual question when faced with this scenario. He was not going to ask why. Instead, he wanted to jump ahead and ask a more practical question. What are you going to do about it? Naruto did not hide his surprise either as he thought of how to honestly answer the sudden question. Naruto was not sure what he should do. His feelings were real and his attitude was not clouded, so he knew he was not in the wrong. Naruto knew he was being honest with himself and he wanted to be with the captivating woman again so he could properly discern what to do. At this moment Naruto knew he could not accurately answer Gaara's question, not yet. Although Naruto did have part of the answer. I'm going to see her again and find out her feelings on the matter, he finally confessed with careful accentuation. Gaara smiled in approval at the answer. I look forward to hearing about it. It was a mature way of dealing with the situation and Gaara greatly endorsed it. With that Gaara glanced at his clock and stood up from his chair. In the meantime we should both get some rest. It's late. Naruto nodded and he followed after Gaara. Naruto had stayed at the office building before, so he knew he would be assigned the sumptuous chambers that bordered Gaara's. When they reached the room, Naruto marveled at the extravagance of the wonderful oasis-themed bedroom he admired so much. The trimmings were gold and brown with panelings of vivid shades of blue and green. Flowers and other exotic flora also decorated the room. The large canopy bed Naruto relished was already prepared for and he quickly set down his belongings next to it. Gaara stood in the doorway and smiled at the easiness that seemed to settle on Naruto at seeing the beautiful place to rest. Let me know if you need anything. I'll see you in the morning, Gaara said as he closed the door once Naruto said good night. With Gaara gone, Naruto turned to gaze out the enormous window that looked out upon the village. The lights of Suna were still numerous and shined gleefully in the night. Thankfully the artificial lights were not bright enough to outshine the brilliance of the stars above. Naruto reflected on those lights in the sky before he retired for the night. He wondered if the stars could tell him what Kuratsuchi felt about him. If they could speak, what would they say about the matter? Would they tell him he was wasting his time or that he should stop worrying so much? It was times like this where Naruto wished he had a father figure to ask for guidance. He realized Kakashi was probably the figure he was looking for. He eventually decided he would write out his report and ask Kakashi about the issue in the morning. Naruto yearned for Kuratsuchi and wanted greatly to see her rosy eyes once again. The stars brought him some comfort and he realized he needed to learn patience about such things. Still he thought of her. As Naruto fell upon his comfy bed and wrapped the thin blankets around himself, he pondered the mystery of love and the dreams it would surely bring him. Dear Kakashi. As I stated in my last report, I am currently in Kaze no Kuni. I just arrived in Sunagakure last night and am staying with Gaara. He mentioned to me that there has been a recent issue with bandits in a neighboring village. I am planning on aiding the situation by taking care of the threat personally. The next report will contain the outcome of that mission. Also, there is something else I want to mention in this report. If you would please keep this off the record, I've recently acquired feelings for Kuratsuchi. I'm being frank, of course, but you do prefer that by your own admission. Honestly, I'm not sure what I should do about these feelings. Because I see you like a father figure, I am asking you for your advice and guidance in this endeavor. Please reply at your earliest convenience. Thanks. Naruto Uzumaki. Future Nanadame Hokage. Naruto set aside his pen and gazed down at the scroll with a quizzical expression. Why did he have to sound so formal in these reports? He would prefer to simply write casually, but Naruto had realized that civilities were important in the world and it was better to align with that way of thinking. When he was satisfied with the letter, he summoned a messenger toad and sent the scroll to Konoha. After that, Naruto exhaled and looked up to view the early morning horizon outside of his window. The window faced the east and Naruto could see the summer sun peeking over the rocky cliffs of Suna. There were a few high scattered clouds drifting in the sky and they were washed in a pinkish hue from the sunrise. The moisture in the clouds would quickly vanish once the heat increased later in the day. Naruto wished the same would happen with his doubts. Naruto was uncertain. The thought of doing something with Kuratsuchi romantically enticed him, but it also confused him. He wanted to know the results of his actions, of moving on these impulses before he acted on them. He knew that was impossible, of course, but he still wished for that. There was also the fact that he knew almost nothing about her. He never actually sat down and had a casual conversation with her. He did not know her favorite color, her favorite food, what makes her laugh, what makes her cry, and he realized he wanted to know all those things. He wanted to know everything about her. He would have to do that, he concluded to himself. He would try getting to know her better the next time he saw her. That should be enough. Maybe. He still was not sure. As Naruto was pondering his uncertainty, a knock on his door broke him from his stupor. He got out of his chair and opened the door. Gaara was standing there and he smiled softly up at his friend. Gaara must have known about Naruto's confusion because his eyes squinted in calculation when he looked at him. Everything all right? Naruto shook his head and answered honestly, no. Gaara did not inquire any more from him. Instead, he nodded and turned towards the end of the outside hall. Very well. Come on, I'll introduce you to your partner for the mission today. Naruto grabbed his already packed belongings and followed after the quiet redhead. When Naruto closed the door, the sun had finally flown over the cliffs and filled Naruto's empty bedchambers with hot yellow light. Much like Naruto's thoughts, the light fulfilled its eternal promise of always saturating that room with its treasured brilliance. Kusuai wrapped his fingers against the armchair for what seemed like the 100th time. The anxiety was building within him with every passing second. Why did he have to be given this mission? Sure, he was a Jonin now, but did that mean he had to undertake such a high-ranked mission? And it was with the one and only war hero Naruto Uzumaki. He knew he would be safe with the master shinobi, but what was the point of him going then? Surely Uzumaki could take care of himself, right? Kusuai was not ready for such a terrifying and dangerous mission. He had heard about the bandits residing in the nearby village to the northwest. Every team that had been sent there did not come back. Only half-dead starving individuals that had once been part of teams came back. Kusuai's frantic green eyes darted around in his skull as he puzzled through his dreary thoughts. He was definitely not strong enough to complete this mission. He had just passed the necessary exams to become a Jonin and he was the lowest ranking one in the village. The only reason he had passed was because the Union was in such a peaceful era now and the system was extremely lax. Shinobi were constantly promoted to higher ranks lately by doing practically nothing. Kusuai stopped his rapping and instead gripped the pommel of the chair tightly. He was not skilled enough. He was weak and everyone who knew him knew that. When the news had come last night that Kusuai was chosen to partner with Naruto for an S-ranked mission, all of Kusuai's comrades immediately became envious of him. He already was not well liked to the village shinobi because of his weak scores and his quiet attitude. Kusuai was not much of a leader and could not make decisions for himself easily. He always hesitated and withdrew from complex situations. If a scenario occurred where Kusuai had to make a hasty decision, his hesitation would take over and he would be unsure of what action to take. This had caused many problems in the field over the years. His team leaders were always frustrated with him because they would have to tell him every direction and order imaginable until he completed a task. He could not think or act for himself and he was despised because of it. All of these negative opinions and outbursts from his comrades had destroyed Kusuai's self-esteem and confidence long ago. He felt he could not amount to anything and he wanted to know why on earth the Hokage had chosen him. He had only met Gaara-sama a handful of times and each time he had been so nervous to speak to him that he could not even look the Hokage in the eye. The small room Kusuai had hidden himself in was furnished with the chair he was currently sitting in. The room had originally been an interrogation room but had become one designated as storage when the war ended and the village could afford to make bigger rooms. Kusuai had secretly moved all of the storage supplies in the room to another one some time ago so he could have his own personal panic room. He did not want to be so scared and unsure of himself all of the time, but nobody had ever believed in him after his father had died. His mother had died during childbirth and his father was killed in the 4th Shinobi World War fighting for the Shinobi Alliance. He had been murdered by Madara when he attacked the 4th Division with his giant meteorite. Kusuai's father had always been supportive of him and was the strongest man to a young Kusuai's mind, but after he passed away Kusuai realized no one else really had his back. He was lonely and had no one to believe in him. When an individual has no one believing in them, then they usually cannot believe in really anything, including themselves. Kusuai looked over at the small clock he had put in the room and realized he had to report to the Hokage office now. Fear and anxiety gripped his heart. He could not do this. He did not know why he had to. Still, he had been trained enough to know the importance of obedience a shinobi should have. So he swallowed his current doubts enough to pick himself up and make his way over to Gaara's office. Kusuai left his quiet room and walked down the hall towards his inevitable doom. He passed down another corridor and reached the double doors of the Kazekage's office. He stood in place in front of them. Kusuai clenched his fists and drew in a shaky breath. He was trying to summon the courage to push open the solid doors, but the will was lost in his fists. His will had been lost for a long time after all. Fortunately for him, Kusuai did not need the will this time because the doors were suddenly opened from inside the office. Standing in front of a shocked Kusuai was the tall figure of Naruto Uzumaki. Currently, Naruto's eyebrow was quirked in slight puzzlement at the surprised man in front of him. Naruto smiled politely and gestured for Kusuai to enter the room. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," the handsome war hero said. "It's just I sensed you standing there for some time and I thought there was something wrong." "You okay?" Kusuai's first impression of Naruto was that he was taken aback by the blonde's sincerity. His tone carried an edge of genuine concern. It was not born because of mere obligation. Kusuai nodded absent-mindedly at Naruto's question and stepped into the office. Gaara was seated at his desk and looked up at Kusuai when he entered the room. Kusuai felt his knees quiver when Gaara's light green eyes fastened themselves to him. They were not cold or filled with malcontent, so Kusuai was not sure why he was shaking. Of course, he was always unsure. He always hesitated because he was unsure. Gaara motioned for Kusuai to take a seat and spoke to him. "Glad you could make it, Kusuai. I assume you know of Uzumaki-san here?" Kusuai quickly stood up from his seat right after he had just sat down and bowed in a nervous fashion to the blonde next to him. "Pleased to meet you, Uzumaki-san." "I'm honored," the young man practically blurted. Naruto widened his eyes and staggered with an uncomfortable expression. He did not like it when people thought of him as something more than a man. Naruto rubbed the nape of his neck uneasily and nodded his head in greeting back. Gaara cleared his throat and looked up at both of them with a professional demeanor. "Now then, let's start the debriefing. You both are to investigate, identify, and apprehend the bandits that reside in the Northwest Village." Kusuai could feel his blood freeze in his veins as Gaara's explanation grew. "The few reports that have reached us have informed us of our enemy's potential. Most of them seem to be high-ranking missing nin from different villages. We do not know their specific abilities, but their organization and skill are surely formidable in order for them to have lasted this long. I advise you two to exercise extreme caution." Gaara's eyes carried a hint of amusement when they peered up at Naruto. "Including you, Naruto. I know your strength from personal experience, but it's never wise to underestimate your opponents." Naruto only grinned with a cheery glint in his eyes. The raw confidence he had possessed when he was a kid would always be present in the blonde hero. "Sure, Gaara. We'll handle it. Right, Kusuai?" Kusuai winced at Naruto's cheerful acknowledgement and he was caught in his hesitation on what to say back. After an awkward amount of silence, Kusuai decided to agree. "Yes, Uzumaki-san," Kusuai stated with no actual conviction in his voice. Naruto did not seem to mind the unconvincing tone from Kusuai and looked to Gaara. "Anything else, Gaara?" "I'm afraid not." Gaara's expression rested calmly on a quiet precipice. "All right. I guess we'll head out now then." Naruto clapped Kusuai on the back and marched his way out of the office. Kusuai stood up in gauche haste and bowed to the Kazekage. He then stumbled out of the room and followed after the broad frame that was Naruto. After the two were gone, Gaara leaned back in his chair and reflected on his decision. He knew without a doubt Naruto would come back with the mission successful and Kusuai alive. Naruto was perfectly capable of handling the mission himself, but there was a reason for Gaara's curious arrangement. He knew Kusuai was not well liked in his village and he was low-ranked, but Gaara also knew of the man's potential. Kusuai just needed a push and there was no one else in the world who could push like Naruto Uzumaki. Also, there was something Gaara felt Naruto needed to learn as well from Kusuai. If Gaara's conjectures were correct, then the odd duo could find mutual benefits within each other. Gaara could only hope that his plan would work. Even if it did not, maybe Kusuai could at least learn to not hesitate. Perhaps that was only wishful thinking. Kuratsuchi lolled her head in boredom at Shikamaru's droll words. She hated these meetings. It was the same pattern every single time. Shikamaru would report the general status of the union as a whole and then the specific status of Konoha. Next, all the other members would give their reports, then Shikamaru would distribute the missions assigned to the union collectively if there were any. Sometimes it would get interesting and someone would report a battle or high-ranking mission, or Shikamaru would have an important mission that multiple villages would need to take part in, but those were rare instances. Most of the time it was merely a report of figures about demographics and population increasing or some other boring fact that Kuratsuchi could honestly care less about. Kuratsuchi was barely aware of the fact that it was Omoi's turn to give his report when she let her thoughts whisk her away from her apathy. She folded her arms onto the meeting table and laid her head in them. Her night had been restful but filled with lustrous and fuzzy dreams. In those dreams she found herself enraptured by a cheerful voice speaking, laughing and whispering sweet nothings that reminded her of calmed daisies and spring air. When she awoke that morning, she felt a small pressure of disappointment at realizing that she had been merely dreaming. Kuratsuchi yearned for a companion in her life, and those dreams had filled her wanting for a time. But in the light of day her hopes faded away, and grabbing them was like clutching lost smoke. Most of Kuratsuchi's life consisted of missions, interviews, conversations, quarrels with her friend and grandfather, and training. A lot of training. She would push her body to its limits until it would scream for her to stop, and then she would push it farther. No one ever asked her why, and even if they did she would not know the answer. The only goal she ever had was to be the Tsuchikage, but even with that she would sometimes forget her determination. She never really asked why, she just did. She simply acted, but recently she began asking why she acted. What was the point of doing this or that? Why was she thinking this? Why was Naruto constantly on her mind? What did that man do to her? Kuratsuchi had never thought about these questions before. It was like her brain had discovered a whole new world of nature filled with curious waterfalls and interesting foliage. The waterfalls would rush through her mind and change her thinking, and the foliage would grow new ideas around them. And the man to show her this new world was of course Naruto Uzumaki. Suddenly Kuratsuchi felt a tap on her shoulder and heard an uncomfortable mumble of concern. She looked up from her crossed arms set on the table and noticed that the room was silent. The other village representatives were giving her awkward glances. Shikamaru was glaring daggers of annoyance in her direction. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes and sat up straight in her seat. "I guess it's my turn then," she uttered with indifference oozing from her mouth. "Right, Iwa is doing just fine. We've received no high-ranking missions in recent months and seems we won't be anytime soon. As for my mission to aim the threat of the tyrant, there has been successfully identified and eliminated. With gusto, might I add." She grinned mischievously on the last part. The rest of the assembly was silent for a moment, expecting her to continue with more, and Shikamaru was puffing his nostrils in slight frustration when he realized she was finished. He said nothing. It would seem he did not want to further his agitation by asking questions. Kuratsuchi flopped back down into her chair and looked at Chojuro to her right because it was his turn to report. After the meeting was done and most of the representatives had left the meeting room, Kuratsuchi found herself hit with a sudden revelation. What was she going to do now? She said she would meet up with Naruto and Kusa, but did she really want to do that? What would be the results of her actions if she went? She had said she wanted to see him again and they made a promise, but for once in a very long time Kuratsuchi was nervous. The thoughts of deep cerulean eyes entered her mind, enticing her to give in and go to him. But her heart was holding her back because of her uncertainty. If she was to do something about Naruto, should she not be 100% set on her decision? There was no room for doubts. Kuratsuchi was startled out of her musings when Shikamaru had meandered over to rouse her. She gazed up at him from her seat with careful attention. The look in Shikamaru's eyes told her it was best to listen and not speak. Despite their chilled and rough relationship, they both had great respect for each other. Shikamaru took a deep somber breath and sat in the chair next to her. This way of thinking doesn't suit you, Kuratsuchi. His voice was calm and focused. Her eyes widened in slight bewilderment. He really was a master of perception and tactics. You do realize it is all right to have doubts as long as you are not the object of those doubts, right? Kuratsuchi was speechless. The intelligent man had delved into the exact thoughts she was just having and had given her appropriate advice on how to act upon them. No wonder he was the head representative. Still, she needed more answers. And what if those doubts are still rational? Shikamaru's eyes held too much wisdom and patience for a man of his age. If Naruto was not already a shoo-in, Kuratsuchi would bet her life that Shikamaru would be the next Hokage. I don't think that should be the question you should be asking yourself. Instead, you should be asking what to do when you see him again. How do you know I'm seeing him again? Because it's the only way you can settle the feelings you have for him. Why can't I just ignore them? She already knew the answer to that question, but she needed to process the answer for meaning. She was always clutching for meaning. Too bad that it was always out of reach. Shikamaru smiled softly and looked away from her. His eyes rested on his left hand where a ring had been positioned. If you do, then you will always ask yourself why you didn't do something when you could have. Kuratsuchi's face filled with comprehension, and she could not help but smile a bit at his vulnerability. Perhaps he was right. Maybe it was time to grasp those doubts she had and run with them towards her decisions instead of merely trying to throw them from view. She could find something in Naruto, and she did not know what it was exactly, but she knew she liked it. Maybe it was time to take a chance. She could take any direction she wanted at any time, and it would probably seem foolish to stay stationary when she could be flying towards her future instead. Kuratsuchi pursed her lips. Won't this require a leave of absence? Shikamaru grinned. I'll have Akatsuchi take your place while you're gone. Kuratsuchi stood up, resolve burning red hot in her eyes. All right, I'll leave first thing in the morning. She turned to leave when Shikamaru said one last thing. After you give me a full report on what happened in AIM. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. Kusai trudged through the sand as the hot sun burned down on his small frame. His focus and direction was always on the broad shoulders of Naruto in front of him, who kept a tireless steady speed through the dunes. Kusai's dark hair was wrapped in cloth to keep his head cool, and his tan flak jacket was light and helped to circulate air through his torso. Despite these adjustments in clothing, the heat of the summer was still making the young jonin sweat his life away. He had brought water, but he quickly drank all of it when the afternoon sun had taken away all the moisture in his body. Naruto had surprised him earlier by creating pure water from his chakra when Kusai had run out. The war hero had said it was because of one of the tailed beast's chakra that he was able to produce the life-saving liquid, and he was able to pump it through his body steadily when they marched through the desert. Kusai, of course, was more than shocked by this fact. Kusai had wanted to strike up a conversation with the hero, but his hesitation had refrained him from saying more than a few words to the strong shinobi. Every attempt to speak to Naruto was drowned out by self-doubt, and Kusai let it grow with every passing step he took in the sand. Not only did his doubts grow the longer they traveled, but so did his physical exhaustion. Kusai's legs felt like hot iron and weighed like them too. They had been moving without stopping all day now, and Kusai felt like he was going to collapse. His mind kept telling him to stop and give up, because he was not cut out for this kind of thing. No one in their right mind traveled through the desert during the day, so why were they? Why was Kusai on this mission in the first place? He could not fight alongside such a legend without burdening him in some way. He was losing the battle in his mind, and it was only making his self-esteem lower even more. The pitiful man was reduced to a shell with moving legs, and his energy was completely sapped before long. Finally, at the moment he could not handle it anymore, Kusai spoke up. Uzumaki-san, can we please stop for a minute? I need to rest. Naruto looked back at him from under his hood. The blonde appeared to be concerned. Of course we can take as many breaks as you want, Kusai. There's no hurry, of course. Naruto abruptly stopped and brought his hands together into one hand seal. He then slammed his hands into the sand and a giant wall of sand rose high above the duo. Kusai gazed with bug eyes as the sand blocked out the sun and hardened rapidly, thus creating shade for the two shinobi. Kusai stared at Naruto with extreme incredulity, but before he inquired anything from him, Naruto answered his unasked question. I can use Shikaku's chakra to manipulate sand at will. I'm not as formidable as Gaara is with it, but I've certainly grown accustomed to it over the years. It helps with all of this sand around here. Naruto grinned as Kusai gaped at him. They resumed their march after their little break until the sun went down, and the duo then decided to set up camp for the night. The peppered sky twinkled down on them as they laid out their sleeping bags at the top of a large sand dune, and when they were finished, Kusai summoned the courage to speak to Naruto. Uzumaki-san? Naruto looked at the man with curious azure eyes, giving permission to ask his question without saying a word. I just want you to know that I would like to apologize ahead of time if I slow you down during this mission. You see, I'm not very strong, and I'm sorry if I've been a burden or if I will be one later or if Naruto cut him off. Please stop, Kusai. Kusai's eyes expressed surprise at the hero's cold words. Naruto's jaw was set and his eyes were fixed on Kusai's startled form. There's no reason to speak like that. I can promise you that you're far stronger than you realize, in both mind and body. Kusai did not know what to say, so he only stared and listened. Strength isn't measured the way you think it is. It took a long time and a lot of people in my life to show me that. A small smile formed on Naruto's lips as his musings took him away for a moment. A lot of great people that showed me how to believe in myself and my own strength. Naruto clenched his fist. I'm strong now because I never wavered in believing in myself. I want you to do that too, Kusai. And the only way to do that is to show you how. So Kusai, I believe in you. Naruto's smile that he gave Kusai almost made the sun come out again. Kusai had never heard anyone speak to him so brashly like this before. This man, this hero, was actually believing in him and his capabilities, which he was pretty sure he did not possess. Something clicked in Kusai's brain in that moment, something that brightened his view of the world. He did not know what he was capable of, but maybe Naruto did, and maybe that was enough. A warm surge washed through Kusai's chest, and he was filled with comfort and hope at Naruto's sincere words. Kusai thanked Naruto, and later that night, when Kusai was gazing up at the stars, he lingered on the careful words of the blonde hero. His self-doubt was not completely strewn out, but there was a small crack broken into the weight of his anxiety. A crack that continued to ruin the foundations of Kusai's self-doubt. A crack that would ultimately destroy the very thoughts that held Kusai back from realizing who he really was. A crack created through belief. When was the last time you were broken? The hushed voice awoke Kusai from his slumber, and it was not until a few moments passed that he realized the whisper had come from his dream. He could not recall any of the details of the dream except for the question still lingering in his troubled mind. He did not have an answer. His soul and self-confidence had been beaten and bruised, sure, but had never actually been broken. What did that even mean exactly? To be so crestfallen that there was absolutely no way for a person to go down any lower? To reach rock bottom? What did that feel like? Why was it even important in the first place? These thoughts began to frustrate Kusai in the early morning hours. He heard Naruto stir in his sleeping bag next to him. Kusai took a deep breath and looked out upon the eastern dunes. The sun was creeping through the sand particles, turning them into brilliant diamonds of solitude. Kusai wondered what it would be like to be sand. To be coarse yet soft in structure and feeling. Maybe the sand knew what it was like to feel broken. Sand was also surrounded by more sand, so it was never really alone. He pondered what the feeling of never being alone felt like, and he became jealous of the sand. On the other hand, the sand may have not been free, so it could be sacrificing that liberty for its own infinite presence of company. Kusai felt like it was a fair trade. The words Naruto had said to him the night before also affected his thinking. Naruto believed in him. Even though he had no idea of what Kusai could do or what his attributes were, he still believed in him. Kusai wondered if that was possible, to believe in someone so easily. Did that negate the significance of belief, or did it accurately represent its nature? Kusuai, much like the sand, had no idea. A few minutes later, Naruto rose from his sleeping position and grinned brightly at Kusuai. "Morning!" Naruto's cheerful greeting earned him a soft smile and a kind reply from Kusuai. "Morning, Uzumaki-san." Naruto squirmed out of his sleeping bag, and Kusuai observed that he was only wearing his pants and a tight black mesh undershirt. As Naruto was reaching into his knapsack to get his clothes and cloak, he locked eyes with Kusuai. "Prepare yourself for today, Kusuai. We should reach the oasis at high noon. We will want to act then because it should be too hot for the bandits to be outside. They might have a guard or two, but we won't know for sure until we get there." Naruto noticed the way Kusuai's eyes started to shake slightly in panic and beads of sweat formed along his brow. It could really hinder the mission if Kusuai was not fully prepared when the time came. Naruto knew this and wondered what the day would bring. "Just be ready, okay?" He gave Naruto a nervous nod and they left it at that. When they began to walk again towards their destination, Naruto could not shake off his worry for his partner. Kusuai could be a liability if he did not relax when the time came. Naruto knew he could handle whatever was thrown at him, but if Kusuai made a foolish move or did not stay close to him, he could be hurt. That was of course the last thing Naruto wanted to happen. He never wanted his comrades to suffer because of his mistakes and faults. Naruto did not really want to hurt anybody. He had wanted to drive out the hate in the world, and he knew that he could not completely abolish it. But he had rescued Sasuke from the world and stopped enemy after enemy through his means of showing them what he was capable of. Naruto had built up everyone's beliefs and hopes on his shoulders and protected all of them. There were times all the weight felt heavy, but he kept moving forward with it all because that was what they had done for him. Now he was carrying Kusuai, and when the moment came that the man realized he could walk himself, then Naruto would let him down. His friends and masters over the years had done the same with him. Naruto was ready to show Kusuai that he could do it, he could move forward. Perhaps doubting the boy was a fruitless endeavor, Naruto thought. Instead, he should be acting on the beliefs he had conveyed the night before. So Naruto heaved up his resolve and solidified it in his chest for his and Kusuai's sake. The sun had entered the blue sky and scorched the sand dunes below it as the two shinobi journeyed through them. Kusuai felt his body feel heavy after an hour or two of marching. The battle in his mind began to transpire again, and Kusuai felt uncertain. He would have to fight, he knew he would. Fear was holding the weight in his soul down, and it tried to fill in the crack Naruto had created the night before. As the fear started to slide its earthy self into the crack, the damage grew. "Kusuai, I believe in you." The crack expanded all of a sudden and the weight lost some of its power. Kusuai felt something grow in his heart, something he had forgotten. Determination. He wanted to show his capabilities to the man that believed in him. He was determined to show the world what Kusuai could do. It was not a strong determination, in fact, it was quite weak, but it was present and full of potential. It was like a nail driven into the crack of belief, and with every swing of the hammer the crack would expand until the weight was destroyed. It would need help, however, and the one who held the hammer was the one who believed. Naruto suddenly stopped at the base of a dune. He motioned for Kusuai to follow him slowly. When they reached the crest of the dune, Kusuai stared in awe at what was before him. The grass where the sand ended was fresh and green. The oasis was covered with beautiful palm trees, lush foliage, and sounds of gentle water trickling through it. The wind picked up at that moment, allowing the trees to sway with its kind breeze. The dense foliage of the oasis covered a considerable area of about 1 square mile. The two shinobi neared the tall trees, and after they entered the dense vegetation, they quickly encountered a clearing of grass. The village began in the clearing with small houses and shops dotted throughout the grass. In the center of the large clearing stood a great white stone building surrounded by towering walls comprised of similar white stone. There was no sign of people around. Naruto's eyes lowered in scrutiny, and he motioned for Kusuai to follow. The two of them darted through the surrounding buildings, going in and out of them with silent precision. During this movement, Kusuai had performed a shunshin into one of the houses and had landed directly next to a rotting corpse. Kusuai almost yelled out in shock, but Naruto had been there to silence him promptly with his hand covering his mouth. He put his other finger up to his closed lips to indicate the necessity for silence. Kusuai nodded with widened eyes and Naruto released him. For a brief moment Naruto stared at the corpse with something similar to pity. It was the remains of some poor villager who appeared to have been dead for weeks. The constant heat had advanced the decaying process, making the whole house stink of rotten flesh. There were probably more cadavers of villagers throughout the village and Naruto had no doubt that the bandits were responsible. A flame seemed to envelope Naruto's insides and he burned to make those men receive their justice soon. The two men moved on after that. When they reached the high walls, Naruto pressed his hand against the white stone. It was hot to the touch, but Naruto did not seem to mind. Naruto then dropped his hand and to Kusuai's surprise he knelt down and became still. He remained motionless for quite some time and just when Kusuai thought he was asleep Naruto opened his eyes. Kusuai's shock grew at seeing yellow toad-like eyes instead of the familiar blue ones on Naruto's features. Naruto noticed his friend's confusion and whispered to him. "I'm a sage," Naruto explained. "I absorb the nature chakra around me and utilize it to my advantage. There's a lot of nature chakra in this oasis and I become a sensory ninja when I absorb it." Naruto's eyes became narrow for a second. "I sense that there are about 50 men within this compound. Most are asleep because of the heat. There are a few awake though." Kusuai shook away his bewilderment for the time being and focused on the task at hand. "Can you sense which one is the leader?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, he seems to be awake and residing in the top floor of that large building. I could probably crash through the window and land directly onto him from here. However, it would alert everyone to our presence. I'd rather not risk it." Naruto paused for a second then fastened his gaze to Kusuai. "I believe I have another plan." As Naruto began to explain, Kusuai could feel the weight become heavier. The crack was still there, but compared to the sheer size of the black iron it was almost unnoticeable. He was not certain as to why it was becoming heavier and his hesitation was growing, but that was the problem, Kusuai was uncertain. Kuratsuchi always enjoyed the moment of instant change when she left Tetsu no Kuni. The stark contrast of leaving the snow-covered mountains to the summer lands enraptured her attention and senses. The air was no longer chilled with the feelings of crisp awareness but suddenly became warm with promises of airy freshness for those who walked among the sunlit trees. The crunch of snow was replaced with the soft sounds of fresh grass surrendering to the pressure of her feminine footsteps. She had been descending down the elevation of the high mountains of Tetsu no Kuni, but once the snow was gone she reached the flattened areas and hills surrounding the southern borders of her land Tsuchi no Kuni. A long river skirted along this border that ran its course through multiple countries and eventually ended at the sea to the south. The river passed directly through Kusagakyur, thus the means of following said river was within Kuratsuchi's intentions. Because of the river's natural lazy course, a main trade route had been paved next to its constant flow of water some time ago. It was one of the main roads used to reach Tetsu no Kuni, but it was still seldom used. Kuratsuchi found herself traveling along this path at a calm speed that would eventually lead her to her destination. She was quite familiar with this path and knew from experience that if she maintained her pacing then she would reach Kusa by sundown tomorrow. There was a part of her that wanted desperately to run with full speed so she could see the source of her recent troubles. But that would be foolish. After all, he was surely not even there yet as their appointment was not for another week. Even if she went as slow as possible, she would still most likely enter the village before he did. She was not looking forward to being in that small village alone waiting for a man she barely knew. Despite this, she wanted to get there and see him. She needed to see him to speak with him, to know more about him and to figure out what these feelings meant. As the daylight began to wane into the late afternoon, the trees following the river turned golden, with sunlight reaching into the trunks and leaves from its western position. The path turned around a curve in the river, and that was when Kuratsuchi saw a silhouette of a lone woman several meters in front of her. Kuratsuchi maintained her speed and casually strolled closer to the woman. As she neared the figure, she noted that the woman was sitting on a stump of some old tree and had a forlorn expression on her wearied features. She appeared to be in her mid-40s or 50s and had a shock of graying frizzled hair on her scalp. Even from a considerable distance, Kuratsuchi could easily hear the woman's frantic breathing. The woman did not seem to notice Kuratsuchi until she was almost a few feet from her, and at that moment she practically fell from her seat on the stump. She screamed sharply and had a glare of genuine fear in her old tired eyes. Kuratsuchi gave her a disarming smile and bent over slightly to make her figure less intimidating. The woman's eyes lost their fear at the sight of Kuratsuchi's smile, and she calmed down almost as quickly as she had been startled. Kuratsuchi felt it was appropriate to speak first and lessen the tension even further. She made her tone as kind and as innocent as she could muster. "Sorry, miss. I didn't mean to startle you. Is everything all right?" The woman was far more placid than she appeared to be at first. She noticed the sincerity in the rosy eyes of the young woman in front of her and deemed her trustworthy. "It's fine. I'm sorry, dear. It's just that I thought you were one of those men." The quick flash of curiosity and trained suspicion on Kuratsuchi's brow did not go unnoticed by the woman. She was a mother after all. "Are you a kunoichi?" The woman had been alive long enough to tell the difference between a civilian and a shinobi by the way their eyes searched something. She had learned many years ago that their eyes were always calculating and observing their surroundings as if they were searching for a lost puzzle or trick in reality. Kuratsuchi did not seem perturbed by the brash question, at least outwardly. She simply narrowed her eyes by the slightest margin to indicate her acknowledgement of the question. "Yes, I am." "What men are you referring to? Have they done anything to harm you?" The woman's answer was immediate. "Yes. They took my daughter. My only child. My husband is a farmer and is in Kusa right now selling crops. It was just me and her, and they broke into our home and took her." The woman was choking out her words because she felt her throat get tight and heated from the raw emotion. "They would have taken me too if I didn't manage to get away." Her eyes showed desperation and true fatigue, something all shinobi could relate with. Kuratsuchi took a deep breath and assessed the situation properly. She kept her voice leveled and impassive. "Tell me everything. I can get her back, but I need to know everything. How far away you live and when this incident occurred. Don't leave anything out." The woman nodded and was amenable. Okay. Our house is about 2 hours down the path. They broke in a little less than 3 hours ago, I think. Junko, my daughter, and I were making dinner. I was chopping the vegetables when they barged in. There were about 5 of them and they had weapons." "What kind of weapons?" Kuratsuchi asked. "Knives, swords. One of them had those kunai that you ninja use. Anyways, one of them grabbed me and I managed to stab him in the arm with my cutting knife. The rest of the men had taken Junko by that point, so I escaped out the back door. I wanted to run in the direction of Kusa, but there were more of those men on that side blocking me. So I ran this way hoping to lose them. They didn't really give chase, but I was so scared that I ran until I couldn't run anymore." The amount of shame and worry in the woman's features was palpable. "Please. I beg of you, bring my Junko back. She's such a sweet girl, barely 17. When I think about what those awful perverted men are going to do to her, The woman finally broke down and wailed into her hands. The rest of her cries and pleas were jargon to Kuratsuchi. She instructed the woman to go to Kusa and find her husband. She said one more time that she would bring the woman's daughter back, and with that she vanished from view with an adroit shunshin. As Kuratsuchi flew through the trees towards the woman's house at blinding speeds, she cursed her morals. Her ethical reasoning had told her to help the woman and rescue her daughter. In the back of her head there was that underlying anxiety that had been trained into her pertaining to the notion if the whole ordeal was a trap or not. But she ignored that because her paranoia was stepping over any of her better senses, a deadly fear that slid over her and was ready to flood the darker side of her heart. It was so close, and Kuratsuchi knew that this was going to push her over the edge. And somehow she almost welcomed it. It would seem that she would not have to wait for Naruto for as long as she had initially thought. She also wondered if that was a good thing or not. A faint gust of wind blew from the ajar window and the man turned his head to stare at it in mild suspicion. The breeze was short and brief enough to raise conjecture in the man. He stepped over to the window and closed it shut. For a tender moment he stood still in place waiting for an active second that did not come. After he deemed it to be trivial, he shrugged and turned his back to the glass. As if on cue, the window flew open by the strong pressure from the wind and the man was thrown to the ground by a figure that had seemed to appear from thin air. Naruto stood over the unconscious body and surveyed the area with his yellow-tinted eyes. He had mastered his control over nature chakra to the point where he could utilize its abilities for up to an hour until he needed to absorb more, unless of course he used all of the chakra at once. If he went into his Kurama mode or even his six-path sage mode, then he could make short work of the enemy, but he held himself back for the time being. A few shadow clones popped into existence silently next to the blonde. He had created these clones with a small amount of chakra, again seeing as his opponents were rather laughable in their toughness. Stealth was what mattered to Naruto, and when he concluded that he did not alarm any of the other guards in the vicinity, he signaled to Kusuai from the open window. Kusuai acknowledged him and then performed a shunshin to his position. Naruto nodded silently to the jonin and they moved through the upper floor. Naruto could sense all of the men in the compound and he knew that one of the guards was stationary on this floor and only one other would patrol through it every 30 minutes or so. Naruto quickly hit his body against the paneling of a nearby door. His clones followed suit. Kusuai hid farther down the hallway, allowing Naruto to take out the guard who was scheduled to stroll past the blonde at any moment. Naruto remained hidden and quiet until the footsteps of the anticipated guard were heard coming up the adjacent stairwell. Before the guard got closer, Naruto was grateful not for the first time that day that there seemed to be no sensor types among the bandits. When the guard was less than an arm's reach from him, Naruto shot his hand out towards the man's neck to quickly incapacitate him. After the guard fell, Naruto moved up the stairwell with a careful burst of speed. Kusuai followed. The clones stayed back to stand guard. Naruto approached the solid door made of oak that was the entrance into the main room. Naruto could sense 4 men in that room and what was most likely their leader. He was the man with the greatest chakra reserves, so Naruto surmised that it was their leader. He indicated with his head to Kusuai to handle the bandit that was closest to the door on the right-hand side. Kusuai nodded in comprehension and with that Naruto kicked open the oak door with perfect precision. In almost one fluid motion, Naruto performed a breathtaking account of offensive strategy that would have made his masters proud. While Kusuai brought out a kunai to eliminate his target, Naruto created another clone to knock out the far guard to his left. The other 2 guards were close enough for Naruto to leap forward and launch an outstretched leg into one of the men's skulls and his arm reaching around the leader's neck. Kusuai and Naruto's clone had made short work of their targets and Naruto had a tight grip around the man with the large chakra reserves. It had all happened so fast that the man being held by Naruto still seemed dazed and unsure of the fact that he had been apprehended. What the bandit leader attempted to say until his voice was cut off by the strong force of Naruto's nature-enhanced hold. "Tell your men to stand down," Naruto ordered. "If you comply, we will make sure no harm comes to you or your men." The man smiled and choked out some incomprehensible gasps that he seemed to enjoy greatly. Naruto raised an eyebrow and lessened his grip. "If only they would listen to little Olmi," the bandit said with a sick grin. Shit. He was not the leader. Naruto realized his mistake too late and sensed all of the bandits in the compound flare their chakra. It was a trap. There must have actually been a sensor type among them, Naruto thought. One of them suddenly burst through the floors below and grabbed Kusuai from across the room. Naruto dropped the guard and was about to move to aid his comrade when all of the bandits made a direct attack on him. Some of them burst through the windows or floorboards, completely disregarding any obstacles to get to him. Naruto quickly created multiple clones around himself. Unfortunately, the bandits were more skillful than he anticipated. Perhaps they were not laughable. His clones were being dispersed at alarming speeds around him. He noticed that many of the bandits had headbands with slashed symbols identifying them as missing mean. Kusuai was not doing well. The missing nin's hold was overwhelmingly powerful and left him unable to move whatsoever. The shinobi's burly arms were wrapped around Kusai's lithe figure, preventing him from struggling. Kusai's hesitation was stronger than ever. He did not want to fight back. He did not want to do anything. He surrendered to his fear. He gave up on himself before he even tried. Even if he escaped from the man's grasp, there were multiple enemies around him and they would kill him instantly. Why was he even here? Naruto seemed to have his hands full, but he could manage. He would survive, of course. Kusai would probably die. The crack was still so small after all. Naruto's voice reverberated through the large room. Kusai. The hammer came down hard and split the iron. Someone believed in him. In that moment, Kusai knew what it felt like to be a feather, weightless. He ascended past his old self, past his old doubts, past his hesitation. He wondered if he had ever felt this before. He decided that it did not really matter. Naruto had called out to Kusai in desperation. For a moment, Kusai's chakra was dangerously low. Considering he had barely used his chakra, this was quite odd. He could still sense the Jonin's chakra, so he was not dead yet. At this point, the entire gang of bandits were in the main room and Naruto was having trouble taking them out. There were so many of them that it became difficult on discerning who to strike first and whether to worry about the other 6 trying to stab him or not. He decided on hitting the closest one and working from there. He threw a punch behind himself and broke a man's nose. He was going to need to put more chakra into his clones after all, and right before Naruto was about to do so, he heard Kusai's voice. A yell that was so uncharacteristic and chakra that was so raw and strong blasted from the small shinobi that Naruto was uncertain it was even Kusai he was looking at. Suddenly the young Jonin broke from his captor's hold and clapped his hands together. A great burst of strong wind erupted from Kusai's body that rivaled the power of Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. It did not nearly have the same control as the S-rank technique and it probably wasted the entirety of the Jonin's chakra, but because of the size of the room and the amount of people there it had devastating effects. The bandits circled and flew across the room from the sheer strength of the cyclone. Naruto held himself against a nearby wall and braced himself against Kusai's power. The bandits were not so lucky and many of them flew from the building and all were either knocked unconscious or killed by Kusai's technique. After what felt like hours of hurricane-like winds, the gale ceased. Kusai felt his body become heavy again, although this time it was because of chakra deficiency. Kusai saw darkness as he heard Naruto's voice calling out to him. His weight was broken and he could finally fly to whatever heights he wished to reach. As Kusai saw black cover his eyes, he wondered if the sand really was lonely after all. Kuratsuchi had smelled the black plume of smoke before she had seen it. She made it to the woman's home before the light had gone and night was fast approaching. It was no surprise to her to find the remains of the woman's house to be half-burnt and smoldering with blackened boards of wood among the embers. She assumed it to be the woman's house due to the fact that there were no other houses within the vicinity. The fire had mostly died out because of the haste and carelessness put into torching the small building. Meager fires were scattered throughout the ruined home and Kuratsuchi quickly began to scan the area to find clues as to where the rogues had gone. She had barely even surveyed the area for a minute when she found crushed patches of grass leading away from the house. These guys may be amateurs and careless, but that did not make them any less dangerous, she thought. They could still harm the poor girl they had captured. She followed the footsteps and the trampled grass and saw they were directed north towards the mountains that were the southern border of Tsuchi no Kuni. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes and remembered that there were many caves and tunnels in those mountains, a perfect hideout for bandits and robbers. Kuratsuchi started to see stars peeking out into the sky as she traveled north. They showered their placid hope upon her, promising something she was uncertain of and pondered if she ever would. The stars gave her what they could and she was thankful for that much. For a scant moment she was enraptured by the beauty surrounding her and forgot of her self-appointed mission. After the second passed and her will steeled, she hastened her pace and remembered her purpose. The dark reality of Kuratsuchi's duty wrapped its oily essence around her mind as she jumped through the trees towards the mountains. She could only hope the girl was still alive. It was probably too much to ask she was unspoiled. Kuratsuchi knew how these things worked, and the truth was when a group of men abducted a young woman there was almost always a common outcome that broke morality to its core. She tried to prepare her mind for what was most likely to come, but she knew it really was not going to help much. As Kuratsuchi approached the large rocky mountains, she was able to make out the steep walls of earth that jutted high above the forest. Inside of these town cliffs were holes of varying sizes that served as entrances to a myriad of tunnels that ran through the roots of the mountains. Some of the natural tunnels could lead an explorer to the other side of the mountains where the rocky valley that held Iwa was located. Most of them were dead ends, however. Kuratsuchi had ventured into numerous shafts and pits in her youth and knew the channels of earth well. Despite her familiarity with the tunnels, it would be difficult to locate the group of men unless they were reasonably close to the south side of the mountains. By the time the moon had reached its apex in the broad sky, Kuratsuchi stood in front of the sheer rock cliff that was the beginning of the mountain range. The tracks ended there at the cliff. Her eyes scanned the black holes dotted throughout the wall. Regardless of the bandits' slovenliness, she guessed they were probably shinobi that were relatively low class. She had heard from her grandfather in one of his letters that a reasonable number of genin and chunin had abandoned Iwa in recent years due to the lack of missions after the war, as well as a fair portion of jealousy between the civilians and the shinobi of the village. Compared to the general Iwanin population, it did not make a significant shift, but they were still out there with no order. A trained warrior who have lost their discipline is a dangerous one, she thought. She prayed that the bandits were not of former Iwa affiliation. She was smart enough to know her prayers were futile. After careful examination, Kuratsuchi noticed that one of the cave entrances positioned about 100 feet above her had a multitude of worn-out stone fragments and cracks on its edge indicating extended use. Kuratsuchi ran vertically up the cliff without a second thought, and she thanked her well-trained chakra control for allowing such an act. When she reached the mouth of the cave, she observed the smooth battered rock near the edge and the shifted gravel that announced the presence of many bodies. The tunnel was wide enough for a plethora of people to move in and out of its depths seamlessly. Kuratsuchi took a long drawn-out breath to steady herself and her worries. She had to be vigilant and disciplined in this endeavor. Kuratsuchi took one last lingering gaze at the starry sky and entered the dark foundations of the mountains. The moonlight was gone before long, and Kuratsuchi promptly flowed chakra into her sharp eyes to allow her some sight in the darkness, although her vision was not nearly as keen as it would be with natural light. For a time, the tunnel remained flat and straight, and then suddenly it dropped to a steady decline. She descended down the enclosed path that twisted and turned but never diverted or grew smaller. After a considerable amount of time, Kuratsuchi saw a glow that disturbed her chakra-enhanced vision, and she stopped the flow. She also heard voices emitting from the glow, and she moved towards it in silent practice. As she neared the glow, the voices became more distinct, and she concluded them to be male. When she heard a female voice scream, she tensed, but also felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was still alive at least. In the moments leading up to Kuratsuchi reaching the end of the tunnel, she debated if the girl being alive was actually a good thing. When Kuratsuchi arrived at the source of the glow and saw the spectacle surrounding it, she felt her blood heat up. The tunnel opened up into an expansive cave that rose high above the ground for a few hundred feet and was abounding with stalactites and stalagmites collectively. In the center of the large cave was a ring of several fires and a party of men in a tight circle. Kuratsuchi could make out the girls' screams and the men's cheers and laughs as they defiled her. Kuratsuchi felt her rage boil at the hideous unspeakable act before her. Her entire body was rigid with fury, and she balled her fists while focusing earth-natured chakra into them. The chakra hardened her skin like armor, and with a strong burst of speed Kuratsuchi dashed into the cave. The large group of men barely even noticed her as they molested the young girl until it was too late. A hardened fist smashed into one of the men's faces at such alarming speed that the man's skull caved in and he was shot upwards towards the cave ceiling. The men, having been caught with their pants down, gaped at the terrifying sight of a rosy-eyed kunoichi glaring at them with pure enmity. She stood in the center of the ring of men, and they backed away from her in shock and terror. Kuratsuchi stood over the weeping and naked girl with a defensive stance. She noted that none of the men had headbands of any sort. She quickly deduced that either they were not shinobi or they had discarded their bands long ago. She disposed of the former notion when she recognized some of the faces in the crowd to be missing mean from Iwa. The fire in Kuratsuchi's chest became ablaze when one of the men leered at her. "Looky here, fellas. We got another one here to join us." The men's initial surprise had faded at their companion's utterance. They began to nod in agreement and smiled dreadfully in Kuratsuchi's direction. Her vision became a blur of anger in that moment. She did not think these men were so careless and conceited as to not bow to the rational fear she imbued, but she was wrong. The man who had spoken in brazen foolishness stepped forward, drawing out a rusty kunai. The piercing red-hot glare in Kuratsuchi's eyes was enough to daunt any man that possessed even an inkling of common sense. Evidently there was a shortage of such sense among the party of bandits. "Come here. We will have loads of F." The man's invitation and life was cut short when Kuratsuchi launched her fist into his torso. The man's ribcage collapsed like a paper bowl underneath a mountain and he flew into the group of men behind him. The force of his body pushed a wave of men to the ground. Actual panic became evident in the men's eyes at the strength of the kunoichi. Some of the men in the crowd began to recognize her and shouted that she was the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. When this happened, a frenzy of different events transpired simultaneously. Some of the men stood their guard, others ran towards the only exit of the cave while the rest remained paralyzed in fear. Kuratsuchi quickly slammed her hands into the earth and made the ground rise up to cover the exit to the outside before any of the men had a chance to escape. Some of the men that ran had earth affinities and tried desperately to remove the blockage, but Kuratsuchi was too fast. She jumped high up into the air and used her lava release and water trumpet technique to shoot forward a hardening agent of quicklime that trapped all of the men located around the exit. She then fell to the floor of the cave with her hardened fist smashing into the earth. All of the surrounding men were caught in the destruction and impact of the attack. Rocks crumbled around them and fell from the ceiling as well as collapsing underneath their feet. The men began to scream and holler, with none of them having any more false courage to stand against the terrifying woman. Kuratsuchi darted around the cave, attacking, punching, kicking, burning, burying, and ultimately killing every man that remained. In the end, none were spared and a heavy amount of misaligned corpses and rubble surrounded Kuratsuchi. She stood in place with a loss of breath and attempted to regain her composure. She had not been that angry in a very long time and had lost herself in her fury, something that was directly discouraged among shinobi. After Kuratsuchi had calmed down and was in control once again, she walked towards the trembling form of the victimized girl. Her naked body was beaten and her porcelain skin was colored by bruises. Seeing her pitiful state made Kuratsuchi's anger reignite for a moment. She reached her hand out to the wide-eyed girl. "Junko? I've come to take you home." Kuratsuchi tried to keep her voice as tender and steady as it had been with the girl's mother earlier that day, hoping it would elicit a positive response. Unfortunately, it did not. The madness and horror in Junko's eyes were great enough to indicate the loss of sense and reason of her reality. She screamed in a jumble of incomprehensible jargon and crawled away from her savior. Kuratsuchi could only gaze at her in pain and grief. She had been too late, the girl's will was broken and there was nothing left in her mind but insanity. Junko shouted out some unintelligible drivel and ran off towards one of the fallen bodies. Kuratsuchi stared at her in puzzlement and then with horror when she saw what the girl was doing. Junko had reached for the man's rusted yet still partly sharp kunai and raised it to her neck. Kuratsuchi may have been fast, in fact she probably was fast enough to have done something in that horrible second, but something had slowed her advancement. Something in Junko's eyes spoke of helplessness and mania that somehow resonated within the dark-haired kunoichi. Something that shattered dreams as well as reality. Something inky and dreadful that finally flooded Kuratsuchi's soul. After the rusted kunai had done its work and she had carried Junko's lifeless body out of the mountain and into the growing light, Kuratsuchi looked at the sunrise to the east. She wondered how a world that carried such beauty could also carry such awful pain. Kuratsuchi had seen the evils of mankind and the harsh reality of what the world was before in her life, but nothing compared to the feeling of emptiness in Kuratsuchi's stomach. The feeling of pure dismay that enveloped her, and she pondered if anything could ever eradicate it. Perhaps time would help, or maybe it would be cruel. One thing was for sure, the sunrise certainly did not help. You didn't mention that your chakra nature was wind. Those were the first words that Kusuai heard when he opened his eyes. He turned his head to see a smug Naruto with amusement blazing in his strong eyes. Kusuai smiled weakly at his friend. His whole body was in agony and it felt like his blood had been replaced with lead. He was lying in a large hospital bed in what must have been the infirmary ward in Suna. He could smell the cleaning products and antiseptic throughout the small room the two shinobi were in. He could hear the muffled chatter of nurses and sounds of medical practice outside in the adjacent hallway. I didn't think it was that significant, Kusuai uttered with a numbness in his throat. What exactly happened? Naruto was seated on a stool next to Kusuai's bed and he straightened his back when Kusuai asked his question. Well, you exceeded my expectations, that's for sure. After the plan failed, I created my shadow clones and they got beaten pretty quickly. I purposely made them weaker than they normally would be to see if you would act on it. In hindsight, I shouldn't have held myself back as much as I did. You could have gotten really hurt. I've been trying to control my strength, but I haven't quite gotten it right yet. Still, Naruto paused and a proud smile formed on his lips as he looked at Kusuai. If the young jonin was asked to describe the feeling he had at that moment, he would have said that was impossible. You took all of them out with a single jutsu. Kusuai's expression was something close to disbelief mixed with happiness. Naruto cleared his throat and continued his explanation. The jutsu was wind-natured and so strong that you used almost all of your chakra reserves. You could have died if I didn't give you some of my chakra to hold you over until we got here. If we weren't in such an enclosed space at the time, then I'm sure things would have gone differently. There's also the fact that you focused your chakra flow into the nature transformation almost perfectly. Normally your chakra wouldn't have expanded like that. Kusuai's eyes widened as the reality of his actions was being revealed to him. I guess what I'm saying is that not only did you get lucky, but you showed what you're capable of. Kusuai was speechless by this revelation, and even though he wanted to thank Naruto, he was unable to find the words. Fortunately, Naruto seemed to understand the situation and stood up after giving the jonin a bright grin. Good work, Kusuai. Keep training and you'll do fine. Kusuai finally found his voice. Is that what you did? Naruto's smile became pensive and he looked down at his bandaged hand, flexing ever so slightly. Yeah, there were times where it was all I had. At least it felt like that. But I remember that when I realized what made me strong were the friends that supported me, it showed me who carried the real strength, the ones who believed in me. Kusuai was starting to organize his thoughts. Is that what makes a person great? The people around him? Is that how you became strong? Naruto seemed slightly taken aback by the piercing questions, but he smiled nonetheless. I think it was part of that. I think strength is also what you put into it, and that's different for every person. Naruto's eyes narrowed with wistfulness in his smile. Kusuai thought he looked the happiest at that moment. There are some things you have to learn yourself. He paused to think on what he had said. And some things you have to learn from others. But what if those things are hard to hear? His voice became lower. Or hard to do. Naruto was relieved by Kusuai's vulnerability all of a sudden. Just because something is hard or even impossible doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. His eyes were cooled with solemnity. Kusuai had heard that answer before and was not satisfied by it. That doesn't make any sense. There are things that are foolish even to attempt. Naruto's face became stern, but his voice carried no disrespect or anger. That's true, but that list is not as long as people like to think. Naruto took a deep breath and noticed Kusuai was waiting for him to elaborate. We're all humans and we're all flawed, but that doesn't mean that we can't do great things. You took out almost 50 men with a single jutsu. Before that you would have said such a feat was impossible. Kusuai was baffled by that statement and knew he did not possess grounds to retort. I've had comrades that would have died if I stayed idle, if I said it was impossible to do anything, Naruto continued. I'm strong now because of the mindset I had for most of my life. I learned early on that giving up before I even tried, giving in to my emotions and hesitation already makes me a failure. Naruto's eyes were bright and strong and his voice had a powerful essence to it. Kusuai would have sworn that the room shook from its power. But why? Why do you try? There are other people out there that are far stronger. People that possess what others don't. Shouldn't they be the ones to help? Kusuai's voice felt weak in comparison to the strength of the man's before him. Don't you see? I was weak and stupid once, but I knew that I wouldn't be forever. It all worked out because I can save them all now. I can take care of my friends. I'm not held back by my doubts, and you don't need to be either, Kusuai. You can grow and learn. Stop comparing yourself to others and stop doubting yourself. Your flaws and uncertainty don't define you. You don't have to rise above me, you only have to rise above your old self. Kusuai's eyes widened and Naruto's words sunk into him. He had never heard of those concepts before. His entire philosophy was shattering and a new one was being built up in its place. He had to suddenly cope with it, but the speed of what was transpiring was far greater. Naruto was right. His worries and mistakes did not define who he was. The impossible was not as great as he had initially thought. He was stronger and wiser than the Kusuai a week ago, a day ago, even a second ago. The reality of reason was fusing itself into his inner mind and he looked up at Naruto with comprehension. I want to help them all too. Kusuai's voice was quiet and full of raw emotion. I want to save all of them too, even if they're not my friends. Even though they see me as a nuisance and a failure, I want to be there for them. Kusuai's eyes started to brim with moisture and hot tears cascaded down his face. Naruto smiled tenderly down at his friend and nodded in relief. He got through to him. Then tell them that, Naruto said with the same degree of tenderness his smile had. The tears stopped and Kusuai looked up at Naruto with extreme perplexity. Naruto grinned and walked towards the door to the hallway. The whole village heard about what you did, Naruto said to Kusuai as he poked his head out the door to yell. Come on in. Kusuai's jaw dropped when villagers and Sunanin alike came tumbling into the small room. They all had looks of concern and pride in their eyes when they saw the Jonin. The number of cheers and praises from so many people that had once given him disgusted looks were staggering. They clapped him on the back, hugged him and congratulated him for what he did. A woman whose son had been killed by the bandits was crying in Kusuai's lap and thanking him for avenging his son. Giant men that had never given him the time of day were bawling like children when they saw that Kusuai's condition was fine. They had worried about me, Kusuai thought. Emotions were rampant in the small room and it was like a great dam was finally broken for the villagers of Sunagakure. Kusuai shed even more tears that day because now he could become stronger than ever. He could help all of them now like Naruto had helped him. He had found what he was missing. He was not going to hesitate anymore. The wait was gone after all. Naruto smiled and left the room as more people crowded the hallway to get into the hospital room. He had told the doctors his intentions beforehand and they had kept telling him that it would greatly bother their patient to have so many people in there. Naruto responded by telling them it was probably the best medicine anyone could be given. In the end he won. Gaara was standing at the end of the long hallway and Naruto made his way over to his old friend. Did you always know that he could perform that jutsu? Naruto asked with an amused smirk. Gaara gave his own version of a smirk to the war hero. I had a hunch. It's a very unstable jutsu that Kusuai probably never knew he could do. There were reports of him having an unusual chakra flow when his teachers gave him instruction on how to control his wind transformation. I did some research and found out about the chakra usage and principles regarding the low-ranking yet potent jutsu. Although it's more like a giant burst of chakra than it is a technique. The boy was very lucky. Naruto gave his friend a toothy grin. He sure did. If he keeps training and controls that flow of chakra, he could end up rivaling Gaara. Gaara smiled at his old friend and let out an uncharacteristic chuckle that few people have heard. He just might. Naruto's expression became more serious and he looked at Gaara with careful eyes. He showed me something that I forgot about Gaara. Gaara had been hoping for that. What it was like to have potential again. I remember that I used to be so weak and the bottom of my class, but none of that mattered when I had great friends to help me along the way. Naruto had a smile that spoke of leaves and wind. I was reminded of that. Gaara smiled warmly and nodded to his friend. I'm glad to hear it, Naruto. Naruto stepped past the redhead and began to walk away from him. Gaara stayed where he was. Where will you go now? Naruto stopped and paused to think of an answer. He thought of pink roses and the strong earthy soil they were planted in. He thought of a woman that he really wanted to see again. He turned to his friend and gave him a smile that reminded Gaara of when they were younger and times were simpler. A place with potential. Gaara seemed satisfied with that answer. After soon as great cliffs were gone from view and the summer sun burned brightly in the cloudless sky, Naruto still thought of roses. As he reached the top of a sand dune, he allowed those thoughts to wander. Naruto yearned to see the woman of his affections again. He was not sure what actions he would take when he saw her or what condition she would be in, but he knew for certain that he was going to relish every second he was given with her. There was something about Kurotsuchi that interested him and something that terrified him. It might have been from uncertainty or it might have been from ignorance. Either way, Naruto was curious as to what would happen next. One of the hardest moments of Kurotsuchi's life was to tell two parents she could not save their daughter. Her return had been sluggish because with every step she knew her regret was corroding the tender flesh of her heart. She had finally returned to the ruined home when the sun had passed most of its course in the cloudy sky, hoping to find the parents there. Unfortunately, her assumption was right. She had not been looking forward to dealing with their predictable reactions. When Kurotsuchi saw the woman's husband, her first thought was that he had the same eyes that Junko did. That thought felt like a drop of water in her stomach, which surprisingly increased the sense of emptiness in it. Junko's father had wept with his wife when they saw their daughter's corpse. Kurotsuchi lied to them, saying she had been too late to rescue her and the men had killed her before she had found them. She felt the truth was just too pernicious. She told them all of the men were eliminated and they would no longer pose a threat. The couple tried to compensate Kurotsuchi with money for her trouble, but she respectfully refused. In her mind, she did nothing to deserve it. When Junko's mother had wailed her sorrows into the heated afternoon, Kurotsuchi felt a dark chill creep through her blood. The chill was a thought that clipped the feathers of hope and made a woman question why the world was the way it was. No matter what she or any shinobi did, there would always be evil intent in human hearts, and it felt like they built their castles in the sand. It was pointless. Everything Kurotsuchi did was pointless. She could not save this woman's daughter, so the world and Kurotsuchi's heart were made colder for it. Kurotsuchi had fought strong enemies, witnessed the betrayal of close friends, and endured the greatest war the world had ever seen, but somehow this girl's death wrecked her. It tore into the spirit and pulled her down to a miserable level of icy convictions. She had failed and there was nothing she could do to change it. Despite her suffering, she knew it was nothing compared to the parents bawling in front of her. Her own tears did not come. She helped them with the burial process by forming a hole in the ground and staying for a small ceremony that took the remainder of the day. After that, Kurotsuchi shared her condolences and best wishes, then left them with silent footsteps. That night, the stars and moon illuminated the earth and its inky essence. The leaves of the trees reflected the silvery glow, letting the forest drink the ghostly light. Kurotsuchi trekked along the path in an abstracted state of mind. She was a disciplined shinobi of Iwa, but the sense of helplessness was clutching her spirit like cold fingers. She knew she was headed in the direction of Kusa, but she almost did not care. If everything was pointless, then why did going to Kusa and seeing Naruto matter? What did feelings of love and affection have to do with a world filled with evil? Kurotsuchi did not have an answer. When Kurotsuchi really thought about it, she realized that what was really bothering her was the fact she could have done something. She could have prevented all of it from happening. Kurotsuchi could have stopped the kunai from reaching Junko's throat, but she had hesitated. She could have moved, but she stopped herself. Her thinking had prevented her from moving. Why? She kept playing the horrific scene through her head over and over again, but she was so unsure about what she was thinking about in that cloudy second. Why did she do that? She did not know what had happened, and in the depths of her heart she did not want to. Because if she knew why she had done it, then she would be admitting to the reality of her mistake. She wanted to forget reality if only for a little while. After the moon had moved a significant distance, Kuratsuchi became too weary to continue. It was not a physical weariness but a mental one. She was drained. She stopped in place, and for the first time that night she took note of her surroundings. She heard the sound of water trickling close by and left the path to investigate. Several meters away from the path, hidden amid the brush, she found a quaint pool that rippled from a steady flow of water above it. The small waterfall was rather soft in its noise-making and generated a peaceful atmosphere around the pool. The pool resembled silver because of the moon's glow, and Kuratsuchi stepped near it to peer into its watery body. She saw her reflection there. Her pink eyes mingled with the silvery light, forming an amalgamated painting of faded colors. She examined her features and questioned her existence for a soft moment. It was then that the tears came like a wave. The salty drops rippled in the pool and muddled her appearance. Kuratsuchi had failed, and there was nothing she could do to change it. She wanted to find release, and weeping was not fitting her needs. After a considerable amount of time passed, filled with teardrops, Kuratsuchi knelt in a gentle patch of grass near the pool to rest her enervated body. She fell asleep to the tender sound of the waterfall and the creamy glow of the moon. Perhaps her dreams would not be as pointless as her reality. Naruto's sun-kissed hair swayed with the gentle breeze as the morning light shone down on him through the leaves. He always loved the way the light hit the trees, producing a bright emerald canopy above him that spoke of majesty. He appreciated the way nature would bless the world with its beautiful simplicity. Naruto had been traveling for a protracted amount of time. For some reason that he did not quite comprehend, his feet were moving quicker than he had been initially commanding them to. Earlier, he had stopped a traveling merchant on the side of the road to inquire if Kusa was close by. The merchant had said he was only about an hour away. That had happened 30 minutes ago. Naruto was perplexed by his speed but did not dwell on it for longer than he needed to. As Naruto traveled down the wooded path, he patted the scroll in his cloak and smiled from the lovely words that were concealed within it. Kakashi had finally replied the night before, and Naruto was still lingering on the helpful and kind advice the Hokage had written. He had only read it twice, but the words were etched into his memory, hopefully for good. Dear Naruto, thank you for the report. I hope the endeavor involving the rogues bodes well for you. As for your honest request about Kuratsuchi, I am quite flattered that you would trust me with that information. I understand that you're uncertain about your feelings concerning the opposite sex, and that's perfectly normal. You're being very mature by requesting advice, and I'm so proud of you, Naruto. It takes a strong man to ask for help. Your parents would be proud too. Regarding Kuratsuchi, I suggest that you learn more about her. Find out as much as you can, and then once you obtain enough information on who she is, you can then consider if you want to take the next step in the relationship. The important thing is to communicate. Let her know how you feel when you feel it is necessary. She deserves to know just as much as you should know her feelings, whether romantic or otherwise, about you. Trust your intuition, Naruto. It has helped you out in the past after all. I look forward to your next report. Good luck, Naruto. Sincerely, Kakashi Hatake, Rokudaime Hokage. After reading it, Naruto had missed his old teacher more than ever. He knew that every word on the scroll was as sincere as the man who had written it. He wanted to see Kakashi and all of his friends in Konoha, but he was not ready. He would see them again, he told himself. It would just take some more time. With every step that Naruto took, his excitement grew. He was going to see Kuratsuchi again, the woman that had been plaguing his thoughts for over a week now. Kakashi's words seemed to be ringing in the stillness of his mind. Let her know how you feel. He wished it was that simple. When he read that portion of the letter, his stomach seemed to drop at the very thought of telling her how he felt. How could he do that when he did not even know what they were? There was no way he could simply describe his feelings in detail. However, knowing Kakashi believed in him seemed to boost his confidence. Perhaps he did not need to describe them but say them. She would understand, he thought. She would probably appreciate his honesty, and his courage strengthened at the prospect. So it was decided, he would tell Kuratsuchi his feelings for her. Naruto's grin was wide and his spirits were high as the sunny forest seemed to reflect his mood. He was so cheerful he almost did not notice the subtle movement of grass in the distance. Luckily, Naruto's instincts were disciplined enough for his ears to hear the unnatural noise of the grass being shifted. He stopped suddenly and his eyes steeled over in preparation. He swiftly moved through the dense foliage off the side of the path without making an audible sound of any kind. Naruto almost broke his cover when he saw what was on the other side of the brush. The woman of his recent dreams was sleeping next to a clear spring and he froze in place when he realized it was Kuratsuchi. He was only a few meters from her resting form and Naruto could not help but stare at how beautiful she appeared. Her breathing was rhythmic and heavy, indicating that she was in a deep sleep. Naruto took those still moments to examine her. Her lips were peachy and full with a hint of cherry color to them. Her cheekbones were elevated to an attractive degree but not too high to where they were prim. She had a sharp nose that bared some contrast with the warm arc of the bone structure it ended in. The curves of her body were like hills and valleys of endless blandishment. He did not really get to appreciate the fullness of her hips the last time they had seen each other. They were exquisitely wider than they were during the war. She was wrapped in her travel cloak, so he was disappointed to not see any of her exposed skin. He kicked himself mentally at that thought. She was a human being, not an object. Naruto then realized he would be in some serious danger if she awoke to find him staring at her while she was asleep. If she was anything like Sakura, and he was fairly certain she was, then he would be counting on a giant lump on his head if she awoke. So Naruto took the safe approach. Kuratsuchi? His voice was not too loud nor too soft, the perfect volume to awake a sleeping woman. When Kuratsuchi opened her eyelids and her flushed eyes were revealed to the morning light, Naruto froze once again. Despite his adroit perception skills, Naruto was having trouble trying to discern the emotions and thoughts in Kuratsuchi's eyes. The stoic salmon-colored orbs confessed almost nothing to his deduction skills. There was only one mental state that was so prevalent in her soul, yet it was only for a careful second he was able to decipher what it was: pain. Her finely trimmed eyebrows furrowed slightly at Naruto's presence, though not out of anger but confusion. Naruto? The eyebrows widened. Naruto! She paused for a moment, then looked at her surroundings and her current position. Kuratsuchi's face was the same shade as her eyes when she quickly stood up. She did not like being caught off guard. Her uncharacteristic stuttering was a testament to that. How long have you been standing there? It was Naruto's turn to blush. I just got here actually, he lied. In her frantic state, Kuratsuchi seemed to buy it. Oh well. Fantastic. She took another pause to collect her thoughts. When she had opened her eyes, she thought she had still been dreaming. Her dreams had been filled with the same hues of yellow and blue that were currently in front of her, and it had embarrassed her to realize it. Finally, she seemed to be in control of herself and made a sharp intake of sweet air into her lungs. Did you need something? Her question bounced around the watery glade, the sound of the small waterfall mingling with the innocent words. Naruto was taken aback by the question. Suddenly all of his confidence seemed to fall down his throat and into the pit of his stomach. He could not tell her after all. Well, we agreed to meet up again, right? In Kusa? Kuratsuchi's eyes reflected some well-concealed surprise at the revelation. Given yesterday's circumstances, she had forgotten about the hopeful reunion, or at least misplaced the joy of the rapprochement. Yes, of course. She recovered well enough to where it seemed natural even to Naruto. She surveyed the clearing they were in. Although I do believe this is not Kusa. The gentle smirk Kuratsuchi gave Naruto made his blood pulse far quicker than normal. He could not help but participate in the playful banter he had missed so much. You have a good eye. He mirrored her smirk, which increased the curvature of her lips. However, we're not far from the outskirts. She tilted her head, which caused her ebony shoulder-length locks to careen to the side of her face. Is that so? There was a quick moment of silence as she aligned her thoughts. Then would you care to accompany me on the way there, hero? I have some business there that I must attend to. Naruto felt his veins surge at the suggestion. She had a funny way of getting what she wanted without making it seem like she was too eager. Naruto was not too keen on this fact yet, however. He nodded. Sure, I'd be happy to. Kuratsuchi turned her body towards the direction of the path but stopped dead in her tracks when Naruto asked an abrupt question. Why were you out here anyways? Couldn't you have slept in town? Naruto's inquiry reverberated in the confines of her mind, paralyzing her. The events of the night before gripped her soul. In her shock, it had all slipped her mind. There was some relief in knowing the blonde man had been able to make her forget about it, if only for a little while. Nevertheless, her fear and regret flooded her senses. Everything was pointless, she reminded herself. She shook her head, trying to shake away the terrible thoughts that invaded her duty and character. She could not let it control her. She could not let it take away her joy. Somehow it was not too difficult to push it all aside, although she was uncertain for how long that would last. She realized she had been staying in place for too long due to the fact that Naruto was raising an eyebrow at her in mild curiosity, waiting for her answer. She thought he looked cute in that moment. She shook that thought away too. Let's go, she announced as she pushed through the fresh vegetation on the way to the path, leaving Naruto's question unanswered. He did not press the issue further. Naruto followed after her without investigating her odd behavior. Naruto scrunched his face in speculation as he tried to discern what that look meant earlier as he followed behind her. For one split moment, Naruto had seen the pain in her eyes again. This time, however, it was much more concentrated. It had been similar to the center of a whirlpool, a swirl of agonizing water that struck the cold ocean of distress. When she had looked back at him, he had tried to seem as disinterested as possible about the matter, but he could not completely mask his concern. Naruto wanted to think longer on the subject, but his thoughts were cut short when Kuratsuchi spoke to him from up front. Aren't you going to ask what my business is in Kusa? A playful glint was in her eyes, just like it had been in aim. Naruto had forgotten how much he had missed that glint. He shrugged. I figured that you would tell me eventually. His smirk was wide enough to show teeth. Or I would have figured it out myself. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes at him, trying to detect whether that was a jab or a subtle inclination to their relationship. She decided it was probably neither. I'm going to formally invite Kusagakure to the Shinobi Union. Now that AIM has joined, the Union is trying to recruit every village we can get. Because of you, Naruto, it's made things a lot easier. Kuratsuchi had expected the blonde hero to swell with pride at that announcement, but she had been pleasantly surprised. Instead, Naruto quickened his pace to reach her. They were now walking side by side along the path with Naruto on Kuratsuchi's right. He grinned brightly at her and she could feel blood rush to the tip of her nose. How could he make her do that? She barely knew the guy, yet no man had ever made her feel this way. As if he was reading her thoughts, Naruto said, "What's your favorite season?" She appeared to be perturbed by his questioning. Her innate reaction was to be flustered and begin her stuttering again, but she pushed that down with sheer will. What? Where did that come from? Naruto's smile softened slightly but kept its brilliance. He had wanted to ask a much deeper question, one pertaining to why she was in so much pain. Of course he knew he would not have gotten an answer, so he decided on trying to get to know her better. Kakashi's advice was his best bet after all. I don't know, he replied as a chuckle escaped his lips. Is there something wrong with wanting to know your favorite season? Don't answer my question with another question. It's still an answer though. She was about to retort, but the logic behind his absurd reasoning gave her pause. After a few breathy seconds of ruminating, she gave in. Autumn. She glanced at him. Autumn is my favorite season. Naruto did not take long to respond. Why? She looked forward and stared up at the olive-colored canopy above them. There's a lot of reasons. The changing colors for one thing. It's kind of like spring but the opposite. The world adjusts itself for a time of rest in autumn. A time where things get colder but only so they can get warm again. But that was her old philosophy though, was it not? After Junko's death, everything in her worldview had changed. She had realized the whole world was always cold and was always filled with evil. Warmth and goodness were just an illusion. Why could she not say that though? Around Naruto, she could barely even think about all of that. How was he able to do that? Did she actually believe what she had said? She did not feel like she was lying. For some reason, Kuratsuchi had trouble feeling depressed around the effervescent man. Naruto's grin made Kuratsuchi think the sun's rays had broken through the trees. She looked up to check, it had not. Couldn't say it better myself. That's why it's my favorite too. Kuratsuchi could tell he was being sincere and smirked at him. For a couple minutes neither of them said anything else until Kuratsuchi broke the silence. What's your favorite vegetable? Kusagakure was a small but thriving village. Because of its invasion during the Third Shinobi World War, the village and the surrounding nation had suffered many casualties and had its infrastructure in ruin. After the war, the village had bounced back and became a successful shinobi village due to the shrewdness of its diplomatic leaders. Like many of the smaller shinobi villages, Kusagakure was not led by a Kage but by a small council of leaders. The leaders were highly skilled in diplomacy and were all highly intelligent. They were known to be peaceful and honest men that had sided with Konoha with the utmost respect towards the great village. When the Fourth Shinobi World War ended, they had shared the same excitement and relief that the rest of the world had experienced. Kusa was shaped like a square with a grid-like structure of streets and alleys comprising its layout. The village was divided into 4 units of the square almost symmetrically. From the perspective of the cardinal directions, the square was shaped as a diamond with the point of the top quadrant facing the north. Because of this layout, the quadrants were logically called the north, south, east, and west quadrants. The main headquarters of the village was located at the southernmost point of the north quadrant near the exact center of the village. That center was where the 4 quadrants intersected and formed another open square, earning it the name Center Square, another testament to the logical attitudes of the village's residents and founders. When Naruto and Kuratsuchi entered Center Square and the war hero was still not surrounded by fanatics or admirers, he visibly groaned his disappointment. He had learned the art of humility in recent years, but it was still a relatively new concept to him that he did not follow religiously. He was starting to like being recognized and admired by strangers wherever he went. Unfortunately for Naruto, the residents of Kusa were well known for being stoic and unenthusiastic unless they needed to be. He had received some waves and glances from the villagers, but it was nothing compared to what he was used to. Naruto was kind of hoping to see Kuratsuchi's reaction to him being the center of attention in a village they were not really associated with. At this point, he was grateful to get any reaction out of the pink-eyed Kunoichi. Every time the woman laughed, smiled, frowned, or depicted any form of emotion, Naruto felt like he understood the world a little better. If pushed for clarification on the matter, Naruto would say it actually made him want to understand the world better, because then he would probably be able to explain why he liked her reactions so much. He hoped so anyways. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes at Naruto's visible dismay, her grief temporarily forgotten once again. Honestly, you're a real puzzle hero. One minute you act all mature and intelligent and the next you're practically a child. Naruto's mood drastically changed at her astute observation. His grin showed as much white as the puffy clouds in the sky. He was enjoying the fact that she was analyzing him. That's just what makes Naruto Uzumaki the complex individual that everyone loves. Kuratsuchi audibly sighed at his antics. Although the subtle amusement she conveyed did not go by unnoticed. Truth be told, Naruto rarely acted like his old self these days, except around those he was especially close to. He had wanted to not act this way around Kuratsuchi, but when he realized her reactions were rather positive, he could not help himself. It was basically impulsive and he liked it that way. The headquarters is right there, Kuratsuchi said as she stepped towards the large building that was the hub of the village. Come on, hero. Naruto followed along as he marveled at the simplicity of the important building. It was a two-story building with a single tower jutting up in the center of the block-like structure. The tower rose up for an additional 3 stories, and emblazoned upon the front wall of the tower was the kanji for grass. The building was surrounded by a concrete wall and had 2 kusanin standing guard in front of it. When they saw the 2 strangers approach them, they became rigid and tense. Naruto threw them his most disarming smile from a distance, and one of them quickly recognized him. "That's Naruto Uzumaki," the shinobi guard told his comrade standing next to him. The other guard narrowed his eyes in disbelief at the man in question. "The famous war hero?" "Yes, and it looks like he is heading this way. Should we stop him?" The first guard was bewildered by such an audacious statement. "How do you stop one of the strongest men to ever live?" "I don't know, but it's our job to question anyone who wishes to see the council." The first guard gave a nervous chuckle. "I don't think you understand. If that man wants to see the council, he will see the council." The second guard was about to say more when the blonde man that had been the focus of their discussion stood in between the 2 guards. Naruto grinned happily at them. "Hello, my friends! Would you mind letting me and my companion here into the building? We have come on diplomatic means, and we would like to." "Yes. Of course. Go right ahead," the 2 guards exclaimed in unison. Naruto gave them both a quizzical expression but wisely decided not to press the issue any further because of Kuratsuchi pushing him forward from behind. She called out a sing-song thank you to the 2 guards, and the duo entered the Kusa headquarters. A young receptionist was sitting at a desk with a stack of papers placed next to her. She was scribbling something when the 2 shinobi walked in. She peered up at them with disinterest at first glance, but when she saw Naruto her face became flushed. She was immediately intimidated by the handsome blonde, but she tried to maintain a professional demeanor as best she could. "Hello. What may I do for you?" She was only addressing Naruto, seeming to ignore Kuratsuchi altogether, much to the kunoichi's chagrin. Naruto did not seem to notice or care about the woman's batting eyelashes, but Kuratsuchi sure did. She could feel her patience thinning and her annoyance increasing at the way the young woman lusted at Naruto. Before the Jinchuriki could say anything else, the kunoichi spoke for him. "We are here to see the council if you do not mind." Her tone was razor sharp, and the receptionist flinched a little as if needles were piercing her. Naruto rubbed the nape of his neck and shot the receptionist an innocent smile that made the young woman's leg muscles loosen subconsciously. She immediately forgot about the needles then. "We only need to see them for a few minutes. I would be extremely grateful if you would let us see them. I assure you it's of the utmost importance." The woman frowned in some form of reluctant regret and merely glanced at Kuratsuchi from the corner of her eye. "I'm afraid you need to have scheduled an appointment, and the council is not seeing anyone today. They are in an important meeting, you see." Subconsciously, Naruto expressed his disappointment by creasing his eyes slightly. The almost defeated look made the woman's heart melt into a puddle. It made even Kuratsuchi have a moment of pause. The woman's pitch was far higher than earlier. "Well, if it really is important, I guess you can go in. It's up the stairs and down the hall." The receptionist gave Naruto a sultry smile. "However, you can only go if you come see me again on your way out." "That shouldn't be a problem." Naruto's words were cut off by Kuratsuchi pulling him by the ear. The fuming kunoichi dragged the war hero away from the desk without a word. Naruto pulled away from her strong grip when they reached the top of the stairs leading to the council room. "What the hell was that for?" Kuratsuchi looked unamused. "For playing into that skank's hands. You should know better, hero." Naruto chuckled in a sheepish fashion and found himself unable to look at her in the eye. "I was just being friendly." Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes once again and headed towards the council room without giving him any more attention on the matter. They stepped into a long hall and made their way to the end of it. At the end of the hall were 2 brightly painted ornate doors that appeared to have costed more than was probably necessary. Kuratsuchi wasted no time by knocking heavily on the double doors. Naruto was honestly intrigued by her lack of tact. After a few moments of silence, the doors were opened from the inside and a small robed man stood in front of them. His robes were similar to the ceremonial robes worn by the Kage but without any form of headwear. The small man immediately recognized Naruto and was alarmed by the abrupt visit. "Oh my! How may I help you?" Naruto waved and smiled kindly to the short man. Kuratsuchi stepped forward and answered the man's question. The man seemed to just notice her presence, which increased the kunoichi's irritation. "We're here on diplomatic circumstances from the Shinobi Union." The man's eyebrows were heightened by her announcement. "Diplomatic, you say?" A gleeful smile formed around the man's lips and he centered it at Naruto's presence with the addition of a nod to him. "Why, yes. This is perfect. Please come in." The man opened the doors completely and allowed the two shinobi to enter the large room. The council room was circular in shape with a large wooden table placed in the center. The table was circular as well with 5 chairs stationed around it. When the duo walked in, 4 out of the 5 chairs were occupied by men all wearing robes that were similar to the ones their greeter was wearing. All of the men were of considerable age, with one of them being elderly. The 5 counselors were startled at seeing the unwelcomed guests entering their meeting room. They all stood up almost at the same time and had similar expressions of surprise on their brows. The elder was the first to speak. "What is the meaning of this? We are in an important meeting. Goro, why did you let these 2 in?" "Apologies, Elder-san," said the counselor that had greeted the 2 shinobi. "But these 2 are from the Shinobi Union and wish to speak to us about our discussion. They may be able to help us with our predicament." The counselor Goro lowered his voice slightly. "Plus this is Naruto Uzumaki, Elder-san. A man worthy of respect." The elder seemed to pick up on his co-worker's hint and widened his eyes at the sudden revelation. He quickly corrected himself. "Ah yes. Uzumaki-san. We are very grateful to be meeting with you." He turned to his fellow counselor. "Goro, would you get some chairs for our guests?" Goro promptly retrieved 2 chairs from a supply closet and put them next to himself at the round table. When Naruto and Kuratsuchi were made comfortable in their seats, the elder cleared his throat. "Now then, Uzumaki-san. What business does the Shinobi Union have with Kusagakure?" Naruto raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. I believe you should ask my friend here." He gestured to Kuratsuchi, who appeared to be extremely perturbed. "She's the representative for Iwa in the union. I'm merely an escort of sorts." Kuratsuchi swallowed her pride and frustration at the apparent disrespect to handle the task at hand. "We've come to invite you to the Shinobi Union." The elder smiled at that declaration. "Fantastic. Well, gentlemen, there is our solution." Kuratsuchi was rather baffled by the man's reaction. "What are you talking about?" "Allow me to explain," the elder chimed with earnest. "Kusa's economy has been dwindling of late. Because of this peaceful era we have had a major decrease in missions. Fewer people are hiring shinobi in this region and we desperately need to change that. Joining the union would settle that, as we know that you offer missions from all over the world to whomever wants them. This would greatly aid us in our endeavor to save our village's economy." The elder looked at the other counselors seated around the table. "I believe that our vote on the matter is all unanimous, correct?" "I'm afraid not, Elder-san." The elder narrowed his eyes at the source of the voice, his white beard shaking in slight distress. "Kaneki, why would you say such a thing?" The counselor that had spoken up, Kaneki, had gray steel eyes that seemed to be as stubborn as the metal they resembled. Naruto did not like them one bit. They reminded him of a bandaged counselor that had given much grief to him and his friends before the war. Kaneki was unyielding. "I do not think Kusa should be under control by any other nations." Kuratsuchi retorted to the man's ignorant statement. "I'm afraid that you don't understand. No nation is above any other in the union. Everyone is equal and has a voice in our organization. We believe that your nation will be a valuable asset to the union. Your resources and diplomacy will be very helpful. Kaneki was unfazed by Kuratsuchi's logic. Naruto knew that he would be. Men like that rarely gave in to reason. They would rather deny or neglect it because they had created their own reasoning long ago. The problem was their logic was usually deemed as self-referentially absurd. Of course, they typically denied that fact too. Maybe for a time. But your greater nations will stand over us and put control on our little country in no time. We've only ever been your battleground or market for resources. You've never shown any interest in our ideals in the past, so why would you now? Kaneki was reminding Naruto more and more of the former leader of Root back when it existed, and it was starting to get on his nerves. Despite this, Naruto kept his mouth shut. The elder took back control. Kaneki, you're being ludicrous. Things are different now. None of the great nations have any cause to do what you're stating. Kaneki was like a piece of wood that had fallen in the muddy waters and refused to budge. Perhaps now. But what about later when things are different again? They would have no problem taking us over and controlling our government. The elder was starting to get heated. They could do that now if they wanted to. They could force us to join, but they are giving us a choice. Doesn't that constitute for something? Kaneki's eyes were set and determined. No. The statement was simple but strong enough to make the elder lean back in his chair. Well, it doesn't matter. The elder addressed the entire council. We will have a majority vote. The animosity in Kaneki's eyes was substantial. All those in favor of joining the Shinobi Union say aye. For out of the 5 counselors shouted out a resounding aye, and Kaneki's anger was left to brew in his steely eyes. Kaneki stood up from his chair. Elder-san. His tone was venomous. According to our laws, a majority vote can only be held after a formal discussion on the matter has been observed. We've discussed the matter quite enough. The elder could be just as stubborn, and Kaneki knew it. But it has not been formal. If I am to dissuade the counselors here on your foolish proposal, it must be done in a fair and just discussion. We merely had a spat, not a discussion. The elder matched Kaneki's eyes. For what seemed like an eternity, the 2 men glared daggers at each other. They tried to see who would succumb to the other's will first. Very well, the elder finally said. We will adjourn this meeting for now. We will start the formal discussion first thing in the morning. The elder glanced at the 2 guests who were staring at Kaneki with calculating eyes. And they will join us as well. They have a voice here too. Kaneki decided to humor him. As you wish, Elder-san. I will see you all in the morning. With that, Kaneki shuffled out of the room without another word. After Kaneki had left in such an abrupt fashion, the elder appealed to the 2 shinobi across from him. I'm sorry about that. Don't worry, we will have this ordeal settled by tomorrow. In the meantime, we will make arrangements to have you both stay in a local inn. Naruto and Kuratsuchi welcomed the prospect of sleeping in comfy beds again. They thanked the counselors and exited out the ornate doors and down the hall. When they reached the bottom of the stairs and the receptionist had beckoned Naruto over, Kuratsuchi gave him a glare that somehow made the Jinchuriki think twice about seeing his admirer. The receptionist pouted when Naruto waved goodbye to her, and the duo left the main building. As the midday sun shone down on the 2 shinobi, Naruto gave Kuratsuchi a serious expression. I didn't like the resolve in that Kaneki's eyes. Kuratsuchi nodded in agreement and reflected on what she felt about the somber look Naruto was showing. Yes, but I don't think he'll pose much of a problem. It's a 4-1 vote right now. Naruto shook his head. That's not the point. I know that look, Kuratsuchi. Naruto's eyes were still like a pool formed from an underground spring that had traveled far to reach its destination. That man will do anything to get his way. As Kuratsuchi contemplated the implications of Naruto's observation, she realized that she was not that different. The sun had not yet risen, and the gentle room was held by the floating changing light that was not actually there. It was similar to the moment where a candle was almost lit, like the moment of spark that brought some form of dim visibility to the world. Between this transition of night to morning, Kuratsuchi was awake, lying in her futon. The inn she and Naruto had decided to stay in was quaint and simple in its structure and service. Her temporary lodging was small and comfortable. Naruto was staying in the room next to hers, and she had had difficulty falling asleep the night before with the thought of knowing his presence was near. Kuratsuchi was deep in thought in the early morning hours, and her mind was floating like the light around her. She was still uncertain. Her mind lingered on the curious events that seemed to be attracted to her lately. With all these peculiar circumstances surrounding her, it seemed Naruto was at the center of them. This was odd to her because some of those situations had nothing to do with the war hero at all, but somehow they did. They did because he had affected her in more ways than one. She was unsure as to how he had done that. She closed her eyes in frustration when she realized she was hesitating again. Hesitation. She was starting to loathe that word and all it stood for. Why did she hesitate? The question seemed like it was never going to leave the confines of her thinking. The question was like a muddy shadow that tainted the purity of her thoughts. When Naruto was around her, however, the shadow would retreat into the back of her mind. The shadow never really left, but it was easily forgotten when Naruto's brilliance was around. Kuratsuchi brooded on this revelation and wondered if the blonde could make the shadow go away forever. Perhaps that could happen if she would just let him. Of course, she had no idea what that looked like. Maybe the shadow knew. Kuratsuchi was pulled from her thoughts when she heard a gentle knock on her door. She sat up in her nightwear and called out her permission for the visitor to come in. The door opened and a prepared Naruto stood smiling at her. "Good morning." "Morning," she said as the shadow withdrew. "Meet me outside when you're ready?" His face was eager and fresh, much like the morning itself. Kuratsuchi agreed and he closed the door. For a brief moment of pause, she relished the way her room brightened before her eyes. The fresh sunlight came streaming in and flooded the room in warmth. The way the light shone around her made her not want to brood any further. She supposed it was better that way. The light was not her enemy after all. After Kuratsuchi was fully dressed and prepared for the day ahead, she found Naruto waiting outside the inn. The inn was situated in the south quadrant of Kusa and was only a few blocks from Center Square. The quadrant was fairly urban and a string of Kusa citizens were roaming throughout the streets when Kuratsuchi exited the inn. The early morning sky was complemented by the long streaks of thin clouds nestled in its vastness. The summer air in Kusa was rather heavy with moisture considering the rain they received. The amount of rivers the nation had was a testament to that. Naruto acknowledged Kuratsuchi with a broad smile when she approached him. "Ready?" She smirked and nodded. "Come on, hero." Naruto kept the smile as he watched the kunoichi move past him. He followed after her figure with the cloth of her dark cloak billowing in the swaying breeze. He mulled over the way her eyes had shifted when she had turned. Whatever had been bothering her was still present in her mind, and Naruto desperately wanted to help her with it. However, the fact she was still trying to conceal it from him implied she was not ready to talk about it. Naruto still needed to learn patience, and this was a good test of that. He would wait. Naruto did not sleep well the night before. His dreams had been filled with gray skies that promised an unnecessary storm for the soft earth beneath it. Naruto did not really like the idea of predictions, but it was not hard to see the sign his mind was trying to convey to him. The counselor Kaneki was more than just a man that stood against reason and the beneficial future. He was also a symbol for the people's fear. He represented all the people and their denial of what they knew was best for them. Naruto had dealt with feelings like this before, but he definitely did not enjoy doing so. He would need to handle this issue with delicate care because it was all based around a worldview. Destroying someone's worldview typically ended up leaving quite a mess in its wake, and Naruto wanted to make sure it would bring lasting effects. Still, he had seen it all backfire before. Naruto was shaken from his thoughts when Kuratsuchi stopped in front of him. Naruto looked past her shoulder and realized they were standing in front of the entrance to the headquarters. Naruto observed the way Kuratsuchi stared at the door in front of her and was motionless for a moment. Naruto was about to say something when she opened the door and walked into the main lobby. The receptionist from yesterday looked up from her work and stood up from her chair when she saw Naruto. The massive grin and wave the attractive receptionist gave the blonde was enough to make most men feel lucky enough to have just been noticed. Yoo-hoo! Uzumaki-san. Naruto was not surprised she had figured out his identity since yesterday. Before he had the chance to make the mistake of waving back, he noticed the side glance Kuratsuchi was giving him. The glance held irritation but also a hint of rosy regret. Naruto was unsure as to what the regret stemmed from, but he quickly assessed the situation at hand anyways. He nodded to the receptionist out of mere politeness and followed after Kuratsuchi without saying a single word. The receptionist stared up at the duo with disappointed shock. Naruto tried not to smile too widely when he saw the hint of redness on Kuratsuchi's face as they got to the top of the stairs. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Thank you." Naruto chuckled and moved past her. "Don't thank me yet. There are more solutions we need to find today," he said with a soft inflection. Kuratsuchi gave him a small smile and they strolled down the hallway towards the ornate doors that stood between them and their current problem. Naruto could hear the shouting before they had even reached the extravagant doors. As Kuratsuchi pushed open the doors and 5 pairs of eyes looked at them, Naruto wondered if his previous notion had been a good one. Naruto quickly observed the fact that a secretary was seated next to the elder on the far side of the table taking notes. She had not looked up when the duo had entered the room. The 5 counselors appeared to have been in the council room for a while now. Naruto would not have believed they even went home at all. Naruto could feel the heated gaze of steel gray on him when he walked in, but he remained undaunted. When Kaneki and the war hero locked eyes, the grisly counselor stood from his seat. "Uzumaki-san. It would be best if you and your companion took a seat unless you would like to interrupt our affairs again." Naruto's face had been stoic when he entered and he kept the same expression as he sat down at the round table with Kuratsuchi seated next to him. He said nothing. To Naruto's bewilderment, the kunoichi was placid and silent at the moment. The elder cleared his throat while giving a stern look to Kaneki. "That was very rude, Kaneki. These shinobi are our guests and it would benefit you to watch your manners." The elder's expression softened when he shifted his attention to the 2 guests. "I apologize, my friends. There was no actual interruption as our discussion has not been made formal yet." The elder addressed the general assembly at the table. "Now that everyone is present, we will disregard all comments and arguments given prior to now and begin the formal discussion." The elder nodded to his secretary, who acknowledged his request and began to write the official record of the meeting. The elder opened the discussion by directly addressing the steely-eyed counselor. "Kaneki, seeing as how you've started all of this with your demands, it is only right that you defend your argument first." Kaneki stood straight and was like a tall spire of earth jutting strongly from the shoreline of some old forgotten beach. It was at this moment where Naruto perceived the uncomfortable movement of the 2 unnamed counselors at the table. They did not look at Kaneki when he stood and had involuntary spasms of unnecessary gestures that indicated their uneasiness. Naruto did not like it. "Thank you, Elder-san," Kaneki said crisply. "I would like to start by stating that the decision this committee agrees upon will ultimately decide the fate of this village. With that in mind, I permit you all to heed my advice on the matter." Kaneki allowed his words to sink in for a moment. No one said anything. Naruto remained motionless and his bright eyes focused on the counselor coolly. Kaneki's jaw was set, his gray stubble stood as rigid on his chin as he did. "Now then, Kusugakure must not join the Shinobi Union. To put it bluntly, to do so would end decades of tradition and make us vulnerable to foreign powers." The elder stood from his seat with clenched fists and a snarling mouth. "I already told you, Kaneki. That is a fallacious statement. You are appealing to tradition and you can't expect U-. Kaneki's eyes widened in their stormy expanses. "Elder-san. It is the policy of this discussion that all interruptions will be exempt from the record. I believe you were the one to propose such a policy a few years ago. Am I wrong?" The elder's ire was palpable. His old teeth gritted under the immense white hairs of his beard as he left the question unanswered. He looked back at his secretary that had stopped her writing. She was staring up at the elder, whose rage began to subside reluctantly. He sat back down in reticence. Kaneki continued as Naruto's gaze never left his frame. We must remain independent. Don't you see, my fellow counselors? To join the union would mean for us to give up a part of ourselves. A part of us that has been hard-won over years of toil and strife. We are lacking in funds and our economy is dwindling, that is true. However, we have had similar problems in the past and we have always made it through in the end. I suggest that we invest more in our trade through the rivers and that will fix itself in no time. Kaneki paused and glared directly at Naruto. Rain clouds met the clear sky for a brief period of time. Naruto was an imposing sight to behold and he was impressed by the resolve behind Kaneki's eyes. Kaneki pointed an accusing finger at the blonde. This man would say that our solution is to join the other nations and become part of them. Ha! We might as well be their slaves. They would have our very freedom. The very thing that makes us what we are. Have we no pride? Have we no dignity? Kaneki's voice thundered throughout the small room. I say we stand up to the great nations and say we are strong because of who we are. We are the grass that others trample upon, but we have always stood tall and never withered. We have always been the ones to cover the other nations' mistakes and battles. But the grass never forgets. Never have we faltered in our principles and we won't now. We are the grass. We are Kusa. There was a thick silence that enveloped the room. The only sound that was heard was the scrawling sound of the secretary's pen. All eyes were on Kaneki and his steeled resolve. No one was certain if he had finished or not. After the general pause that normally indicated a person was finished speaking, there was still silence. Naruto's expression did not change even when Kuratsuchi finally rose from her chair and broke the icy stillness. She was a figure of composure. Wonderful speech. Honestly. Very moving. Her eyes may have been calm, but Naruto detected a red flame in them nonetheless. Are you done blowing hot air now? Kaneki's eyes narrowed and he looked at Kuratsuchi like a king would a peasant. Kuratsuchi did not wait for an answer that would probably never come. First off, Naruto isn't the person who wants you to join us. I am. I'm tired of you all ignoring me. Kuratsuchi was curt but still portrayed no fury. Secondly, the Union acknowledges you as a sovereign nation and would never take away your freedom nor your identity. I can't imagine why any of you would think otherwise. We're not some warmongers running around gathering up those we find lesser and using them to our advantage. We want to help all of you, and the very fact that you believe we don't is an insult to us. Kaneki broke the metal that lined his jaw and smirked. Does it look like I care if I insult you? Kuratsuchi was stronger than that. Her posture was strong and unyielding like her eyes were. No, it doesn't, she stated simply. The smirk was unyielding as well. You live in a world of imagination and pretty things, young lady. Reality is a lot colder than you think it is. It's filled with pain and malice. Your foolish philosophy won't change that. Men's hearts will always remain dark and unforgiving. This world is hell, and the only way we can fight against it is to use what we know will work. What has worked in the past will work again, and that is the only truth we will ever have. Stop dreaming and wake up. Smell the grass and the dying world that it covers. Kaneki kept the smirk even when he was done speaking. If there was anything powerful enough to break the kunoichi's composure, it was that. Of course, Kuratsuchi only thought it was powerful. When a person neglected reason, it was always clear to see. However, Kuratsuchi's mind cowered at the counselor's declaration. He was right, she thought. Why did she care otherwise? Reality was dark, was not that what she had decided? How could she defend against the solid reason he claimed? She did not consider the faulty ideas behind his truth at that moment because she was so enraptured by her own grief. It was all pointless and she could not fight back against the depravity in the world. She could not do anything. After Kaneki had finished and Kuratsuchi was left to brood, one of the unnamed counselors stood up. If I may, I think we should take a first vote now. We can make our final decision after everyone has stated their piece, but for now I think we should state our positions on the matter. The elder was still recovering from the powerful words that had been spoken that morning, but he was still able to speak. I agree. The elder grinned, for he knew where his fellow counselors stood in their beliefs. All those in favor of not joining the Shinobi Union, please raise your hands. The elder's grin grew wide when he saw Kaneki raise his hand, but then it vanished when he saw more rise up. The two unnamed counselors' hands were high in the air. The elder's eyes widened and he stammered in disbelief. What? Naruto glared at the two counselors. He knew there was something lingering within their damp brows and their shifting eyes. Something more than just mere coercion. Naruto's eyes turned back to Kaneki when he heard him softly chuckle. Kaneki's mirth was deemed as repulsive to Naruto's stomach. Well then. There you have it, Elder-san. It would seem that my reason has won over the majority. 3-2 if my math is correct. The elder laid his hands on the table in outrage. I don't understand. Why? How has this man appealed to you? The counselor that had spoken earlier raised his voice to match his hand. His voice quivered slightly and did not go by unnoticed by Naruto's calculative perceptions. He speaks the truth, Elder-san. What has worked before will work in the future. The counselor could not believe what he was hearing. Do you really believe in that fallacy? Have you denied what is clear to reason so much that you no longer see it? We need the union. I thought you were against Kaneki only yesterday. The unnamed counselor shifted in his chair. A man has the right to change his mind, Elder-san. We are sorry that you don't agree with Kaneki-san's views, but it would be best not to shout as it is rather unseemly. The elder was made speechless and fell back into his chair and his trust. It was at this time Goro finally said something. Please, my friends. I beseech you, do not fall for the absurdity in Kaneki's claims. Do you really believe what you are saying is true? Does the man speak reason? Yes, the unnamed counselor said. Naruto saw it. The averted gaze, the twitch of the mouth, the falsehood in the subtle gestures of the hands, the counselor was lying. The other one was the same. Naruto did not know as to why the two counselors were lying, but he knew that it had something to do with Kaneki and his stubbornness. Naruto had been afraid of this. Despite this revelation, he remained silent. Kuratsuchi did not look up as there was a commotion brewing in the council room. She stared at the dark wood of the round table. She stared into the dark abyss. She was held down by her doubts, and the shadow was allowed to creep again. It wound through the darkness and coiled itself around her thoughts, staining her mind with ink. The ink drowned her and made her unable to hear what was being said around her. She was deaf to the world, and she felt her chest cave in under the weight upon her. Kaneki was right, and the other counselors agreed with him. Of course they did, because he was right. She was drowning. How could she stop it? The shadow would not let her go, and she could not stop it. Suddenly she was brought to the surface by the elder's slamming hands. Quiet! Quiet! Kuratsuchi's eyes roamed around the table as everyone quieted down. Apparently there had been shouting and ferocity exchanged. The elder was calming everyone down, although he appeared to be the most agitated amid the assembly. Let's take a recess. There is much to still think about. We will continue this meeting at 3 o'clock. For once everyone agreed and left the room with a mix of mumbles and distrust. A great schism had been formed amid the counselors, and Naruto despised it. Kuratsuchi and Naruto left the building together and did not even notice the receptionist attempting to get the blonde's attention again. The midday sun rose high directly above the duo as they searched for a place to have lunch. I'm famished, Naruto announced as Kuratsuchi looked down at her feet. She must have not heard him, he thought, because she did not reply or even acknowledge him. Naruto scrunched his face and smacked his hand onto her back. Kuratsuchi winced in pain at the power behind the hit and immediately decked Naruto in the stomach. Naruto recoiled forward when the wind was knocked out of him. Naruto being as strong as he was should not have felt that blow, but there was something odd about a woman's punch that always seemed to break through a man's defense. That fucking hurt, Hiro. The hell was that for? Kuratsuchi yelled, the shadow already forgotten. Naruto got his breath back and looked at Kuratsuchi with one eye open. I had to get your attention somehow. Shit, your punches hurt more than Sakura's, and that's saying something. She punched a goddess once, you know. Kuratsuchi ignored him and looked beyond him. Let's eat at that noodle stand. I could really use some ramen. I'm famished. Naruto gawked at the audacity of the woman that sauntered her way over to the stand. How dare she just ignore him like that? Then again, there was ramen. The two shinobi sat at the bar and gave their orders to the cook. The cook wrote down their orders and headed to the back. Kuratsuchi looked towards Naruto, who appeared to have gotten over his surprise and was now focusing on something else. She put up her front. Can you believe that meeting, Hiro? Those two idiots are agreeing with Kaneki, and now we have to persuade them. My job couldn't get any harder. Why was she saying this? She agreed with Kaneki too, but she could not openly admit it. Maybe she was lying to Naruto. Or she was lying to herself. Either way, she did not know what the truth was anymore. No, Naruto said. Kuratsuchi's eyebrows raised. Naruto directed his gaze to her. Kaneki has something on those two, Kuratsuchi. I don't know what, but they didn't believe a word they said. How can you tell? When a man openly defies reason and knows that he has to wholeheartedly believe in his absurdity. Only then can he look a man in the eye and tell him that he believes what he says without any doubts. Those two doubted. I don't know what Kaneki is using to get them to lie against their beliefs, but it can't be good. As a bowl of noodles was placed in front of her, Kuratsuchi pondered on Naruto's words. Kuratsuchi doubted her beliefs too, even though she thought she knew them. The truth was becoming something that was harder and harder to grasp. Naruto seemed to know what it was, but she doubted that too, because who knew what was anything anymore? Kuratsuchi certainly did not know. It seemed that the shadow did not know either. The delicate sky was broader than Kaneki had remembered. He realized it had been some time since he had last appreciated or thought about the sky. He supposed that was because he had forgotten himself a long time ago. It was always hard to find something that was forgotten, especially if it was intentionally done so. Kaneki cleared his head and concluded he should visit his little family. He rose from his seat where he had been eating his lunch and walked down the path towards the east quadrant. The streets were filled with peaceful and loyal citizens roaming about. Kaneki smiled and waved to those who were gracious enough to give him some of their time. Kaneki's robes rippled when a small group of children ran to him with cheerful expressions. He held tiny outstretched hands with earnest and returned the brilliant smiles he was given. Kaneki laughed and told the children he would play with them later. The children reluctantly left his company and ran past him to find their own sunny adventures. Kaneki could not help but muse about the summers he had experienced as a child. He used to run these same streets and cause trouble for the residents with his pranks and antics. But that was long ago, back when he knew himself. Back when summers used to be sunny. Back when guests from other countries were more respectful of their elders and hosts. Back when people knew how to run a government and listen to reason. The two Union fools could not understand that, Kaneki thought. They could not appreciate those sunny days because they blinded themselves with opinions and change. They just did not understand. Kaneki traversed through the familiar streets until he reached his home. Before going in, he stopped in front of his door. A curious thought passed his mind like a smooth leaf through the windy grass. The thought was not filled with something like ignorance or forgetfulness, but with hope and brilliance. Kaneki had no idea as to why the thought came or where it had come from, but somehow it gave him peace. The most curious part about it was that he did not even know what the thought was. Even as he opened the door to his home and saw his daughter in the kitchen with his grandson in her arms, Kaneki still could not decipher the thought. Kaneki's daughter gave him a puzzled expression when he walked in. "Hello, father. I thought you were at a council meeting." Kaneki smiled pleasantly and his steely eyes melted at the heartwarming sight before him. We took a small recess, my dear. He glanced around the large foyer and into the broad kitchen in front of him. Where's your husband? His daughter smiled sweetly. He went to get some groceries for the baby. Suddenly a troubled look passed over her features. Are you sure it's fine that we stay here, father? Kaneki chuckled deeply. Of course, dear. We've been over this already. I have plenty of room for all three of you. She looked down at her feet in slight embarrassment at having asked the question. I know, but I feel like we're freeloading. Nonsense. You're my only child, so I have plenty to spoil you with. Now let's talk about something with more substance, yes? Kaneki's daughter brightened and walked up to her father holding her sleeping son. Yes, father. How is the meeting going then? Kaneki's demeanor must have darkened, he thought, because his daughter appeared to be instantly concerned by his reaction. The subject certainly had more substance, but it was not the substance he had been thinking of. Still, his daughter would understand him. The council is being foolish by letting foreigners interfere with our diplomatic issues. His daughter's concern did not dissipate. He was not surprised. She had always been exceptional at discerning problems and lies hidden beneath truth. Foreigners, father? From where? Just some representatives from the Shinobi Union that have no respect for tradition. They want to change everything that this village has stood for. They think they know better. Sheer animosity was layered all across Kaneki's features from the thought of the two guests. Kaneki's daughter was calm and seemed to be pensive about her father's words. What exactly do they want to do? They want us to join the union, my dear. They want to trample on us again after all that they've done. What makes you say that? Kaneki's daughter seemed to be in dismay about what he had done. Have they given you any reason to suggest such a thing? It sounds like they want to help us, father. Kaneki was not liking where this was going. It almost sounded like his daughter was defending the fools. It doesn't matter, sweetheart. They've used us before, so they will do it again. His daughter suddenly looked tired, as if she had only been pretending she had ever had energy. Father, you're being unreasonable. I think they could really help the village. Kaneki was definitely upset with that statement. My dear, you don't understand. You don't know what I know. You haven't seen what I've seen. Kaneki was disillusioned when he saw his daughter's anger surface. It was as if a seal he did not know existed was finally seen but then broken at the same time. Like what? Like when mother was killed when I was little. Like you're the only one who's felt pain about all of that, father? Or like the way the Iwanin murdered her and half the village because everyone had decided that we were all of a sudden bigger than we actually were? Because only you understand all of that, huh? There was a fire in her eyes that was just as rare as it was passionate. The baby stirred and whined in her arms. Kaneki was shocked at the sudden outburst from his daughter. She was furious, and he had never known her to be disrespectful. These foreigners were ruining everything, he thought. We were at war. We had to show that we weren't going to be pushed around anymore. Just like they're trying to do now. The only difference is that this time they're slapping the word peace on everything. No, father. You always assume that the past completely mirrors the present. Things can change, father. The baby was awake now and joined in on the obvious frustration in the room. He squirmed and cried in irritation. The noise aggravated Kaneki and he scowled at his daughter. Stop this. I don't want to hear this disrespect from you. I'm going to be late. When I return, I demand that you promise to never speak to me like that again. He turned to leave the house and leave the argument to stir in negligence. He usually did that when he knew he was fighting a losing battle. He did not want to think because thinking was painful and brought up the truth. Kaneki did not have the courage to handle truth, and he could not remember the last time he did. His daughter had it though, and that frightened him. Before Kaneki turned around and left the house, he saw the glistening of hot tears fall down his daughter's face to mingle with her son's. Yes, he thought courage frightened him greatly. Naruto entered the circular room for the second time that day and was thankful when he saw that Kaneki had not arrived yet. He noticed the two counselors that had supported Kaneki were there and knew this was his chance. Only the two counselors were in the room when Naruto and Kuratsuchi entered it. Naruto took off his traveling cloak and laid it on a chair next to where Kuratsuchi was seated. When he moved over to the two older men, she sent an inquisitive glance at him. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Naruto began. The two counselors showed immediate discomfort and seemed like they would rather be anywhere else at that moment. Naruto knew he had to be blunt. He did not have much time. "There has been something odd about this meeting, wouldn't you say?" One of the counselors had a long droopy mustache that was reminiscent of a piece of rope. The other had a clean-shaven and withered face. "We are both unsure as to what you mean, Uzumaki-san," said the counselor with the rope-like mustache. Naruto forced as much charm and patience he could muster into his pleasant smile. "Allow me to enlighten both of you then." The sharp fear that passed over the counselor's features gave Naruto confidence to continue. "I have a notion that neither of you truly believe what you have been saying in this council room today." The counselor with the mustache attempted to feign outrage, but Naruto knew a bad actor when he saw one. He hated it when people lied to themselves. "That is a preposterous allegation, Uzumaki-san, and we would greatly appreciate that you take it back." Naruto was not amused and hardened his smile considerably. "So you deny it?" The counselor nodded his head in an almost frantic manner. "Then you can say with the utmost certainty that you do not wish to join the Shinobi Union? Despite the fact that you voted to join it only yesterday with the same amount of vigor as you vote for the opposing side today?" When Naruto saw the obvious doubt slither across the counselor's eyes, he knew he had one. The counselor knew too. His face seemed to drop like his facial hair. "You do not understand, Uzumaki-san." Naruto sighed and looked at the other counselor who seemed to be fixated on the wall behind him. "You are correct, counselor. I do not wish to either, I'm afraid. It does not really matter how he has won you two over. Threats, bribery, or even just common probing, the point is that both of you actually want to join the union and know that you should, correct?" The two counselors looked at each other and then up at Naruto. There was remorse in those two pairs of eyes and Naruto empathized with them. His shoulders slumped down and he spoke to that remorse. "It would be best if both of you tell the truth in this meeting, gentlemen. If you both truly believe that Kusa should not join the Shinobi Union, then please vote for that." Naruto squared his shoulders and glared at the two counselors. "However, if either of you lie again in this meeting, then I will know. And I promise you both that I will make you regret it." Naruto did not like threatening people, but in order to represent justice, a hero had to represent truth too. When he had finally heard the truth, Naruto took his seat next to Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi had heard the entire conversation and smirked at Naruto when he sat down. Naruto folded his arms and met Kuratsuchi's gaze. "Thank you," she said simply. Kuratsuchi wanted to better express her gratitude on the matter, but she found that to be difficult. She was still chained down by Kaneki's words and her doubts, so she was having trouble trying to discern her feelings. Naruto did not seem to mind when she gave him a meager thanks. He smiled at her. It was a smile that made the shadow go away for a little while and made her want to believe in him. If only she knew what that looked like. The elder, the secretary, and Goro entered the council room a few minutes later, and it did not take long for Kaneki to make his presence known after that. Naruto immediately noticed the fact there was deep frustration in his stormy gray eyes when he entered. Kaneki took his seat and fixed his eyes on the elder to continue the meeting. The elder received the silent nod from the secretary to indicate she was ready and started the meeting. "Now then, I believe that it would be only fair if we heard from the union's side of things. Does that sit well with you, Kaneki?" Kaneki gave no indication he was perturbed by the elder's sly quip and simply agreed to the matter with a nod. The elder motioned for Kuratsuchi to stand and speak. Naruto stared up at the kunoichi with narrowed eyes as she rose from her seat. At this moment Kurotsuchi was unpredictable. Naruto's previous embarrassment and timid accounts with the young woman had faded away in a short amount of time. He had been nervous around her before, but he had recently developed a protective and cautious attitude towards her. He did not want her making a dangerous mistake or foolish action. In some ways she was like a time bomb of emotions and doubts. The worst part about it was Naruto did not have an inkling as to where it all stemmed from or what her thoughts were about it. Needless to say, Naruto was worried. Kurotsuchi cleared her throat and tried to remain calm. She had to speak about what she knew to be true. Kaneki was wrong, she told herself. Life had meaning. It had to. She hoped repeating these thoughts in her mind would make it all true. By telling herself they were facts, she knew she could make herself believe it all. But she did not believe. The shadow would not let her. Kusa must join the shinobi union, Kurotsuchi said with clear articulation. The union only wishes to help the village and has no motive to betray or harm them in any way. I promise you all that. Does anyone have anything to retort? Kurotsuchi had expected for Kaneki to stand and begin a loud tirade about how foolish and untrustworthy she was. Instead, Kaneki sat in his chair and was silent for a moment. The two counselors Naruto spoke to earlier stared at their ringleader with quiet awe. Kurotsuchi steeled her resolve and glared at him with a set jaw and unblinking eyes. Naruto sat in his seat with his hands folded over his face. If anyone from Konoha was there at that moment, they would have said Naruto resembled the current Hokage with his aura of halcyon surveillance. Finally Kaneki replied, I do not believe you. His voice was crisp and unforgiving. No one was surprised. The elder stood from his chair and was practically fuming. Naruto never knew a man of that age could exude such raw fury. I am sick of your insolence, Kaneki. You have been nothing but rude and illogical this entire meeting, and it is time that you cease this farce you have been putting on. These two shinobi are reliable soldiers that have proven their merit to the world on more than one occasion, and you just sit there and say that you do not believe them? Kaneki did not even look at the elder when he turned to the secretary. Would it be permissible to take a vote at this time? The secretary looked up at the elder for permission. The elder seemed to deflate at Kaneki's curt disrespect. Naruto surmised it must have been a short-lived ire. The elder agreed to the notion with a silent wave of his fingers as he flopped into his chair in defeat. The secretary took the vote. Her voice was delicate and odd in the heated atmosphere. All those in favor of joining the shinobi union? Naruto made sure to be as obvious as possible when he stared at the two counselors. For hands were raised in the air, and that was the moment the chaos started. Kaneki's eyes were like silvery bullets that were about to impale the two vulnerable counselors. Both of the counselors' hands were shaking weakly in the air and looked like they were about to collapse from fear. Naruto could not help but smirk behind his folded hands. They were not lying to themselves anymore, and that meant Naruto had gotten through to them. The elder's attitude had flipped completely. His grin was wide as he turned his attention to Kaneki. Well, it seems that the majority is in favor of the union. Interesting. Kaneki jumped from his seat as he felt his hot blood course through his body, increasing his rage with every pulse. Why was everyone disagreeing with him? This was not supposed to be happening. He would not accept defeat from these children. Everyone was against him and his ideology. They were all fools, he decided, his daughter, the council, the foreigners, and the village. Everyone was a fool. Don't you see? Kaneki's voice roared and bounced throughout the room. The secretary jumped in bewilderment and stopped her note-taking briefly. These two foreigners don't wish to help us. Elder San has proven that he does not wish to either. I am the only one who has this village's best intentions. Only I can save Kusa. I am the grass and I will bury all of you. Kurotsuchi glared at Kaneki with disgust. Is that a threat, old man? No. I have no means to fight a fool who denies reality. Kurotsuchi cringed at that remark but quickly regained her composure. The old counselor's anger was contagious. I'll fucking smash your skull in, you prick. Kaneki raised a finger and grinned maniacally. See? The woman cannot control herself. She cannot be trusted, just like I said. That did it. Naruto was done with this nonsense. He had been silent long enough. Just as Kuratsuchi was about to launch a chakra-enhanced fist into Kaneki's nose, Naruto rose from his seat. All eyes were on the blonde as his towering and broad frame faced Kaneki. I believe that self-control was thrown out the window some time ago, Kaneki-san. Kaneki could not hide his astonishment at seeing the man that had not said a word in the meeting all day suddenly speak up with such a stoic and resilient disposition. Kuratsuchi gazed at Naruto with the same level of amazement. She had not expected him to say anything. This was not his fight. Naruto continued, when a man starts spouting nonsense, it is only natural for rational individuals to call him out on it. It's always a shame when the man happens to be one in a position of power. Naruto's eyes were the shade of the deep ocean where light was barely seen. He was tired of all this. There has been little reason behind your words today, Kaneki-san. The surprise must have died away in that moment because Kaneki spoke back to the war hero. Although he lowered his voice this time around. It seems that the girl's imagination has worn off on you too, Uzumaki. Keeping your mouth shut was the most sensible thing you have done all day, and now you go and ruin it. Naruto was not bothered by that statement. His face was placid, revealing nothing. Tell me, Kaneki-san, what exactly is your definition of reality? Kaneki's grin was grotesque and ugly as he was given the chance to demonstrate his golden ideology. Reality is hard, merciless, cold, and piled high with the bodies of those who dream of change. Reality is not limited by any fool's imagination or idiotic visions of the future. It is crafted by those wise men that have fabricated society and the world as we know it. Reality is filled with cruel intentions, and only those that accept that can succeed in it. Everyone in the room except for Naruto was visibly appalled at the definition. For one thing, Kaneki had only described his version of the characteristics of his reality, but Naruto decided not to call him out on it. Focusing on details would surely get them nowhere. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and sighed loudly. Perhaps you're right. No one in the room, especially Kaneki, expected that answer. Kuratsuchi felt some hope drain in her soul when he said that. The man had been so strong and confident before. However, she noticed he did not appear to be hopeless when he said it. In fact, Naruto flashed a small smirk at Kaneki. I mean, there's definitely a possibility that your reality exists, but I still don't like it, Naruto confessed. Honestly, if your reality is correct and everything that I believe to be true is actually wrong, then I think that's fine too. Kaneki had lost control of his jaw as it was hanging wide open as Naruto spoke. The reality that I've created seems pretty awesome if that's how it works. I'd rather live in a world that has hope and merriment than your cold one. I certainly didn't risk my life and fight a goddess just to live in a world that doesn't change. I'd like to think that I've changed for the better, and there is nothing subjective about that. Kuratsuchi felt something fill her spirit as Naruto's words flew around in her mind. It felt like something warm and bright. It was something that made the shadow quiver and the hope gather. Naruto was not finished yet. I've seen many of my comrades and friends die, and I should be the first to tell you that the world is unforgiving and cruel. But I can't. I can't because they would all punch me in the face for saying such a thing. They trusted me to find a solution on how to stop all this hate and strife in the world. I've become strong to find that answer, and for you to say that the grass is what covers and fixes things just sounds weird. Your traditional views just don't make sense. Just because something worked before doesn't mean that it will always work in the future. The council room felt different then, and Naruto's words flowed around, sublimating everyone in it. You see, the world is unclear and scary, but that doesn't mean we should come up with simple answers and think that we've got it all figured out. I met a guy who believed that once, and it was because of his views about agony that held him down. He thought the world was so much different than it actually was. I told him that, and I managed to help him through those thoughts. The world is messed up, but that doesn't mean we haven't made an impact. I think this world is beautiful and worth struggling for. I know this because I haven't forgotten what my precious people have said and done for me. I haven't forgotten the person that they believe in. I haven't forgotten myself. Suddenly Kaneki remembered that thought he had while he was standing in front of his house earlier that day. It had been a thought where he had remembered himself and what he had believed. Kaneki used to believe he could change the world for the better. He had once believed the world was beautiful in its complexities and had wanted to try to find the answers to the hard questions in life. That had all changed when his wife had been killed in the Third Shinobi World War. He tried to forget about his wife after the war and his thoughts of making the world better through change. He had forgotten himself because it hurt to remember. He had denied reason because it did not hurt so much. He held on to his reality because he felt safe there and he did not have to change anything. But for some reason this time it did not hurt to remember. It felt nice to remember his dreams. Maybe remembering was a crucial part to living. Kuratsuchi was having a similar revelation in that moment. Naruto was right. There was beauty in the world because it was teeming with meaning. Her ideas of meaninglessness did not make much sense when Naruto was around speaking about principles as if they were facts. Because of Naruto, Kuratsuchi was able to understand the fault in her logic. There were people that were worth the struggles and hardship because there was meaning behind it. If there was no meaning, then nothing would exist at all because reality was full of reasons to live and fight. This was why she stood with Naruto, why she was with the Union, and why she was a shinobi, to find the things worth fighting for and fight with everything she had. When Kuratsuchi gazed up at Naruto's confident posture and heard his wise words, she knew what to fight for. After Naruto had finished his speech, the council had voted for the last time on the subject of joining the Shinobi Union. The vote was unanimous. Kusa would join the Union. When Kaneki had raised his hand to vote for the Union, he had been in a daze. He knew what he had been voting for, but he was not sure as to why his ideals had changed so quickly. He had to adjust to how the world really worked, and it felt like his head was spinning at trying to figure it all out. He supposed voting for the obvious decision was probably the best. The war hero had shown he could be trusted, and maybe it was time for Kaneki to remember trust sometimes just made sense. There was a lush green hill that rose lazily in the earth on the northeast side of Kusagakure. When the sun would set in the west, it would cast its brilliant light on the hill, making it shine like a grand emerald. The hill was dotted with a variety of trees that followed along a narrow trade route. It was on this road where the setting sun washed the two travelers hiking up the hill. A little bluebird flew past Naruto's head and sang its sweet tune as the blonde smiled up at the creature in admiration. He stopped hiking for a moment and whistled a similar melody to the little bird. Ahead of him, Kuratsuchi turned to him with an amused smile. "You know something, hero?" she asked as Naruto averted his gaze from the bird to hear what the gorgeous woman had to say. "Every time I think I have you pegged as a certain kind of person or think that I know you, you go and surprise me." Naruto stopped whistling and chuckled. "I have been known to be unpredictable, I guess." Kuratsuchi lowered her eyelids and wondered if she liked that answer. "I can't believe that you won over that council. I really thought that we had failed." Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "Even if we did, it wouldn't have mattered. The more important thing was that everyone was honest with themselves and everyone at least heard the truth. I can't make someone believe Kuratsuchi, but I can show them how to." Kuratsuchi smiled because she definitely liked that answer. "Yes, you can. You did a fantastic job of that, hero." She looked down at the ground and shuffled her feet in discomfort. She did not want this moment to come. Her mission at Kusa was finished and she did not know where to go now. She was afraid of what was going to happen. "So what do we do now?" Naruto chewed on his lip in thought for a moment. "Well, I was thinking of heading towards Taki maybe." "What do you think?" Kuratsuchi was visibly stunned at Naruto's question. "Huh? You want me to go with you?" Naruto was perplexed by her reaction and could not help but laugh at her realization. "Of course. If you'll have me, then I'd like to accompany you on your journey. It seems only fitting considering our missions are roughly the same." I think we can really help each other out. Naruto sounded like he was oozing with confidence, but he was certain his heartbeat was giving away his anxiety. So much for being protective and cautious, he thought. He had expected her to leave him and go about her duties without him. He wanted to be with her so badly. It felt like he was just getting to know her, and he wanted to continue his discoveries of who exactly Kuratsuchi was. Kuratsuchi felt the heat elevate in her face as she realized her awkward situation. Oh well, of course. We should do that. Help each other out. Sounds great. She could not handle the joy welling up in her. She wanted to scream and dance around, but she knew that would not help her embarrassment at all. Instead, Kuratsuchi turned around and hid her excitement by climbing up the hills trail. Naruto smiled and followed after his new companion. He wondered what kind of adventures he would have with the pink-eyed kunoichi and if his feelings would come across to her successfully. He was nervous and scared of the future, but that certainly did not quell his enthusiasm for it. Naruto had dedicated himself to marching towards the unknown with those he called precious. As Naruto watched a familiar bluebird soar above Kuratsuchi's ebony locks, he knew exactly who was precious to him. The river's current was strong yet silent as it carved its course through the rich soil. The river was used to traveling through rocky earth-fertile soil, murky swamps, and clear valleys in order to reach its destination. After the river flowed farther down in elevation, it wound and eroded at the soft stone that lay in the forested valleys, producing deep canyons. It was at one of these canyons where a lone merchant's cart was attempting to cross the gorge. A bridge that was no more than a few years old was constructed for safe crossing over the ravine. The bridge was well made, having been comprised of steel and wire with heavy concrete blocks interwoven into the base of the structure. The ox-driven cart's sole owner was a small elderly man that had traveled across the world many times in his life. He had traversed this canyon before, but it was the first time he had witnessed the large bridge before. The old merchant recalled there being a smaller red bridge here, but had heard it had been destroyed before the war. The new bridge seemed like it was a bit too bulky and expensive to have been built for a trade route of average use. Still, the old merchant assumed it was for a good reason. He did not like to question the manner of things. As the old merchant made his oxen pull the cart across the bridge, the strong winds blew into his side. The heavy breeze came from the north and shot down the straight ravine regularly. The merchant had grown accustomed to the elements long ago and was unfazed by the air currents. He would like to say he had grown accustomed to solitude as well, but that would have been a lie. There was a time when he had been accompanied by a beautiful woman back when he used to question the world. However, the questioning and the pleasant company had eventually left him. All the old merchant had now was his cart. He had devoted his entire life to his cart and his experiences. When the cart had reached the middle of the bridge, there was a gust of wind from a different direction, and the man looked up to see what was in front of him. Before he saw the skinny man's repugnant smile, he felt the cold steel on his neck. The old merchant had encountered bandits many times in his life and wished that so many frequent occurrences would have made him used to being robbed long ago. Sadly, his wishes had never become a reality. "Hello!" the skinny man exclaimed with an awful sneer. The old merchant knew better than to say anything. There were 6 men, including the skinny leader, surrounding the tiny cart. The leader was tall and his arms were thin and stringy, but the merchant knew it would be foolish to underestimate him. The leader did not seem to care that the old man did not reply. "You got a nice cart here, my friend." The old merchant was still silent, and the skinny leader still had a knife resting on the man's neck. "You ever heard of a tragedy, old man?" The merchant knew the question was rhetorical, but even if it was not, he still would not have answered. A tragedy is where a group of fine young men must travel great distances on foot with very little food to sustain them. The skinny man feigned a pitiful expression by quivering his thin lips. The old merchant did not appreciate the leader being facetious, but there was little he could do about that. "But then you come along with your wonderful cart. You're our savior, old man." The merchant was not amused and growing tired of the man's schemes. "We'd love to have it and everything in it." The old merchant had been robbed countless times before, but no one had ever taken his cart. All of the bandits had taken his goods, his pride, his oxen, and at one time the beautiful woman. No one cared for the cart until now. The merchant could not just give it up. He tried to appeal to the sickly sweet leader. Please, you can take everything but the cart. This cart is my livelihood. It's been with me for so long. The merchant knew everything he said was falling on deaf and careless ears, but he had to try. The skinny man showed all of his teeth and chortled in a shrill pitch. Fuck, man. I had no idea. This cart is important to you, huh? Well, we can't have you worry about the poor piece of wood then, can we? The old merchant knew where this was going. He felt like he had lived a long enough life but did not want it to end like this. I can remedy your worries, old man. The merchant felt the blade press harder against his throat. He would not question it, he told himself. This was what fate had brought him, and this would be what he took. Suddenly the blade left the presence of the merchant's neck. A loud crash was heard. The old merchant saw a blur of different scenes appear quickly before his eyes. A thick leg connected with the skinny man's face. A grin flashed. Ocean blue eyes glinted in the sunlight. Several trees on the other side of the bridge were leveled by the impact of something. I think I went a little too far on that one, a warm voice said. The merchant was frantic in trying to discern what was happening around him. A familiar blond man was standing in front of the cart and scratching his head absent-mindedly. Finally, the merchant's eyes widened considerably in realization. The blond man had kicked the skinny leader so hard his body had been smashed into the trees on the other side of the bridge. A dark-haired woman emerged from the other side of the cart. The woman shook her head and smirked at the blond man. You think, hero? The men surrounding the cart must have assessed the situation correctly because they swiftly ran away from the imposing duo. The bandits ran to where their leader's body lay. The leader's bones were broken, but to Naruto's sensing skills he was still alive. The gang of bandits stared back at the blonde in horror. They immediately recognized him and fled the area as fast as they could. Naruto summoned a clone and sent it after them. He made sure the clone would apprehend them and take them to the proper authorities. After Naruto's clone disappeared in pursuit, the blonde turned to the old man. The old merchant knew who Naruto Uzumaki was but had never met the legend in person. The old man was made speechless at the astonishing figure in front of him. Naruto leaned forward and waved at the merchant. Are you well? No injuries? The old merchant could only nod his head when the hero smiled brightly at him. You really terrified that merchant we saved earlier, Kuratsuchi said over the crackling of the embers. Naruto peered over the flames of the campfire and into her eyes. The skinny guy was pissing me off. He wanted to respond quicker than he actually did, but Kuratsuchi's eyes were changed into a swirling color of pinkish cherry by the fire. He was captivated by the vibrancy in them. Kuratsuchi took a bite from a roasted fish they had caught that day. She would normally be against a fire in the open wild, but considering the strength of her partner she was not worried. You should learn how to control your anger better then. Naruto tried not to smile as he showed mock outrage. Says the lady who becomes enraged when a guy looks at her the wrong way and smashes his face in. Kuratsuchi joined in on the mock emotions. See, that's different. Please enlighten me. A pervert deserves to have his bones broken. She furrowed her brow in mild frustration. Naruto was extremely amused at her facial expressions. You're contradicting yourself. Her dark locks swayed with the flames as she tilted her head. Shut up, hero. All of their conversations had been similar in structure since they had left Kusa. The two shinobi had been traveling together for over a week now. They decided to maintain a leisurely pace since neither wished to stress over unnecessary time constraints. Their travels had been virtually uneventful until they had encountered the bandits on the bridge. The old merchant had thanked them gratefully and then they went their separate ways. About an hour after they left the bridge, Naruto received his clone's memories and noted that all criminals had been safely taken to a prison near the border. A few more hours and miles later, the two shinobi set up camp. The borderlands between the unnamed countries of where Taki and Kusa were located were mostly comprised of mangrove forests and marshes. Naruto had traveled these lands in his youth but did not know them as well as Kuratsuchi did. Because of her former position as bodyguard of the Tsuchikage and her former representation in the Union, she knew most of the continent well enough. She was rather unfamiliar with Mizuno Kuni if she was being honest, but there was nothing to worry about with Naruto's connections. Naruto was currently seated under a large mangrove tree and had decided to leave the conversation alone for the moment. He let the events and experiences with Kuratsuchi of this past week sink in. He felt like he knew the beautiful Kunoichi a little better now, but still knew it was not quite enough. He knew simple things about her like her favorite color or food and her personality in general situations. But he was unaccustomed with who she was. He did not know what motivated her or what frightened her. The facts about her childhood and her thoughts about the world through her experiences were all unknown to him. There was another element to add to the equation Naruto had realized some time ago. Even if Naruto learned all these things about her, there was still the problem of her state of mind. Whatever had been bothering her since they had met up outside of Kusa was still highly prevalent in her mind. Naruto desperately wanted to press her on the subject, but he knew there were better strategies to handle the situation. He just did not like them as much. Naruto ate the last morsel of his fish and discarded the bones into the fire. He let his mind calm down and focused on the present. He would figure out what was best in time. "It seems we're close to Taki now," he stated softly. "We can take a much-needed break from traveling there if you'd like." Kuratsuchi nodded with enthusiasm at the proposition. "Sounds good to me." They doused the fire, then brought out their sleeping bags shortly after that. The night was tranquil and allowed them to sleep while the stars said good night. The next morning Kuratsuchi awoke to find herself alone. She was puzzled as she searched around for her companion. She noticed an obviously unnatural path present in the brush and made her way through it. The morning was cool and gentle with a steady breeze coming through the trees. Summer was almost at an end with autumn fast approaching. The transition of seasons was one of the most peaceful and beautiful times to Kuratsuchi. She remembered something important as she slowed her pace down through the foliage. She wanted to laugh at her negligence. If autumn was almost here and she had her dates correct, then today would be. Her thoughts were broken when she noticed a quaint meadow was in front of her. The meadow was surrounded by mangroves and was made beautiful by a small stream of water running through it, highlighted by the green morning light. Seated on the far side of the meadow was a handsome blonde scribbling away on a scroll with a carefree smile on his face. Kuratsuchi knew Naruto had felt her presence before she had even entered the clearing, so she ambled her way over to him without announcing herself. Naruto looked up from his scroll when the pretty woman approached him. "Good morning. Sorry that I didn't make breakfast." The blonde usually made the meals for the two shinobi because Kuratsuchi hated cooking. Kuratsuchi waved her hand to dismiss his apology. "It's fine. We'll get something in Taki." She glanced at the scroll. "What are you writing?" The war hero actually looked embarrassed as he diverted his eyes away from her. She was surprised to hear nothing from him for a few seconds as he thought about what to say. He finally fastened his eyes to her and spoke the truth. "I originally came out here to write my report, but the atmosphere was so perfect and nice that I ended up writing something else." Kuratsuchi's curiosity was awakened. "And that would be?" Naruto was trying really hard not to seem like a child about the whole ordeal. If he had simply reacted with a cool demeanor in the first place, then he would have come across as nonchalant. He was slowly learning it was probably best to act like himself though. He gazed up at Kuratsuchi's delicate features. The woman could be irate and merciless when she wanted to, but her face carried a kind element to it that made Naruto feel dizzy sometimes. He decided it was best to be vulnerable with her. "I'm writing a novel." Kuratsuchi smirked and lowered her eyelids in suspicion. "Seriously? Is it porn?" Naruto appeared to be mortified at that audacious question. "What? No. Why the hell would you think that?" She shrugged and sat cross-legged in the grass. You've talked about your former sensei being the pervert who wrote the Ika Ika series, so I just assumed. Naruto shook his head with vigor and his cheeks were red with unease. No. There's nothing like that in this story. Kuratsuchi leaned forward slightly. Then what is it about? Naruto peered down at the scroll and rubbed his shoulder. Well, it's about a civilian who is in love with a kunoichi. He spends most of his young life trying to impress her by trying to become a shinobi himself. He's unsuccessful at becoming a ninja, but... Kuratsuchi had her eyes closed and held up her hand to interject. Let me guess, he finds out that the kunoichi had always loved him despite his attempts to impress her? Naruto was a bit perplexed at that perceptive observation and sighed. I guess it's still too predictable, isn't it? Kuratsuchi shook her head and gave him an amused smile. There's nothing wrong with being predictable in a story as long as it's interesting. If it helps, it sounds like it's worth reading. As long as your characterization is good, I think it will be a great story. Naruto quirked an eyebrow and smirked at the kunoichi. I didn't know you were interested in literature. Kuratsuchi grinned and stood up. I like to read. She stretched her arms above her head and yawned. Let's get to Taki already. We should be there by mid-afternoon if we hurry. Naruto nodded and followed after Kuratsuchi as she jumped over the lazy stream of water. After the war had ended and matters had settled down, Naruto had decided to try reading and writing for a change. He had quickly fallen in love with literature and wanted to write a story that could compare to some of the amazing fiction he had read. He also wanted to be a successful writer like Jiraiya had been, but one with different source material. Over the last couple of years, however, he had barely written a few pages. When he had awakened that morning and found the meadow, Naruto felt a certain pull to start writing again. If Naruto was asked to describe the pull, he would say it was like a tug on the heart to try to capture a moment of something truthful. He was fixated on trying to write the truest sentence he could when a moment like that came. The two shinobi reached their campsite a few minutes later, packed up all of their belongings, and followed the trail that led to Taki. The trail's path meandered its way through a series of marshes and bogs. As the hours passed, the land started to change from murky waters to clear rivers and rushing waterfalls. The air was thicker yet fresh, with lush vegetation blooming all around the trail. Even though it was late summer, a dense fog rolled in and out of the area like a silent watcher. With the heavy sounds of the waterfalls and the foggy atmosphere, the country was made eerie and glorious at the same time. Naruto was so enchanted by the amazing scenery that the two of them took far longer to reach their destination than they had initially planned. When the sun was beginning to set in the west, Naruto could make out the silhouette of a jutted plateau rising above the earth. The duo identified the plateau as being the location of Taki Gakure and marched their way to its base. Before the war, Taki was known as a shrewd and secretive village that rarely welcomed outsiders or visitors. In recent years, thanks to the overwhelming peace, the village had opened up its doors to trade and tourism. The base of the famous giant waterfall that fell from the plateau was a popular spot for tourists to admire and observe the natural wonder. Because evening was fast approaching, the number of people viewing the waterfall was modest. There was a great staircase that had been built into the sheer rock wall of the plateau not far from the waterfall. Naruto and Kuratsuchi climbed up the well-used staircase, and by the time they had reached the village, the moon was shining down on them. Thanks to the rise in tourism and trade, Taki boasted in having a plethora of inns scattered throughout its limits. The two shinobi began to look for an inn with a vacant room. Unfortunately, many of the inns were packed with guests and tourists. Naruto and Kuratsuchi passed through the busy center of the village to find an inn. People had been stopping the two of them regularly to speak with and give their regards to Naruto. When the two of them walked by a happy couple with a little boy in between them, Kuratsuchi saw a sad sight. Naruto had an almost forlorn expression when he saw the joyful family. The odd part of it was that he actually smiled when he saw the three of them, but it was not cheerful in the slightest. Perhaps it was his attempt at admiration of the beautiful family, but it was poorly manifested. It was a smile that reminded Kuratsuchi of tragic events and lamentations. Kuratsuchi knew Naruto grew up not only as an orphan but also as a Jinchuriki. The man had probably always craved a family of his own growing up. Seeing the strong and courageous war hero in that state made Kuratsuchi pause to think on how to deal with the new information. After over an hour of searching, the two shinobi finally discovered an inn with a vacant room. The room was actually more of a suite, with 2 separate bedrooms and a central living area. Naruto had decided to splurge a little bit with the money he had been given by Kakashi to rent the room for a night or two. When they entered the room, Kuratsuchi quickly picked her bed and found Naruto sitting in one of the chairs in the living area. Kuratsuchi had decided on how she would handle the situation that happened earlier. She took a deep breath and sat in a chair adjacent to Naruto. What exactly was that back there? Her question seemed to hang in the air as Naruto looked down at his hands. He knew she had been looking at him ever since they passed the family in the streets. He had mentally kicked himself dozens of times for letting the smile slip. A bad habit, he answered slowly. That was more than a habit, Naruto. He looked over to her and seemed to ponder her words. There were very few instances where she had addressed him as anything other than hero, and he made a mental note that this meant she was serious. He surmised that vulnerability was always going to be the best option with her. Sometimes when I see something like that, I miss my parents. I was able to know them for a little while, but sometimes I just wish they could be here with me. Kuratsuchi wanted to sympathize with the man, but both of her parents were still alive. She was not well versed in relating to others and was rather poor in situations like these. A thought passed through her mind that sounded harmless, and she did not think on it long enough to realize its implications. Well, why don't you make your own family? For years to come, Kuratsuchi would continually be stuck between regret and gratitude for that question because of the repercussions that would result from it. His eyes were practically glued to Kuratsuchi's face for what seemed like an eternity. Naruto racked his brain to try to decipher what that question meant. Were there any implications hidden within it? Or was it merely a harmless question? Naruto was uncertain. You make it sound easy, he said. Kuratsuchi tried to flow with the conversation. It can't be too hard to find a woman considering you're Naruto Uzumaki. I'm sure girls are always after you. What if I don't want them? Naruto was getting ahead of himself. He was becoming overwhelmed by the emotions bursting through his skull. Then who do you want? He could not say that. If he told the truth, then he would be gambling a lot of great things he was just starting to appreciate. Vulnerability was the best option, though. It had to be. Naruto gave the only answer he knew, you. Well, that was sudden. For an almost painful second, neither of them said anything. Kuratsuchi was shocked at the announcement and was unsure as to what she should say or do. She was enraptured by the brilliance and emotion in Naruto's cerulean eyes. Somehow the distance between the two of them was decreasing. Both of them were leaning closer to each other, and for one brief moment Kuratsuchi felt like she knew the meaning of things. She was going to kiss him, she told herself. She was going to show him how much he meant to her. She was going to feel something again. Much to her chagrin, the shadow ruined the moment, with its oily essence sinking into her mind. She did not feel worthy of the happiness and love in her heart. She had let a girl die, of course. Kuratsuchi stopped her advancement and rose from her seat. Excuse me, she whispered as she retired to her bedroom. Naruto allowed his own shock and guilt to settle and clenched his hand. He remained seated, but his head was swimming. He stared absent-mindedly at the empty seat where she had been sitting. Did she just reject him? It had to have been clear to both of them what that moment was. He had been vulnerable with her, and she looked like she was about to comfort him. Did he read the situation incorrectly? Whatever that was, there was no mistaking he was hurt by her swift retreat. Naruto had learned to appreciate what he had and how not to live in agony for those who were no longer with him, but there were still times he felt destitute. Everybody felt that way from time to time, though, and it was important for loved ones to support each other during those times. So why did she do that? Naruto knew there must have been a rational reason for Kuratsuchi's actions, but he did not care then. Naruto grabbed his cloak and marched out of the suite. He had to find something that would wash away this pain. When Kuratsuchi heard the door slam, she cried into her pillow. Her tears were hot, but her soul was lonely with the ice she had sheltered herself in. She did not know the shadow could feel so cold. She must have seemed like such a bitch handling that the way she did. But she could not help herself. It was the fucking shadow's fault. It was her guilt and doubt in herself. She remembered the thought that had passed her that morning. Originally the thought had been joyful, but now it seemed sick and misshapen in the moment. She had wanted to tell Naruto about it, but it would seem hollow now. Today was Kuratsuchi's birthday. Naruto drifted through the streets with relatively no sense of purpose. He spotted a quiet bar after roaming about for a little while. The bar was clean and simple with a few chairs scattered throughout the property. Naruto took a seat at the bar. He ordered a drink and surveyed the patrons around him. There was a decent number of people in the bar and no one seemed to be staring at him. He knew he was easily recognizable and was about to deem the whole thing to be odd when a young woman sat next to him at the bar. His initial observation became false. The woman was staring directly at him, not even attempting to be coy in her endeavor. Her eyes were half-lidded with a dreamy gaze emitting from them. They appeared to be greenish-gray in the dim lighting of the establishment. Naruto found the woman to be quite attractive. Her hair was long and her figure was voluptuous. Based off her outward appearance, Naruto guessed she was probably a civilian. After several moments of the two exchanging obvious eye contact, the woman spoke with a heavenly voice. "I must be a lucky gal." The bartender dropped off Naruto's drink and the blonde took a strong gulp of it. Naruto was not sure how he should deal with the change of events, but he knew the woman could probably heal the pain in his chest. "Would you like a drink, miss? My name's Hisa, and you may." Naruto ordered her a drink and the woman leaned forward in her chair, the top of her dress gently revealing her well-endowed bust. Naruto could feel the heat in his face increase. "Pleased to meet you, Hisa-san." The woman giggled and it was a beautiful sound to Naruto's ears. He was not certain if he found it pleasant because of the circumstances or not. But he supposed that was something he could think about later. Now was the time to enjoy what he could and forget about the pain. The beautiful woman leaned forward and kept her voice low. "There's no need to be so formal considering what I want to do to you." During the last part of that sentence, she closed the gap between them and spoke into his ear. Naruto could feel a pleasant shiver shoot up his spine. This woman was brash and seductive. Naruto had dealt with women like this before and had usually ignored them. He preferred women with a little more class, but he had to admit there was something about a woman being upfront that made his blood surge. Given his current predicament, the woman seemed to be the best person for Naruto's condition. He wanted to hold someone and make him feel loved. His mind was telling him that whatever the woman would bring him would be temporary and ignoble, but his heart did not care. He wanted some release. Naruto downed the rest of his drink in a hasty manner and felt the alcohol shoot through his head. The woman must have picked up on his vulnerable state because she began kissing him after he finished his drink. After a few seconds, Naruto stopped her and grabbed her hand. He led the woman away from the bar and they found an alley where they continued their act. Naruto was so caught up in the pleasure of the woman's lips he neglected his better judgment. Naruto was still a virgin, but he was no stranger to kissing. In recent years, Naruto had gone on many dates and kissed many females but had never taken them to bed. Despite this, he wanted to forget about Kuratsuchi and the torment of what had happened earlier. Naruto kept kissing. Kuratsuchi sauntered through the streets in slow pursuit of Naruto. She kept telling herself she should have gone after him sooner. She wanted to apologize for her actions. She had let her emotions take over something she despised. She used to be so logical and ruthless in her deeds and actions, but ever since the shadow she felt like she was becoming someone else. Naruto had been so vulnerable, so open with her, and she had rejected him. Also, there was no mistaking what he had said. Naruto wanted her. Perhaps it was only made out of haste and carelessness, but she wanted to be sure of that. She needed to find him and settle the matter. Kuratsuchi had been searching for the reclusive blonde for some time until she rounded a corner and saw a couple sucking on each other's faces. At first glance, Kuratsuchi was about to roll her eyes and continue her search until she noticed the hair. The tall man's hair, even in the dark of night, was hard to not recognize. Most women in this position would start to tear up, yell a profanity, and run away in a rush. The man would probably apologize and show how much he regretted the whole ordeal. That was the predictable solution to the problem. However, that was not Kuratsuchi. When she realized it was Naruto making out with a strange girl, Kuratsuchi felt immediate rage rise in her stomach. Kuratsuchi plodded forward, grabbed the woman's hair, and yanked her away from the blonde hero. The kunoichi pushed the woman against the opposite wall of the alley. Naruto's eyes were wide with disbelief and regret. Kuratsuchi gritted her teeth and hissed at the woman. "You slut! If you ever touch him again, I swear I'll tear your fucking tits off and slam them down your throat." The woman named Hisa had been threatened by women before, but never to such a terrifying degree. She nodded her head frantically and was released. She apologized profusely and ran out of the alley as fast as she could. When the woman left, Kuratsuchi glared at Naruto behind her. Naruto's eyes were heavy with guilt. Before Kuratsuchi could hear the incoming apology, she sighed and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Naruto was having a difficult time hiding his confusion. Shouldn't she be yelling at him? The woman was scary when she was angry and reminded him of his mother to a great extent. He wondered how his father had handled this type of thing. Naruto rubbed the nape of his neck. "I'm pretty sure that I should be the one apologizing, Kuratsuchi." Kuratsuchi looked defiantly at him and shook her head again. "No, you were only finding release. It's not like we're married or anything. We are merely traveling companions, right? You were only caught up in your emotions and saying what you wanted in the heat of the moment. When I couldn't give you what you needed, you found someone else that could give it to you." Kuratsuchi scowled as she looked in the direction of where Hisa had left. "But that woman was bad news, Naruto. I was protecting you from her." Kuratsuchi fixed her eyes back on Naruto and into the agony that was held within his features. She wanted to know the truth. "You were only lonely, right? That's why you said what you said." Kuratsuchi wanted him to say that it was not so. She craved the answer she desperately needed. She needed to hear him say he meant what he had said. He wanted her and she needed for it to be true. When she heard Naruto's answer, her heart dropped. "Yeah, you're right. I got carried away, Kuratsuchi. I'm sorry." Kuratsuchi smiled brightly and punched his arm. Her smile felt immediately like a lie. The shadow was in her heart too now. It covered her and told her it would alleviate the horrible pain. She decided to believe it for his sake. She had to believe in something, and regardless of the shadow's nature, at least it was concrete. It did not lie like she did. "Great, let's go back to the room." She felt her words hang in the air, dying with the moment. As the two of them moved through the streets towards their inn, Kuratsuchi saw a store clock display. It was midnight. Kuratsuchi knew she would never forget this birthday for as long as she lived. Certainly that was not a lie. His smile was supposed to make her feel better. It was supposed to represent hope. A smile was the symbol of happiness and good cheer. So why did she only see that terrifying smile out of the corner of her eye? The shadow seemed to love that smile and continually made her know it. The smile that was derived from bad habits and loneliness. A smile that was the furthest expression from good cheer. She never wanted to see him smile like that again, but Kuratsuchi felt like she was being tortured by the memory of it. In her dreams, Kuratsuchi would see the smile in the dark and the shadow would lurk through the teeth. It would ooze out of the mouth and chase after her, wrapping its nature around her limbs. It would reach her throat and choke her until it was satisfied. It was never satisfied. As the shadow would control her and tell her it was for the best, Kuratsuchi would still see the smile. The horrible smile that reminded her that Naruto was still human. She loathed that fact, because if Naruto was human and he could feel pain like her, then he was not the rock she needed him to be. She needed someone who could help her and never be carried around by their emotions. Her wish was an unrealistic one, but the shadow did not care. It did not care about a reality with no meaning. This would be Kuratsuchi's dream. One morning after a restless night, Kuratsuchi was awakened from her nightmare. Naruto's sharp blue eyes stared down at her. He smiled brightly and told her to get up. That smile was different and she was grateful for that much. Kuratsuchi felt a chilly gust of wind cut into her skin as she stood up from her sleeping bag. Over a month had passed since the two shinobi had left Takigakure. Surely long enough to forget about the horrible smile. Surely, Kuratsuchi told herself. Her tongue tasted bitter at that sardonic thought. Autumn had flown in with its warm colors and cool weather. Kuratsuchi should have been ecstatic because it was her favorite season. Of course that thought tasted bitter too. A conifer tree danced about with the gentle wind above Kuratsuchi's head. Naruto and her had cut through the northern countries heading east over the past month. They were currently located in Shimo no Kuni and were climbing their way towards Kumo. The night before they had discussed stopping in Shimagakure to buy supplies. It would be the last stop before the treacherous climb into Kaminari no Kuni. The climb into the mountains would not be too bad this time of year as long as they moved with a purpose. The last month had been an interesting set of days. They were interesting because almost nothing interesting really happened. Kuratsuchi and Naruto would talk and discuss topics, but nothing more would occur. They sometimes stayed at inns and in the wild, but no matter where they were every night they would always sleep with regret about not mentioning the rift between the two of them. They had lied to each other and felt more distant because of it. There had been little growth in their relationship and both of them detested that fact. For some reason Naruto seemed to have quite the purpose that morning. Kuratsuchi ate her small breakfast with a quizzical expression as she watched him pack up camp. He was packing everything in a hasty manner. After he packed his cookingware into his bag, he looked over to her with a big grin. "I know what you're thinking." Kuratsuchi took a bite from the biscuit he had made for her that morning. He had no idea, she thought. "Oh yeah? And what would that be?" "I'm moving so quickly that it seems like I'm out of character, huh?" He showed his pearly teeth when he smiled. There was no dark substance leaking from them this time. She appreciated that much. "Well, you're not wrong," she mumbled with a mouthful of starchy biscuit. Naruto did not dwell on the cryptic answer. She would have denied her emotions if he did anyways. "I just want to get to Kumo as soon as possible. There are a lot of things we need to see and do when we get there." Kuratsuchi finished her biscuit and thought about his words. She could probably guess at the top of his list of reasons was to see his friend and mentor Killer Bee. Naruto would talk about the older Jinchuriki like he was a brother to him. Kuratsuchi liked it when Naruto talked about him. His face would light up and she would forget about the shadow and the smile for a little while. She giggled a little as Naruto's eyes shined with enthusiasm. She could not blame him for wanting to see his friends in Kumo. "All right," Kuratsuchi said. "Let's get to Shimo then. We need more food and water before we make the trek into Kaminari no Kuni." Naruto nodded and packed the rest of their belongings. They were only a few miles from Shimagakure and reached the small village before noon. Shimo was extremely simple in design. It was shaped almost like an oval with a small mountain range to the east. Shimo was one of the only hidden villages where the daimyo of the country resided within it. There was no kage or council of leaders that ran the shinobi of the country, only the daimyo. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Shimo daimyo was evacuated along with the other daimyos to a safe house in order to be out of the way of the fighting. Because of the alliance's work, there had been virtually no casualties to the civilians during the war as well. The little village of Shimo had to rebuild when they returned to their homes after the war, but they had prospered ever since. Shimagakure was comprised of large expensive houses and thriving shops. Commerce and trade was booming in the small village, and because of the modest population, the wealth was dispersed abundantly. When the citizens saw Naruto Uzumaki pass through their streets, they all immediately crowded around the man. They all knew if it was not for the blonde hero, they would have been stuck in an illusion at the moment. Naruto and Kuratsuchi were able to dispel the crowd after a few minutes of sheepish gratitude and careful footing. As soon as they managed to be free of the large group of people, the Shimo daimyo had made his presence known to the two shinobi. He was seated on a large horse with a small team of shimonin accompanying him. The daimyo was an old man of almost 70 with a bristly mustache accompanied with a long graying beard. His face was usually shrewd and stoic, but when he saw Naruto that day his expression was jolly and carefree. "Welcome! Welcome Naruto Uzumaki! We are all blessed to have the great war hero in our humble village. Pray, why have you come?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head and smiled with bashfulness. "I appreciate the sentiment, Daimyo-san. We're only passing through your friendly village and wish to resupply for our journey to Kyumo." Naruto never knew a bearded old man could smile so widely. "Then please come with me. You must be weary from your travels." The old man turned his horse around and headed east towards the mountains. Naruto looked at Kuratsuchi. She shrugged and followed after the old man and his entourage of shinobi guards. The blonde was in a rush, but he supposed that stopping for a small break could not hurt. Naruto waved to the remaining throng of admirers and headed after Kuratsuchi's retreating form. The main path that led into Kaminari no Kuni started at the base of the small mountain range. Underneath the shadows of the mountains on the eastern side of the village was the large house of the daimyo. It was more like an ornate castle than a house, however. The home was painted snow white with gold trimmings bordering around the edges. It was mostly comprised of one large building with a couple smaller ones surrounding it. Naruto whistled in awe when he saw the great construction. "The man likes to live lavishly, huh?" Naruto's comment seemed to float over Kuratsuchi as she could only stare in wonder at the structure. Giant pearl-colored doors opened before the group when they reached the front of the compound. A beautiful courtyard shined before them as they passed through the doors. Kuratsuchi's awestruck expression did not change when she saw the courtyard. Growing up as the Tsuchikage's daughter, the Iwanin was not unfamiliar with luxury, but she still knew how to appreciate a wealthy impression. Servants and guards of the daimyo stared with wide eyes and bright smiles when they saw Naruto pass by. As they reached the large building that was the primary residence of the daimyo, Naruto noticed the doors of the building were surprisingly red. It was the only part of the whole compound that was not colored white or gold. The thick red doors opened for the small party as they got closer. The daimyo swiftly dismounted from his horse and they walked through the great doors into the main building. Upon entering the enormous building, there was a great hall of crimson design that overwhelmed the eye with vivacity. Kuratsuchi admired the coloring choice and Naruto grinned at the splendor of it all. The party marched down the hall, and when they reached the end of it, there were 3 separate doors located in front of all of them that led in separate directions. The party stopped before the 3 doors and the daimyo dismissed his guards. After the shimonin left their presence, the daimyo turned to address his guests. "Welcome to my modest residence, my friends." Naruto tried not to laugh at the obvious contradiction and managed to only smile in a grateful manner. "We are very honored, daimyo-san." Naruto bowed and Kuratsuchi followed suit. The daimyo grinned and gestured toward the middle door. "Would you two grant me the privilege of having lunch with your company?" Naruto was hesitant at the offer, but he should have known the daimyo was going to make the gracious proposal. It would be unwise to refuse his hospitality. "Of course, daimyo-san." "Wonderful." The middle door suddenly opened as if of its own accord and the daimyo glided towards it. Naruto and Kuratsuchi followed after him. As a direct contrast to the impressions and character of the daimyo's house, the room that was behind the middle door was small and simple. A long table was located in the center of the room. 3 comfy-looking chairs were already placed around the table and silverware was strewn across the lovely tablecloth. Naruto and Kuratsuchi took their seats at the table and the daimyo sat down on the opposite side of them. As they waited for their meals, Naruto decided to add what was on his mind. "Daimyo-san, I want you to know that we both greatly appreciate your geniality, but—" "Oh my, how rude of me!" The daimyo's interjection caught Naruto off guard. The daimyo was looking at Kuratsuchi, who appeared to be just as taken aback as the blonde next to her. I have not asked your name, my dear. You must excuse me, of course. I tend to look over some people every now and then. I blame old age. The elderly man began to cackle as a servant set his dish in front of him. Kuratsuchi introduced herself respectfully when the servants brought out their meal. My name is Kuratsuchi. I am the Iwa representative for the Shinobi Union and granddaughter to the Sandaime Tsuchikage. Kuratsuchi did not really intend for the Shimo daimyo to fret over her position, but he did nonetheless. It is quite an honor, daimyo-san. This is truly an exquisite home that you have brought us to, and we are very grateful. Kuratsuchi hoped her remark sounded sincere. The daimyo smiled with fervor and laughed heartily. Thank you, my dear. Because of the success of the village, all of my citizens are able to enjoy such opulence. Naruto was curious about the demographics and economical methods of the village, but he had more important matters to discuss. Daimyo-san, Naruto said as a large platter of steamed crab was set in front of him. I'm afraid we do not have much time to speak leisurely because of our arduous journey to Kyumo. Nonsense! The daimyo's exclamation was joyful and dismissive. You have plenty of time before the snowfall begins and blocks the mountain passes. It isn't every day that I have such special guests in my home. Please eat. Naruto did not want to yield so easily, but when an enormous bowl of steaming ramen was set before him on the table, he gave in for the moment. After a few minutes of eating, Kuratsuchi inquired something of the daimyo. Naruto is right, daimyo-san. After lunch, it would be best if we gather the supplies we need and be on our way. Naruto looked up from his almost finished bowl of noodles to see the daimyo's expression. There was something similar to anxiety buried within his wrinkled face. Yes, well. I would be happy to supply both of you with whatever you require. The daimyo paused, and fear washed over his eyes. If you both would give me your aid. Naruto's eyes sharpened and he leaned over the table. His ears were alert and his fingers tensed. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes at his ability to become so serious at just a few words. The man was notorious for getting pushed into a specific attitude so quickly. She rested her chin in her hand and asked, "And that is?" The daimyo smiled weakly with closed eyes. "It wouldn't take much of your time, I promise. You see, there is a small village in the mountains close to the border that is a haven for two great clans of Shimo. Both of these clans have had rough histories with each other over the ages, but after the war ended, both clan heads decided to make a treaty of sorts. They created the peaceful village where both clans have lived for almost 4 years now. At first there was tension in the new village, but there were no real problems until recently." The daimyo swallowed a lump in his throat and his face darkened. "There have been reports of one of the clans attacking and killing the other's members in cold blood. Skirmishes have begun and we are all worried that there will be war between the two of them. Both clans are important to Shimo and we want no casualties in our country. We are peaceful people, of course. I would be in your debt if both of you were to calm the situation between the two of them." The daimyo directed his full attention on Naruto. "The hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War could alleviate the problem, I am certain." Naruto was silent as his steely blue eyes were locked onto the daimyo. Kuratsuchi seemed to speak his thoughts directly. "Why can't your shinobi quell the disturbance?" The daimyo shook his head. "There are 2 reasons, I'm afraid. First off, if we were to intervene, it would be easy for either side to accuse us of picking a side. Of course, we could probably just prevent anyone from harming each other, but the second reason makes that difficult. Both clans are extremely powerful, you see. My forces are not strong enough to quell the fighting in any possible way. I was about to call on the aid of Kyumo to help when you two arrived. I know that both of you should have no problem in alleviating the tension." Naruto was still silent as he pondered over the daimyo's words. Kuratsuchi was uncertain about the situation. She wanted to help, but she wondered if it was for the best. The daimyo tried to make the proposition more reasonable. "It's on your way to Kyumo anyways. The main road there passes right through the village. You won't even have to come back here. Just go to the village, try to calm things down, and then report back. I'll give you both all the provisions you will need, consider it a gift of our friendship. The daimyo was appearing to be more and more desperate with every word he spoke. Naruto was not really a fan of bribes, but there was nothing really immoral about taking the supplies and helping the daimyo. In fact, it would be immoral not to help. Naruto knew he could handle whatever came his way, but he was worried about Kuratsuchi. She was getting more fragile every day. Whatever had been bothering her seemed to be increasing significantly ever since Taki. Naruto was not sure Kuratsuchi could handle an actual battle in her condition. Still, they would have to go to the village no matter what because of the main path. Before Naruto could make up his mind, Kuratsuchi made the decision for the both of them. Naruto's eyes widened as she spoke with confidence he had not seen in her for some time now. We will do it. Kuratsuchi's jaw was set and her rosy eyes carried strong resolve. Naruto thought she looked beautiful. He still had his reservations about the decision, but he supposed simple caution would warrant a decent amount of safety for the both of them. He would follow her into any storm, he decided. For the next few hours, the two shinobi were debriefed on the abilities and history of the two clans. They needed to be ready for what was to come. As the daimyo spoke in a grave tone, Kuratsuchi wondered if she would be able to handle the events that were soon to be thrust upon her. She was certain the task they had been given would not turn out to be too strenuous. She was correct in one way, but she soon found out she was horribly wrong in another. Mitsui abhorred the smell of smoke. She did not even know she hated it so much until recently. The smoke would sting her eyes and tears of agony would fall from them. She blamed the smoke for the tears, but she knew it was not the smoke's fault, it was her circumstances. The Igarashi clan had burned another house this time and it just happened to be her own. Mitsui regretted leaving her mother at home that day as she went with her father to their neighbor's house. She heard her mother's screams as the smoke stung her eyes. The Kitagawa clan used their abilities to quickly extinguish the fire, but the damage had already been done. When Mitsui's father, the Kitagawa clan head, saw the burned corpse of his wife, the amount of rage in his glacier-colored eyes reminded his daughter of the flames again. Mitsui was only 9 years old, but she knew this horrible day was going to live in her memory for an eternity. Mitsui's father called the rest of the clan together that night. Mitsui was there along with everybody else in the clan, seated in the corner of the large meeting room. She was looking out a window where the cold stars tried to give her some remedy for her fresh wounds. The stars were failing miserably. Mitsui could hear her father's voice ring across the room. How many more houses will need to burn before the Igarashi are satisfied? A great clamor boomed around the room as all the clan members shouted their agreements. How many more women and children must die? I say that tonight we annihilate the threat of the Igarashi once and for all. There was no defiance to the suggestion and more shouting ensued because of it. Mitsui was confused. Her father used to be so calm and peaceful towards the Igarashi. For years ago, when she was really little, Mitsui remembered seeing her father hug and thank the Igarashi clan head. He had said he wanted to end the hatred between the two clans forever. She wished her father was like that again. His eyes seemed so much warmer then too. They were cold now, like the mistaken stars outside the window. Mitsui did not want to join in on the fighting. Her father probably did not want her to anyways. She was not skilled with the clan's Kekkei Genkai yet. The Kitagawa clan was the only known clan left that utilized the ice release. The famed Yuki clan of Mizuno Kuni was all but forgotten and had been killed off years ago. There were old tales of the Kitagawa being somehow distantly related to the Yuki, but that was never proven. Mitsui had been told about the Kitagawa and the Igarashi's bloody history from her father once. The Igarashi were one of several clans who were skilled in the storm release. During the Warring States period, the Igarashi and the Kitagawa had fought each other like so many other clans did at that time. After the period had ended and many shinobi villages sprang up, the clans decided to move to different villages. The Kitagawa moved to Kiri while the Igarashi went to live in Kumo. For a time there was peace. When Kumo and Kiri fought each other during the Shinobi World Wars, cycles of hate accumulated between the clans once again. The Kitagawa clan eventually left Kiri before the civil war between the Kekei Genkai users and the Kiri loyalists broke out, and they settled in Shimo. Of course, the Igarashi were outraged by this movement and attacked the Kitagawa. Kumo, not wanting to deal with the political ramifications of the Igarashi clan's actions, banished them from their village. For many years, Shimo no Kuni was home to the Igarashi and Kitagawa. Shimagakure was able to control the animosity between the two clans for a time, and there was no more fighting for many years. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Kitagawa and the Igarashi united under the Shinobi Alliance with the rest of the world. At the end of the war, the two clans decided to end the hatred indefinitely and formed a community in the mountains of Shimo. There was finally true peace between the clans until a few weeks ago. No one knew exactly how it happened or who had done what, but a horrible incident had occurred in the small village. The son of the Igarashi clan's head was murdered one night, and the killer was not found. The Igarashi had quickly blamed the Kitagawa, and at first there were only simple arguments. However, it was not long until the arguments became fights and acts of vandalism ensued. The Igarashi first started burning houses only a few days ago. For whatever reason, they had tried to be certain the houses were vacant when they burned them, but that changed soon enough. Innocent women and children had been killed before long, and now it seemed the hatred was never going to leave. Even though the Igarashi had undoubtedly killed her mother, Mitsui just could not hate them for it. She knew hate was toxic and contagious. Her mother had told her that once. She had said that was the reason why she had married Mitsui's father, because of his kindness. If only her mother could see her husband now, maybe she would not have thought that. Her father was practically screaming at this point and was rallying all of the members to destroy the Igarashi. Mitsui could not take the shouting and anger anymore. She stood up from her seating position in the corner of the room and exited out into the autumn night. Mitsui walked a few steps away from the building and headed towards the central marketplace of the small village. The village was located high in the mountains and was situated in a mountain pass that was between two great peaks. On the north side of the village was where the Kitagawa lived, and the Igarashi were located on the south side. In between the two clans was the central marketplace. Mitsui found a nice tree that was close to the marketplace and sat underneath it. She leaned against the tree and felt the brisk autumn wind blow through her hair. She rarely felt cold and was always told by the other clan members it was common trait among the Kitagawa. She wept again that night. Her mother was gone, and it felt like her father was too. She felt an awful pain in her chest that did not want to leave her. At the very least, the pain did not make her feel lonely. The young girl fell asleep under the tree with ruddy eyes, and a lingering question of meaning in the world left in her mind. Mitsui awoke to a horrible reality she prayed was only a dream. Of course it was not. Flashes of brilliant energy shot through the night and cold spires of ice met them. Fires blazed and lit the faces of angry shinobi who no longer cared about morality. Men and women from both clans that used to be Mitsui's friends massacred each other before her eyes. Screams of fury and enmity rang in the darkness, and smoke covered the marketplace that was once a merry meeting place. The irony of the situation was unknown to Mitsui as she witnessed the horrible reality of hatred. She tried to run away from the chaos, but the smoke quickly surrounded her. It grabbed her throat and tightened it. She fell to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. The screams of rage mixed with yells of agony in the autumn night, and Mitsui could dimly make out the light of the stars above her as she lost consciousness. She abhorred smoke. Naruto knew the horrid stench well enough, and he did not need to see it to know exactly what it was. The stench of death permeated the air. When they reached the crest of the hill and looked down upon the village, Naruto felt a sudden rush of emotion and his throat constricted. The early morning's rays shone down on the destruction that was once a village. A copious number of bodies were scattered throughout a large central clearing with burned remains of structures among them. When Kuratsuchi saw the disaster, a gasp of terror escaped her lips. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes beginning to heat up. Naruto, we're too late. Naruto stood right next to her and clenched his fists until he felt like they were going to break. His brain was being bombarded by questions and emotions. Why did they do this? He had fixed all of this already, so why was this happening? Naruto closed his eyes and spoke gravely to Kuratsuchi. We should search for survivors and see if we can obtain any information about what happened. Kuratsuchi almost yelled with tears streaming down her fine features. Isn't it obvious what happened? They killed each other, Naruto. Naruto said nothing and scaled down the hill towards the clearing. Kuratsuchi followed after him without pressing the issue. Many of the corpses were burned and some were frozen. The Shimo daimyo had told him about their abilities, and he was not surprised to see the evidence of their usage amid the carnage. Naruto had seen battlefields and death before, but he had thought he would not need to see it again after the war. Despite that, here it was, the result of hate. After a few minutes, Naruto was beginning to surmise there were no survivors at all until he heard a cough. He turned his head towards the sound and saw a figure among the bodies stir. Naruto swiftly moved through the clearing and found the source of the sound. A young girl with chestnut hair and fair skin that had been blotched with burns and cuts was still alive. Naruto ran to her side and quickly assessed her condition. Kuratsuchi ran to meet them and stood a few paces away. It did not appear she was in any serious harm, at least physically. Naruto immediately pitied the girl for what she must have witnessed. Naruto could have asked a multitude of different questions that pertained to her condition and the problem at hand, but when he saw the torment in her ice-blue eyes, he knew none of them could have made the situation any easier. Naruto decided to start with the obvious. What happened? The girl stared into Naruto's eyes, and he did not notice any sense of recognition in them. The girl did not want to look around her, and she did not want to answer him. Instead, she buried her face into Naruto's torso and sobbed. The girl could only weep after what she had seen and heard. Her family and friends were all dead, and now she had no one. Naruto could empathize. Kuratsuchi eventually took her, and Naruto scoured the area to see if anyone else was alive. Naruto's eyes and throat kept stinging as he searched. It was all so futile, he thought. There had been no volition or value in anything that had transpired here. So many innocent lives were gone, and Naruto was powerless to all of it. He had wanted to set these people free from the cycle of hate, but it seemed human hearts could not be changed. Naruto tried to shake away the feelings of negativity when he heard an audible groan. Naruto's head turned to a wounded man propped up against a ruined wooden stall. The man appeared to be in his late 30s and had a long ghastly laceration on his chest. Naruto felt the air escape his lungs as he immediately diagnosed the injury as fatal. It was remarkable that the man was still alive. On the man's forehead was a protector that bore the symbol of Shimo. The man beckoned Naruto with his dim eyes, and Naruto knelt before him to hear his last words. "Are they all dead?" the man uttered. Naruto stifled the sudden anger that boiled in his veins. Was that all he cared about? Was he still so overcome with hatred that even during his last moments he wanted them all dead? Even though he was furious, Naruto was able to calm himself down, although not completely. Yes, you made sure of that, it would seem. I see. So we succeeded? We eradicated the Kitagawa for good. Naruto wanted to know what was controlling this man. How can you say that? You killed an entire clan and you bear no remorse? The man's eyes seemed to light up at that inquiry. You don't understand. They killed my son and deserve to be destroyed for that. Is a clan responsible for one man's mistake? Is your hate so strong that you would deny a human's right to live? Yes. Naruto scowled at the man. He did not care if the man was dying because he clearly needed to hear this. Don't you understand how many people died trying to stop this awful cycle of hate and war? You would throw away their lives and say they died for nothing? My friends gave up everything for you and your clan to stop such foolish actions. You threw away peace and love by a rumor and baseless vengeance. You gave up. Naruto was screaming and his voice felt raw. He wanted to punch the man, but there was no need. The man had closed his eyes and passed away from this world already. Naruto was talking to no one. For the rest of his life, Naruto would never know if the man had really listened to him. The man's heart had died long before his body had, and that saddened the Jinchuriki considerably. As Naruto trudged back to Kurotsuchi and the girl, he wondered if everything he had ever done really mattered. When he reached the two females, Kurotsuchi was still holding the girl. She seemed to have stopped crying and looked up at Naruto when he approached. Despite everything Naruto had just seen and heard, at least there was a silver lining. There was a survivor. "What's your name, young lady?" His tone was gentle, a contrast to what it had been only moments ago. The girl had a look of wonder as she gazed up at Naruto. "Mitsui," she said with a steady voice. "Mitsui Kitagawa." Naruto gave her a sincere smile. At least the dead man had not succeeded in his attempt to kill the entire clan. He had failed, and there was still a survivor of the Kitagawa clan. Naruto knelt down to the ground and met Mitsui's gaze. "That's a beautiful name." Naruto's smile weakened. "I'm afraid that you are the only one of your clan left." Naruto's throat burned as he choked the words. He knew they were blunt, but the girl needed to hear them. "I'm so sorry." Mitsui's cool eyes looked down to the ground and seemed to mull over the heavy words. She was still so young, Naruto thought. She did not deserve any of this. Her parents were gone now, and there was nothing that could bring them back. Naruto was so familiar with the feeling of hopelessness and grief, it was almost nostalgic for him. He could not let another human go through the same life he did. She needed someone. "Do you have any other family or friends that can take care of you?" Naruto felt the question was obligatory, but he already knew the answer. Mitsui shook her head and tightened her grip with Kurotsuchi. The kunoichi was looking at the girl with a tender expression that made Naruto's body feel warmer. Naruto took a deep breath and stood up from his position. He stood tall and his eyes locked onto the little girl. "Then it can't be helped. The both of us will have to take care of you. We're on a journey of sorts, you see, and I'm sure we can afford to add one to our little group." Naruto's features expressed great resolve on the matter. He still smiled because he realized he was getting a little ahead of himself. "That is if you would like to, Mitsui?" Mitsui's eyes widened and her head switched back and forth between the two shinobi. These two strangers were going to let her join them? Did this mean they were her new mother and father? Mitsui had heard of adoption before, but she felt like this was all happening a little too fast. Still, the blonde man standing before had a unique aura about him. He was bright and kind like her father used to be. She felt like she could go with him and feel safe and loved along the way. The woman she was currently holding on to was also sweet, although she did seem sad about something. That was all right though. Mitsui was sad too, so maybe the two of them could help each other. Needless to say, Mitsui could not think of a reason not to join the two of them. In the end, Mitsui nodded her agreement. Naruto grinned brightly. "Wonderful! My name's Naruto Uzumaki, and this young lady here is Kurotsuchi." Mitsui directed her gaze at the dark-haired woman. Kurotsuchi smiled and stood up with Mitsui. "Pleased to meet you, Mitsui. We promise to watch over you from now on." Even though Naruto's proposal was a bit absurd and extremely brash, Kurotsuchi had no qualms with it. To be honest, they did not seem to have much of a choice on the matter, but she also liked the little girl. She reminded Kurotsuchi of when she was younger and felt some responsibility for her. There was also something else about the little girl that interested her. There was something in Mitsui's eyes that was similar to the feeling Kurotsuchi knew. She felt like she could find some answers about meaning and the world with the little girl's help. Mitsui grabbed Kurotsuchi's hand and the two of them looked back to Naruto. The blonde felt a surge of warmth flood his body when the two girls looked at him. It was a warmth that was new to him, but one he had always craved. In some form he believed he had just created a family. Despite the grisly circumstances of the three of them, the trio were trying to find comfort in each other. Naruto, in that still moment of quiet reflection, concluded this was something stable and good. Something that could be built on. Something hopeful. Mitsui Kitagawa actually felt the air pressure around her lighten for a moment and then grow heavier a split second later. Naruto's fist retracted from beside her and the air moved with it. Mitsui was astonished at the sheer speed and precision of Naruto's strikes. She was merely observing him currently in order to practice her form, but Naruto was highly capable of multitasking for her benefit. Naruto asked for her attention with a firm tilt of his head. "You see how I turn my wrist when I bring back my hand?" Mitsui could only nod with her eyes bugging out to try to discern how exactly the blonde had done that. The two of them were standing in a wide meadow at the bottom of a small dip in between one of the many mountain passes that were scattered throughout Kaminari no Kuni. Kuratsuchi was lying down on a blanket on the other side of the meadow admiring the beautiful day. The sun was out and the colored leaves of the surrounding trees were gliding across her vision. It was probably one of the last perfect days of the year, and it would not be long until the harsh winter would come and bury the beauty she was currently enjoying. Kuratsuchi lifted her head up from her position and stared at her two companions. It had been a few days since she and Naruto had added Mitsui to their little group. After they had left the ruined village of the Kitagawa and the Igarashi clans, Naruto had sent a message to the Shimo daimyo that reported the grisly details of what had happened. There had been no reply back as of yet. As Kuratsuchi saw Naruto show Mitsui the proper positioning of his strikes, she thought about his love for the little girl. Naruto had instantly accepted Mitsui as one of his precious people and she had responded well to it. She would consistently stare at Naruto with starry eyes and ask a million questions about himself. Of course, Mitsui had taken to Kuratsuchi just as well. The two girls would usually bundle up together in a sleeping bag during the nights and help each other with the more feminine situations that Naruto was not privy to. Needless to say, the two shinobi had quickly fallen in love with the child. Earlier that day, Mitsui had asked Naruto if he could train her. The young blonde had the biggest grin on his face when he agreed to her proposal. He had started their training by assessing Mitsui's current skills. She had very little prior training in the shinobi arts, but there was a clear basis that was a good foundation to build off of. She could use her ice release to a certain degree if there was a water source nearby, but she was still inefficient with it. Naruto was not knowledgeable in the properties of ice release, but he did understand the basic components of its workings, especially the necessary wind release. He had decided they would work on chakra natures later down the road and settled on teaching her some taijutsu for the moment. "How do you move so fast, Narani?" Mitsui's innocent question bubbled in the cool autumn air. Naruto blinked and smiled affectionately at the charming nickname she used to address him. He did not think he was moving that fast. In fact, he was going incredibly slow so she could properly see his movements. He rubbed the back of his neck and tried to think of an appropriate answer. "It's just the results of heavy training, I guess. Believe me, I wasn't always this quick. You should have seen me when I was a kid, Mitsui. My movements were so sluggish and sloppy that I could never land a hit." Mitsui's eyes shined with excitement at the prospect of seeing a small clueless Naruto. She was so overcome with elation that she moved her feet up and down sporadically. "Can you go faster, Narani?" Naruto's grin was reminiscent of a fox when he thought of how to answer her. "You bet I can. Wanna see?" Naruto thought Mitsui's head was going to fall off with the way she moved it up and down. Naruto could not help but feel a swell of pride at the prospect of showing some of his skill, something he thought he had grown out of years ago. Naruto closed his eyes and called forth the familiar chakra from his old friend. Before Mitsui's glacier-colored eyes, she witnessed Naruto's hair stand upright and begin to heighten in color. Naruto's entire body turned a rich gold and surged with powerful chakra that moved across his body like water. Black markings ran along his appendages and upper torso, converging in a spiral pattern on his stomach. Even his clothes had changed color and his cloak flowed with the rush of the chakra as if it was alive. The most startling thing about his current form was his eyes were golden and his pupils were shaped as dark slits. Mitsui had never witnessed anything like it and was so astounded by the golden form that her eyes were darting around with urgent speed trying to analyze every detail. Mitsui was not the only one in awe of Naruto's form. From across the meadow, Kuratsuchi could easily make out the intense golden figure. She had not seen him in that state since the war. The young kunoichi took a bright moment to admire the man that was Naruto Uzumaki. Not only was he one of the most powerful shinobi alive, he was also an interesting enigma. The man could act like a child one second and then a mature adult the next. He was known to be intellectually brilliant and strategic in battles and certain conversations, but he could also be incredibly dense every now and then. He could easily destroy almost anyone that stood against him, but he always treated everyone with the utmost care and respect. He was so inconsistent but also consistently genuine in his character. Naruto was a complex man and Kuratsuchi loved that about him. Every time a specific instance or circumstance that was unique to the situation occurred between Kuratsuchi and Naruto, she would always treasure it to a great extent. She wanted to remember every memory and every special moment she had with him. Those times were addicting for her. She craved them more and needed to appreciate more time with the blonde. By adding Mitsui to the mix, Kuratsuchi only found more splendid moments to treasure. Despite how wonderful these instances were, Kuratsuchi knew she was not fully appreciating them. That fact was the shadow's doing. Her doubts held her down and reminded her she could not have such cheerful moments with her hesitation. She did not deserve such joy. In that moment of silent brooding, the most bizarre scenario occurred. Naruto visibly winced from the other side of the meadow, causing Kuratsuchi to ascend from her stupor. Mitsui noticed the movement too and gave the blonde a concerned look. Naruto shook his head suddenly and smiled sheepishly at the little girl. "Sorry, I just had some stomach pain for a moment." "It's nothing." That was odd, Naruto thought. Just a second ago, he had felt a horrible cloud of negativity from Kuratsuchi. When he was in Kurama chakra mode, Naruto could sense evil intent, but in recent years he had mastered it enough to also sense negative emotions. They had to be strong emotions, however. Simple doubts within people were still beyond his current level of skill. But the emotions from Kuratsuchi had been strong enough to make Naruto feel actual pain from the negativity. Whatever had been on Kuratsuchi's mind since they had met in Kusa must have been far stronger than Naruto had originally expected. Naruto's lips tightened for a moment as he pondered about the necessary actions he would need to take. He devised a plan that could help alleviate the situation. It would not be easy, especially for Kuratsuchi, but it was inevitable. "It is a good thing they were close to Kyumo," Naruto mused as he focused back on his little student. "Anyways, let's test your hand-to-hand skills. Come at me with everything you got, Mitsui." Mitsui nervously took a fighting stance and stared up at Naruto with intense concentration. Small beads of sweat formed on her brow and her anxiety about sparring with the powerful Naruto became palpable. Naruto smiled compassionately and his golden eyes were filled with tenderness at the innocent sight. "Don't worry, I won't attack. I'll only defend." With that positive statement, a burst of confidence erupted in the child's chest and she rushed forward. Mitsui threw an open palm towards Naruto's torso. She had poor training in taijutsu, but there had been a delicate basis implanted in her form of the Kitagawa style. Naruto was unfamiliar of the style, but he noticed it had many similarities to the style Haku had once utilized so many years ago. It was extremely sloppy considering Mitsui's current potential, but there was a lot Naruto could build off of with it. As he dodged and maneuvered away from Mitsui's strikes, Naruto carefully observed the dynamics of the style. Naruto maintained a pattern of not even touching the child as he moved gracefully away from her attacks. Obvious frustration was prevalent on Mitsui's face as she desperately tried to hit her target. Her desperation was getting the better of her and her form was losing the meager discipline it had started with at drastic levels. At one point the child put her weight carelessly on her toes and Naruto effortlessly tapped her shin with his heel and caused her to lose her footing. Mitsui suddenly found herself on her back staring up at a cheerful Naruto, his golden locks swaying gently with the constant surge of chakra emanating from his body. "Not too bad, Mitsui." Mitsui lifted her head up from the ground and felt slightly dizzy from her fall from earlier. She felt her face heat up from embarrassment. "What are you talking about, Narani? That was terrible." Naruto's brow furrowed at that remark. "Don't be so hard on yourself, Mitsui. You have a ton of potential, you know." truth be told, Naruto was not even close to exaggerating on that statement. She really did possess great potential. Naruto's sensory skills were heightened to a considerable extent while he was in Kurama chakra mode, and he could clearly see it. Mitsui had great chakra capacity. It was at a level that could potentially be higher than even Kakashi's levels. Although to reach that level would take many years of training. Still, they were above normal, and that made the blonde eager. "You have me as a teacher, so you'll do just fine." Naruto's grin was broad, and Mitsui was coerced into trying to mirror it. Seeing it was time to take a break, Kuratsuchi walked over to her two companions with a bag of some ready-to-eat rations. A small container filled with food was thrust in front of Naruto's face, and he smirked at the other end of the extended hand. "Time for lunch, hero." Her words carried a gentle yet solid trill to them. Naruto loved the sound of it. He grabbed the container and stopped the flow of chakra. Back to his regular state, Naruto sat down in the grass with his rations. Mitsui gratefully accepted her portion of the food and ate merrily as Kuratsuchi sat down to eat next to her. As the three of them were eating their luncheon, Mitsui spoke with a mouthful of rice. "How long until we reach Kyumo?" "Don't talk with your mouth full, Mitsui." Kuratsuchi's little quip left Naruto chuckling. She sounded so much like a mother in that moment, and Naruto found it to be quite charming. Kuratsuchi frowned at his antics and rolled her eyes, not fully understanding his thoughts on the matter. Mitsui looked apologetic and stared down at her food. "Sorry, Kuro-ne." Naruto decided to answer Mitsui's question and pointed his finger towards the peaks on the northwest side of the meadow. "Kyumo is on the other side of those mountains, so we'll probably make it there by tomorrow morning. We could actually reach the village tonight if we tried, but it would be wise to wait until tomorrow. It's best not to alarm a shinobi when it's dark out after all." Mitsui nodded to show her understanding, and Kuratsuchi turned her attention towards where Naruto was pointing. She wondered if Kyumo would end up helping her with the shadow. They finished their meal and decided to start moving again towards their destination. They packed up everything and set out down the path that cut through the meadow and made its way towards Kyumo. The path quickly ascended towards higher elevations and became sharp in its course of direction. It was not long before Mitsui grew tired from climbing, and Naruto carried her on his shoulders. A truly picturesque moment occurred between the three companions as they climbed the mountain path, and the gorgeous canopy of many colors covered them. Glorious shades of green, gold, red, and purple flew by their bright heads, and a beautiful second of peace fell on them. Kuratsuchi looked at Naruto, and there was a deep affection in those eyes that could not be denied. However, it honestly was only a second until reality set in. Naruto felt a pang of regret hit his soul, and it felt like the same shade of those mesmerizing eyes before him. He had lied. Back in Taki, Naruto had lied to her. When Kuratsuchi had confronted him about what he had said that night, he had denied it. He had said it was a moment of baseless passion and nothing more. That was the furthest thing from the truth, and he had no idea why he had said it. Naruto, a man who valued honesty above so many other virtues, had lied, and that fact resonated in the negativity of his mind. He had foolishly decided the situation would be better if he denied the truth and made her think nothing would change between them. Of course, it had resulted in a rift between the two shinobi, and now that Mitsui was present in their lives, it appeared the rift was beginning to slowly close. However, Naruto felt he did not deserve that because he had lied. Naruto had lied to the woman he admired so much. He lied to the woman he loved. Later that day, the trio reached a point in the path that went through the mountains. A long grassy and flat area was located in the pass, and that was where they decided to set up camp. The sun was setting behind the mountains, and Naruto surmised it would be best to retrieve some firewood before nightfall. Kuratsuchi and Mitsui stayed behind and finished getting their little campsite ready. As Naruto traversed through the myriad of stained trees, he brooded again over his past mistakes. It was unlike him to be so negative and gloomy about something that could not be changed, but there was no denying his regret on the matter. He knew he had hurt Kuratsuchi. He did not completely understand her feelings about him, but he knew his decision had ruined some hope she had about their relationship. They could be growing at such a faster rate by now if he had only been honest to her. Why the fuck did he lie to her? Why did he push her away? She deserved more than that, and he was nothing but a fool. Naruto's pain was high enough to make him act out. He suddenly threw a fist at a tree in his emotional state, making it splinter and crack under the pressure. He could have easily demolished the wood if he wanted to, but there had been some self-control still there. In that moment, Naruto suddenly sensed a nearby presence he must have missed earlier because of his hard thoughts. When he heard the familiar silky voice invade his ears, he smirked in its direction. Well, this is a rare sight. The owner of the voice stepped out from the golden shadows and leaned against the trunk of a tree. Naruto carefully examined his old friend and saw that, except for the length of his hair, not much had changed about him physically. It also made him glad to know he was taller than him now. You should cut your hair. It looks greasy, Naruto said. The blonde's comment allowed Sasuke to give a small smile. I could say the same about you. It's been a while, Naruto. Naruto felt all of his emotion melt away and he focused on his best friend. It really has. Naruto's eyes were downcast. Sorry that you had to see that. I'm kind of going through something right now. Sasuke's expression seemed to betray the fact that he knew what Naruto was upset about. Does it have to do with those two females you're traveling with? Naruto knew better than to ever think he could get something past his perceptive friend. Naruto was still relatively new at reading people, but Sasuke was quite proficient at it. Plus, who knew how long Sasuke had been watching the trio's journey? Naruto should not have been surprised, but his friend was proficient at that too. One of them at least. I hope it's the older one, Sasuke said with a stoic face. Naruto blinked and paused for a moment at Sasuke's attempt at a joke. Naruto found himself chuckling after that pause and nodded. It was a successful attempt. Yeah, it is. That's a cute family you got then, Naruto. I approve. Naruto thanked him and mused over the compliment. After he completely stopped laughing, his expression became a little more serious. So what are you doing here? Sasuke tilted his head towards the direction of Kyumo. I finished some business in Kyumo earlier today that I had with the rakeage. Is he still sore about what you did to his arm? Sasuke smirked at his friend's remark and unconsciously glanced to his own missing left appendage. Naruto had been the one to request a new arm, but Sasuke had refused the offer when the time had come. Not really. Are you still sore about what I did to yours? Naruto shook his head and grinned brightly. Not in the least. Considering I took out yours too, I'm pretty sure we're even. Naruto paused again for a moment as he remembered an old promise. His eyes glazed over at the dismal memory. Hey Sasuke, you should go home. Sakura could really use your company right about now. I think it's been long enough. Naruto looked up to stare at his friend's dark eyes and saw an unexpected sight. There was sorrow and regret in those eyes that typically always masked feelings. Naruto was touched his old friend trusted him enough to witness such a rare privilege. I know, Naruto. But I can't yet. My work's not finished yet. Naruto felt annoyed by that weak answer. Oh, I see. The work that is obviously more important than the woman you love isn't finished. That makes complete sense. Sarcasm isn't going to help this, Naruto. Then maybe going back to Konoha will, Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes and voice seemed to stop for a moment as he dwelled on Naruto's words. She needs you. She can't wait forever, and I know you can't either. Sasuke smirked. You've always been rather good at figuring me out. Naruto reflected the smirk. Well, someone has to. Otherwise, you'll run off like you do and never be seen again. All right, I'll think about it. Naruto still was not satisfied. Not good enough. Do we have to destroy more of the landscape for you to get over your stubborn opinions? Sasuke thought back to the last time they fought and knew the land probably would not appreciate another battle like that. Do you think that will make me change my mind? Naruto shrugged. It worked last time. Sasuke could not argue with that. He sighed in defeat and slumped his shoulders back to indicate he had truly succumbed to his friend's words. Fine, I'll pay her a visit. Naruto's signature grin was brought out as the sun finally set behind him. Sasuke really did miss that smile. Great! I wish you would just stay there, but I'm not about to count my losses. Sasuke smiled softly at that. Not like there's much to count. With the conversation appearing to be done, Sasuke turned around to head towards the mountain path. However, he still had something to say. Naruto, it's going to be all right. Just be honest with her next time. Naruto felt like his chest was much lighter after hearing such positive words from his friend. He would be lying if he said he did not appreciate his friend's perception and help from time to time. He also remembered one more thing he had to ask. Hold on, Sasuke. Sasuke turned his head and glanced at his friend with one eye. HN? Did you end up finding it, what it means to be a shinobi? Sasuke turned around to fully face Naruto and surprised the blonde further by actually smiling. It was a smile that bore friendship and love that only the two of them could possess. Now that's rare, Naruto thought. Yeah, I did. Take care, Naruto. And with that, Sasuke was gone and Naruto felt warmer from the experience. Even though they did not discuss his dilemma directly, he was better for it. It seemed if the matter was kept unattended, then nothing would change. He would need to tell her the truth eventually and salvage what they could from the wreckage they had created. It would have to be after Naruto's plan was reached, though. If it worked like he hoped it would, of course. When Naruto came back to the campsite with an armful of firewood, Kuratsuchi looked up at him with a curious glance. What happened to make that smile of yours, hero? Naruto could not hide his joy even if he tried, and his wide smile shined down upon her. Nothing really. I just saw an old friend is all. Kumogakure had not changed much since Naruto had last seen it. Most of the buildings were built into the rock faces of the many cliffs dotted throughout its infrastructure. The village had plenty of those buildings in accordance with its population, so there was not much of a need to build more. When the trio had entered Kumo, Naruto tried to make a beeline straight for the Raikage's headquarters. Of course, like most of the villages he had entered since he had left home, the residents prevented him from doing that. The people of Kumo were in an uproar at seeing the savior of the world and crowded around him before he had lost sight of the front gate. Men kept slamming their hands on his back and the women were squealing their confessions of love to him, infuriating Kuratsuchi to a great extent. One girl even had the audacity to come and kiss Naruto, to which Kuratsuchi's response was to murder said girl. Mitsui had alleviated the situation by holding Naruto's hand and asking for her own kiss from the blonde. Naruto had complied by kissing Mitsui's cheek. Kuratsuchi was so touched by that innocent and sweet scene that she forgot about her wrath for a moment. After reminiscing with old war buddies and hugs from civilians, Naruto was finally freed from the chaos by an old friend. Darui had also grown in height over the years and stood just over an inch taller than Naruto. The man was typically laid back and nonchalant in his character and attempted to break up the crowd around Naruto. He told everyone to go back to whatever they had been doing and smiled when he focused on Naruto. Good to see you again. It's been too long. Naruto grinned cheerfully at that greeting and gripped Darui's shoulder. It sure has. It seems that you beat me in the height department. Darui nodded at that and gestured with his head that there was business to attend to. Indeed. Boss wants to see you. We heard about the tragedy from the Shimo daimyo. We told him that we'd take care of it when you arrived. Boss wants a full report, and even though he probably won't admit it outright, he's missed you. Naruto smiled as he thought about the giant leader and grabbed Mitsui's hand, who had been next to him. Of course. We were headed that way anyways. They can come too, right? Naruto motioned to the two girls who Darui had just seemed to have noticed. Yeah, sure. Come with me. The three companions followed Darui as they moved through the streets and walkways of Kumo to reach their destination, that was the Raikage's headquarters. Kumo Nin gave their regards and greetings to Naruto as they passed by. When they reached the front doors of the headquarters, the guards smiled and showed their gratitude to the war hero. He thanked them with the utmost sincerity as they stepped into the large building. When the four of them finally entered the expansive chamber that was the Raikage's office, Mitsui was instantly frightened by the booming voice that greeted them. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Darui sighed at his leader's bombastic introduction. "Boss, we've been over this. We're indoors, so there's no need to be so loud." The fourth Raikage waved off Darui's remark and kept his face serious. Naruto knew the old village leader wanted to smile when he saw him. Ever since Naruto had persuaded the old man during the war, had developed a strong fondness for the war hero. "Until you become the Raikage Darui, I will not listen to your demands." Darui rolled his eyes. The gesture was not done out of disrespect, but more out of admiration, oddly enough. "It's not a demand, boss. It's more of a suggestion." Seemed to ignore Darui's words and stood up from his chair. "Naruto Uzumaki. Come here, my boy. I want to get a good look at the man that saved the world." Naruto sauntered over and gave a big smile to the village leader. "Hey, old man. How you doing?" Naruto knew when it was best to be formal and when to be casual. Around the man that disliked formalities among the strong, it was best to act as casual as possible. Naruto preferred that anyways. "I'm stuck between happiness and anger. I'm glad to see you and was grateful to see your friend yesterday. I owe that man just as much as I owe you after all." The Raikage frowned as he thought about the other matter he had to deal with. "However, my anger comes from the fact that we have lost many lives recently." Naruto's face was grave and his tone became more professional. When matters became serious, Naruto typically leaned more on the formal side. "Yes, I've come to give you a full report of that incident as well as introduce you to the sole survivor of the massacre." Naruto beckoned over Mitsui as she timidly approached his figure. She hid behind Naruto's tall frame and peeked up at the gigantic man that stood before her. Leaned over his desk and stared directly at the little girl. "I don't suppose she is an Igarashi?" Naruto shook his head and put his hand on her soft head. "No, there were no surviving members of the Igarashi clan. Her name is Mitsui Kitagawa." Put his hand under his chin to scratch it as he thought on that information. "I see. Well, Darui, it seems the storm release isn't as strong as we thought." Darui seemed to be slightly perturbed by that comment and had a small smile on his lips nonetheless. The old man was only teasing him after all. Turned his attention back to Naruto. "Very well. Tell me everything." As Naruto told what he had seen as well as what he had gathered from Mitsui's side of the story, A's expression became more and more somber. By the end of Naruto's report, the Raikage was barely keeping himself together. He was mournful and filled with rage at the same time as he heard the tale of tragedy and hate. "Those damn Igarashi! We should have done more than just banish them when we had the chance." Naruto tried to alleviate the leader's emotional episode. "That wouldn't have helped the situation, eh? You know that it would have made the matters worse and expanded the circle of hate to Kyumo." I knew this, of course he was only speaking from his heart instead of his mind, something Naruto could easily relate to. Seemed to calm down at Naruto's statement and leaned back in his chair. "You're probably correct, Uzumaki." Seemed to be satisfied with the matter and stood up from his seat. "All right, you probably want to see B, huh?" Naruto nodded at the lovely suggestion. He had missed his old friend and fellow Jinchuriki. They had a lot of catching up to do. "You bet." Naruto suddenly remembered his plan and lowered his voice to speak to A. "Also, I was wondering if we could visit Genbu at some point?" Mulled over the question for a moment. "Of course you can, but Genbu's course is pretty far from the coast right now. You'll have to wait a couple months until he's closer. I'm sure B will escort you there when the time comes." "Why do you want to go there anyways?" Naruto's eyes sharpened as he answered. "I need to visit the Falls of Truth." I wanted to ask the young man more, but he decided to leave the matter alone. "Fine. I'm guessing you will want a place to stay while you're here too? Naruto waved off the suggestion and humbly tried to refuse the offer. Oh no. It's all right. I'm sure we can manage. Naruto was saying it more out of pleasantries, but I had different plans. Nonsense, Uzumaki. I won't have you stay anywhere else, but here in my home. I'll have Mabui prepare some rooms for you all. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and felt extremely gracious by the Raikage's offer. Thanks, eh? The truth is that we're rather short on funds. I was planning on maybe taking a few missions from you to help us out if it isn't too much trouble. I seemed outraged by that statement. Well, why didn't you say so? We don't have any missions for you, but I'm sure we can find you a job or two. I'll ask around and see what I can do. As for B, I'll call him and he should be here soon. Naruto thanked the Raikage once more and they left the room shortly after that. Mabui escorted the three to their rooms and Darui said goodbye to them for now. Mitsui and Kuratsuchi were given a room to share that was on the other side of the hallway that separated them from Naruto's room. Naruto walked into his spacious accommodation and found a comfy chair to sit in. He sat and thought on the events of the last few days and wondered what would happen next. He thought especially about Sasuke and hoped all would go well with him in Konoha. Naruto could not doubt his friend's abilities and knew it would probably work out for him. Naruto also thought about the rift between himself and Kuratsuchi. Would it really work out between them? Was there anything still salvageable? He could not lose her and loathed the very thought of such a thing happening. As Naruto was thinking, Mitsui had made her way into his room and jumped into his lap. The little girl laughed and hugged Naruto. I like it here, Narani. I think Kurone likes it too. I want to be with you two forever. Are we going to be staying long? Naruto smiled affectionately at the child and held her tight. I think so, Mitsui. I'm glad that you like it so much. I want to be with you too. When Naruto stared into those beautiful ice blue eyes, he knew what Sasuke had said had been correct. It was going to be all right. Sakura felt more and more apathetic towards her friend with every passing word that she spoke. She did not want to be rude to Ino, but it was rather unfair of her to dump her problems on her like that whenever they got together. It was always about relationships too, of all things. Ino took another bite from her sweet dumpling and added another point to her one-sided argument. I've seen the way he looks at Hinata. He never looks at me like that. Suddenly Sakura felt like she needed to add something reasonable to the conversation. Someone had to, at least. Ino-sai loves you. He's not even remotely interested in Hinata, and you know that. That man would easily die for you, and considering he was once an emotionless bastard, that's saying something. When Ino had paused and her face flushed brightly, Sakura knew the conversation would finally advance. I guess you're right. I'm a lucky woman. After Ino took the final bite of her meal, she was suddenly struck with another interesting topic. Now we just need to find you a man. Oh no, Sakura thought. Not this whole thing again. Sakura could not even count how many blind dates she had been on thanks to the courtesy of her blonde friend. For the first couple of years after the war, Sakura always refused Ino's suggestions to date some noble's son or some handsome shinobi from another village. However, after the constant bombardment of Ino's tenacity and the increasing doubt in Sakura's heart, she had finally given in some time ago. She mostly did it to combat her loneliness, even though it barely made a dent. Many of her dates were really nice guys and seemed like they would make amazing husbands and fathers, but they all lacked one thing: they were not Sasuke. No matter who she had encountered these last few years, she could not forget where she put her heart. Sakura never went on a second date. Ino, please. I think I'm done with the whole dating scene. Ino had heard this one before. But Sakura, this guy is a hunk. Plus he's like super sweet. Seriously, just give him a chance. Sakura had heard that one too. She was starting to think her life was scripted to be as monotonous as possible. All I've ever been doing is giving guys chances. I'm tired of being so merciful and polite. I can't do this anymore, Ino. Unless the next date you give me is Sasuke Uchiha, I could care less. Sakura's voice had been much louder and higher than she had intended for it to be. She regretted that, just like so many other instances in her life. Ino was unfazed by the outburst. She took a sip from her drink and leaned into her chair. I think you're going to like this date then, Sakura. He's not Sasuke exactly, but he's really similar. Sakura quirked an eyebrow to indicate her mild interest. Ino continued, I'm telling you, this guy is from Kiri and he looks like he could be an Uchiha. He's not, of course, but maybe he has a distant ancestor or relative or something. Sakura still was not completely convinced. I don't know, Ino. Ino took out a pen and paper and began to scrawl something. She handed the piece of paper to her friend when she was finished writing. Here. This is an address to the restaurant where he will be waiting for you tonight. Be there by 8 and I promise that you won't be disappointed by who you find there. Sakura scoffed but took the paper anyways. She got up from her seat and turned towards the exit of the little cafe the two girls frequently occupied. I'll think about. I'll see you tomorrow at work, Ino. Sakura exited the cafe and stepped out into the mid-afternoon sun-laden streets of Konoha. Autumn was a cheerful season in the large village, with the busy street vendors selling their ripe bounties of the harvest. Patrons from all around the land came to find great deals and enjoy the peaceful atmosphere Konoha was famous for year-round. Sakura decided to pick up some rice while she was out and found a great price from a rice farmer she knew well. The old man took her money gratefully and told her it was going to get cold tonight. I can tell, young lady. The old rice farmer tapped his worn knee as he sat on his stool. Sakura smiled tenderly at the friendly farmer. He always came this time of year to sell his harvest and Sakura loved visiting him every year. These old bones haven't failed me yet. It's going to be freezing tonight, heed my words. Sakura's smile weakened a bit. It did not really matter to her whether it was cold or not. She had not felt warm in years. Sakura carried her bag full of rice over to her humble abode on the edge of town. She climbed the stairs of her apartment building up to the 3rd floor and unlocked the heavy door that led to her room. She put the rice on the counter of her small kitchen as well as the paper Ino had given her and went out onto her convenient balcony. Sakura gazed out upon the sunny village that had always been close to her scarred heart. She loved her balcony and frequently took advantage of it, especially when she was feeling pensive. In recent months, however, it held another meaning. It was the last place she had seen Naruto. Sakura's two most important people had left her and she never felt more alone. Ino was her best friend and her co-worker, but the blonde kunoichi did not have that special place like Sasuke and Naruto did. There was Kakashi, but he was typically busy with his Hokage duties. Tsunade was not as free as one would think either. The former Hokage was always called upon by neighboring countries for her medical expertise and Sakura had grown accustomed to seldom seeing her teacher. Even if she did get to see her friends more often, it was more her own decision to remain distant from them. There were only two men that could mean so much to her. Sakura was used to feeling guilty about the way she treated Naruto. She bullied and hurt him on more than one occasion, and even when she thought she was doing the right thing by him, he was so pure and righteous in his way of showing her she failed in her poor attempt. He was angry when she lied and when she was anything other than herself. He had always been there even when Sasuke had not been. But she loved Sasuke. She put Naruto through so much heartache because of that, and the worst thing was the blonde never held that against her. He always forgave her and told her their friendship was enough for him. That man knew pain better than most, but he still managed to smile and cheer. She missed him so much. And then there was Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, the man that was easily identified as an enigma. That was where the identification process typically ended because the man was so mysterious in his nature and that intrigued the female mind to great lengths. However, Sakura knew him better than most and that fact only made her love him more. She yearned for his deep onyx eyes and his strong touch that said more words than his mouth ever could. Everything around her constantly reminded her of him, especially when a night bore a crescent moon. They had left so much unsaid and the rehearsals in Sakura's mind of what needed to be heard had yet to be manifested. She missed him so much. Sakura took a deep breath and laid her chin in her soft hand. God, she was depressing. She felt so lonely that Ino's proposal was sounding better and better with every passing moment of unhealthy thought. Sasuke and Naruto were not coming back anytime soon, if ever, and the sooner she coped with that the better. Finally, after several minutes of mental debate, Sakura went inside and clutched the crumpled paper to read its contents. It couldn't hurt, right? She never really knew who she was trying to convince anymore. Ino had been right. The man she had set Sakura up with actually looked incredibly similar to Sasuke Uchiha. There were a few obvious differences, but they did not dampen the intrigue in Sakura's probing eyes. He smiled more than Sasuke ever did, and he had more joy in his dark eyes, but for the most part his hair, face and muscle build were almost exactly like Sasuke's. His nose was a tad thinner and his forehead was a bit more pronounced, but they were minor differences. He had a small scar that ran jaggedly along his neckline, but it was easily discarded after the initial observation. Sakura crossed her legs in her seat and smoothed out the thin wrinkles in her black dress with a free hand. She had been worried if she had overdressed for the date, but when she saw his semi-formal attire, the anxiety had melted away. Sorry, what did you say your name was again? Her date put up his hand in a dismissive manner and chuckled buoyantly. It's totally fine. It's Saburo. He gave her a sheepish smile and rubbed his arm with his opposite hand. I was actually there during the war with the Alliance. I saw you, Sakura, along with Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. It really is an honor to meet you. The whole world owes all of you a great deal. Sakura was accustomed to this conversation and others like it. Many people had expressed their gratitude after the war. The number of her admirers and suitors skyrocketed, and she still felt like she was reeling from the blow. At least this man was earnest in his attempts. Well, you're welcome. However, I'm afraid that I didn't really do much of anything. Sasuke and Naruto took care of most of it. Saburo's dark eyes brightened at that remark. Oh. But weren't you the one that saved Naruto from death and helped Sasuke reach his destination? Also, I believe that there are many accounts about how you helped defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki by directly striking her from above. Sakura could feel her face heat up and she averted her eyes from looking directly at Saburo. Yes, well. All of that is true, but most of those accounts are also greatly exaggerated. Saburo chuckled again. Sakura wondered if she could learn to enjoy that sound. I'm sure. Thank you for meeting with me, Sakura. I'm taking a leave from Kiri for now, and I must say that Konoha is beautiful this time of year. Sakura felt a tad absent-minded from what the man was saying. She was still trying to determine if coming on this date was a good idea. Despite this, she excelled at seeming to be paying attention when it was necessary. Yes, it is. Tell me about Kiri, Saburo. For a few hours she and Saburo conversed about many topics and relished each other's company over a delicious dinner. Sakura actually enjoyed herself for once and felt a connection with the Kirinin as weak of one as it was. By the end of the date, Sakura had accepted his invitation for a second date. Saburo had offered to walk her home that night, but she had politely declined. She wanted to let out some steam and think on what had occurred during dinner. Later that evening, Sakura left her house and roamed through the inky streets of Konoha towards one of the training grounds. She had stopped at her house to change into some heavier, more worn-out clothes to train in. On her way to the grounds, the trees whistled with the chilly wind and Sakura realized the old rice farmer had been correct in his prediction. She reached her favorite spot on the grassy field and started doing her warm-up exercises. What in the world was she doing? She went on a date with a man she barely knew, and now she was going to go on another one with him. Sakura was caught between herself. A part of her was furious because only Sasuke could have a place in her heart, and the other part was thrilled that she was finally moving on. She could not wait forever, and there was no sense in arguing over that fact. She wanted Sasuke to come back and be with her, but who knew when something like that would happen? Questioning if that would even happen was just adding fuel to the doubt. She hated this so much. She smashed a fist into the earth and the ground split into fragments by the sheer strength of her strike. There was a still moment where Sakura kept her hand implanted in the ground and remained motionless with nothing but her thoughts. The breeze picked up and cut through her heavy training clothes and made her skin cower. She felt so cold. It had been so very long since she felt warm. No matter who she met, who she talked with, who was around her, what was said and what was there, Sakura felt so alone. She sensed that if she could describe what loneliness felt like, she would end up describing what it meant to be cold instead. She deserved some happiness though, right? Being with Saburo was a good thing and she felt like he would be a nice lover. But will he make you warm again? Sakura felt her eyes moisten a little and she fell to her knees. No, he probably would not. What was she doing? She needed Sasuke and no one else. No one could ever replace him and she despised that realization. No one deserved this kind of suffering. It was ripping her apart and she just wanted it to end. At some point Sakura's thoughts manifested themselves into words. I don't want to feel cold anymore. The wind whispered back, neither do I. At first Sakura thought the whisper of the wind was a human voice. But after a few seconds she realized she had heard a reply and it was not from the wind. She could not believe her eyes when he stepped out of the foliage on the edge of the grounds. Sakura's vision became blurry as tears warmed her stained face. Sasuke. That was all she could say, and before she knew it he was standing directly in front of her. He knelt down and stared at her tear-stained features. Sakura could not believe it. Sasuke was not only back, but there was something in his eyes she had all but forgotten about: love. There was a lot of pain in those eyes too, but they pushed past that and showed the true affection for the person they were beholding. Sakura's messy hair suddenly fell to cover one of her eyes and Sasuke reached forward to push the strands behind her ear. Hello, Sakura. Sorry that I took so long. There were many thoughts that bounced around Sakura's mind in that unbelievable moment. There was some ferocity, considering Sasuke had no idea what he had put her through by taking so long and he should be more mindful of her feelings. There was also some spite based off the fact that her character always had some as an almost default response to most situations. However, the most prevailing thought was one of relief. When she gazed into the icy pain Sasuke bore, she knew he had been hurting just as much as her. She let it go for now. She loved him after all. As Sakura leaned forward at the precise moment when Sasuke moved closer too, she was able to respond with one word directed at him. Idiot. Her lips wrapped around his and Sakura could not have dreamed of a better moment. She loved him so much. Sakura barely recalled Sasuke picking her up with one hand and carrying her back to her home. Neither of them asked questions because they were occupied with each other's mouths too much. What she did remember was her bed and the feeling of Sasuke's warm skin caressing her own. When he held her and touched her with his strong hand, she knew it had been worth the wait. He was so tender to her and she had yearned for this experience for most of her life. Her naked skin practically drank the taste of him and she knew true pleasure that night. She was loving the one she loved. As both of them fulfilled each other's dreams, Sakura noticed the faint gleam of the moon peek through her curtains. She smiled and kissed her lover again by the glow of the crescent moon. A knock resounded in the delicate room and Sasuke rose from the sheets. The noise had come from her front door, Sasuke realized. He turned to stare at her still sleeping form and he felt his heart surge a bit. The night before was one he had been anticipating for some time. Sasuke grabbed a robe hanging in her room and proceeded to answer the door. When Sasuke opened the door, the bizarre thought that he was staring into some crude mirror passed by. A man that resembled himself looked extremely embarrassed when Sasuke answered the door. Sasuke quirked an eyebrow, but his face remained completely emotionless. His standard stoic features took over. The man managed to not stammer when he addressed Sasuke, to which he deemed impressive. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have the wrong place. I was looking for Sakura Haruno. Sasuke merely blinked at the man. You didn't get the place wrong. The man's mouth hung open and bewilderment was clearly evident on his face. He seemed to struggle with what to say next when Sasuke heard a sweet voice behind him. Sakura was wearing a robe that was of the same design as the one Sasuke was garbed in. She stood behind him and looked out beyond his high shoulder. Her worn-out eyes blinked tiredly and she yawned. "Who is it, Sasuke?" She did not hear an answer to her question because her attention was focused on Saburo's figure on the other side of the doorway. The sleep in her eyes evaporated in an instant and her face flushed brightly. "Saburo!" This is she felt like a machine that could barely move its joints when she gestured towards Sasuke. Saburo seemed to finally realize what was happening. "Sasuke Uchiha?" "Yes, I recognize him." He turned his eyes and fixed them on the dark-robed man. "It's good to see you have returned. Sorry for bothering you. Have a nice day, you too." Sasuke remained silent and watched the man retreat. His face was still stoic until his lips curved slightly when he turned to Sakura. "You've been busy." Sakura was so surprised by what had happened and Sasuke's implication felt like a spark was lit. "He's just a friend, all right? No man's been to my apartment if that's what you're insinuating." Sasuke's smile got a tad bigger. "Until now, that is?" It was rather amusing for Sasuke when he saw the realization of the previous night awaken in Sakura's features before him. She had been so caught up with the moment that her better judgment had accepted him. Her face looked like it was going to melt off with the amount of heat that was being pumped into it. She brought both hands up to her cheeks and put her back against the wall. "Did we? Oh my." Sasuke sat down in the small hallway and leaned his back against the opposing wall. "We did. Did you not enjoy it?" Sakura did not think she could be more flustered than she already was. She was wrong. "Of course I did. But it all just happened so fast and I hadn't seen you in so long that she trailed off and thought back to what he had done to her last night. It was everything she had dreamed it would be. Despite this, her heart did not want it to be so easy. It could not be so simple when she had gone through so much to reach this point. Love could not be that way. And now I'm back and you don't need to worry anymore." Sasuke's comment hit a sore spot. "For how long though?" The question felt automatic and sharp. Sasuke's expression showed confusion by her inquiry. "What? How long until you leave me again, Sasuke? How can I know that you'll stay with me forever? How do I know you haven't been with any other women? You think that by just showing up and sleeping with me everything would just magically be okay?" Sakura did not know why she was being so difficult. She probably should have just been grateful for what she had and listened to the logic of the situation. Unfortunately, there had been too much pain and emotion built in this relationship already, and for it to work they had to handle the problems within it. Sasuke was not accustomed to this scenario and tried to alleviate it. "But Sakura, I've changed. I'm the same confused boy who did not understand what he wanted. Do you think that just automatically forgives everything that happened? I thought you already forgave me though." Sakura closed her eyes and clutched her head. "I did. I mean, I know I did. But it happened. You're acting like it never did and that's not fair. I've been hurt and you're undermining everything." Sasuke remained stoic. "Don't you think you're being a little unreasonable right now? That was a mistake." Sasuke knew it was as soon as he witnessed an angry flash pass over her eyes. The muscles in her mouth twitched into a snarl and the hands that held him so gently last night balled into fists. "Get out, Sasuke." Sasuke had never intended for what he said to be inferred like that, but the damage was already done. Sakura's heart was extremely fragile and for him to expect that his presence alone would solve all of the problems they had created was rather foolish. Sasuke wanted more than anything than to explain himself clearly and try to appeal to the love of his life, but he knew it would just make matters worse. Sasuke masked his emotions like he always did, took his change of clothes, and left the apartment without another word. Sakura released the tension in her hands after Sasuke left and sank deep into the floorboards under her. Despite the dramatic event, Sakura felt a little relieved. She had vented out some pent-up frustration for once. She was not certain it was a healthy release of emotion, but she still felt better for it. This fact did not stop the tears, however. They came in a torrent and Sakura felt like shit for a long time after that.